In the infinite tapestry of the cosmos, one story weaves a pattern unlike any other. Genesis. From the primordial "let there be light" to the towering ambitions of Babel, this epic narrative takes us on a journey where divinity meets humanity, paradise falls to curiosity, and brotherhood succumbs to envy, and a united tongue fractures into 1,000 voices. As we explore the sacred and cryptic chronicles of Genesis, we delve not only into the annals of faith, but into the very heart of mankind's perennial quest to decipher the enigma of its own existence. Welcome as we unravel Genesis. Did Genesis chapters 1 through 3 borrow elements from much earlier Mesopotamian mythological stories? Brace yourself as we explore the linguistic, lexical, and thematic connections between these ancient myths, such as the Enuma Elish and the Genesis narrative. But let's not overlook the implications of such borrowing. Shouldn't this compel open-minded individuals to question the literal truth of these stories? Before we proceed, let's address some crucial points. The Hebrew language, as recorded in the earliest texts, dates back perhaps to the 10th century BCE, while the Mesopotamian myths, etched onto clay tablets, are often over 1,000 years older. Contrary to mistaken assumptions, the Hebrew Bible's creation and flood story contains Akkadian cognates from that much earlier language, not the other way around. It is essential to clarify this misconception and correct any misguided notions that suggest the other myths drew inspiration from the Bible. This factual inaccuracy needs to be rectified before we continue. Those who attempt to use Mesopotamian myths as evidence supporting the historical truth of the biblical narrative are quite frankly missing the boat, or rather, missing Noah's Ark altogether. Can we genuinely believe that Utnapishtim and his wife are walking among us, bestowed with immortality by the gods? Do we truly entertain the notion that Enlil annihilated humanity simply for being too noisy? Or that Marduk fashioned the cosmos from the remains of the sea goddess Tiamat? It's a resounding no to both, of course. As someone who is a Bible fundamentalist, I understand the profound impact of blindly following ill-informed teachings. Today, reading these older texts and understanding their original context has given me a richer understanding of the meaning of these stories. I actually love these stories for what they are, and it is my goal for others to enjoy reading them in their actual historical context, and not as if they dropped out of heaven. However, as we explore the intricate web of connections between these polytheistic Mesopotamian myths and the later monotheistic Hebrew Bible, it becomes evident that the Genesis creation and flood accounts were crafted using popular mythological motifs of the time. This realization raises critical questions about the historical plausibility and the nature of scriptural inspiration. Yes, the Bible is undoubtedly inspired, but by these pre-existing Mesopotamian myths that served as a foundation for its storytelling. Join us on this intellectual journey, my friends. Scholars agree that most of the primeval history borrows directly or indirectly from Mesopotamian mythology. In Genesis 1, is no exception. While there is debate as to whether such borrowing was conscious and polemical, or simply due to the overall influence of the myth in the ancient Near East, the consensus is that the opening chapter of Genesis almost certainly owes its existence to the Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish is an Akkadian story dating back to the mid to late 2nd millennium BCE that tells of the god Marduk and his rise to power over the other gods. The story begins before heaven and earth had been created. The two water deities, Apsu and Tiamat, brought forth the gods. Shortly after their creation, however, they became noisy and bothersome to the god, Apsu, who decided to kill them. Ea, however, in his wisdom, was able to thwart Apsu's plans and fought back.
Ea was aware of all, discerned their stratagem. He fashioned it, he established it, a master plan. He made it artful, his superb magic spell. He recited it and brought him to rest in the waters. He put him in deep slumber. He was fast asleep. He made Apsu sleep. He tied up Apsu. He killed him.
Having killed Apsu, Ea and his spouse Damkina take over his home and give birth to mighty Marduk.
His body was magnificent, fiery his glance. He was a hero at birth. He was a mighty one from the beginning.
Anu creates 4 winds for Marduk to play with, and with them he disturbed Tiamat.
He caused a wave and it roiled Tiamat. Tiamat was roiled, churning day and night. The gods, finding no rest, bore the brunt of each wind.
Tiamat plots to kill Marduk and the other gods.
Mother Hubor, Tiamat, who can form everything, added countless invincible weapons, gave birth to monster serpents pointed of fang. With merciless incisors, she filled their bodies with venom for blood. Fierce dragons she clad with glories, causing them to bear auras like gods, saying, "Whoever sees them shall collapse from weakness. Wherever their bodies make onslaught, they shall not turn back." Her commands were absolute. No one opposed them. 11 indeed, on this wise she created.
Her husband Kingu she promoted to the highest position, giving him the famous Tablet of Destinies. She proclaimed,
"I cast your spell. I make you the greatest in the assembly of the gods. Kingship of all the gods I put in your power. You are the greatest in the assembly of the gods. Kingship of all the gods I put in your power."
The great god Anshar called upon Ea to go fight Tiamat, but his response was shocking.
Ea went to seek out Tiamat's stratagem. He stopped, horror-stricken, then turned back. He came before Anshar the sovereign. He beseeched him with entreaties, saying, "My father, Tiamat has carried her actions beyond me. I sought out her course, but my spell cannot counter it. Her strength is enormous. She is utterly terrifying. She is reinforced with a host. None can go out against her. Her challenge was not reduced. It was so loud against me, I became afraid at her clamor. I turned back. My father, do not despair. Send another to her."
Anshar then went to Anu, another senior god, who gave the same response. It was only then that Marduk volunteered to take Tiamat down. Marduk then charges to battle, defeats Kingu simply by approaching, and ultimately kills the sea goddess, creating the world from her carcass. There are several possible points of contact between these two myths. Let's begin with the very first line of the book of Genesis. Along with John 3:16, many of us can probably at least start Genesis 1:1.
In the beginning, God created.
This familiar English translation has led to some interpreters suggesting that the first sentence in the Bible is of existential proof.
In the beginning was God.
However, the intended meaning of this first clause is not quite so simply construed as King James had commissioned. The Hebrew phrase that starts off the verse can be translated at least 2, if not 3 different ways, and the translation is significant for reading the rest of the story. Professor David M. Carr notes of this passage.
One of the first and most important interpretive and translation issues in this chapter is the question of whether Genesis 1:1 is a dependent clause introducing what follows, when God created, or an independent clause, in the beginning God created.
While there are other interpretive issues involved here, like should this be considered creation from nothing? Our only concern on this point is Genesis 1:1's potential similarity to Enuma Elish. This story opens,
When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and Demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all.
Notice how the first line is part of a dependent clause. That is a clause that cannot stand alone in the sentence and is dependent on another clause. This is otherwise known as a temporal clause, describing a period before creation. If Genesis 1:1 should be translated,
When God began to create,
or something similar, then this should describe a situation before God began to create. The arguments are somewhat complex, and we need not go into them here. For example, Professor Robert D. Homestead wrote an article in 2008 dedicated entirely to the grammatical and syntactical features of this first phrase in Genesis 1:1 to determine whether the verse should be translated as a dependent or independent clause. Basically, there are several occurrences of this phrase in the Hebrew Bible, and they are usually translated with the word of attached to them. In the beginning of the reign of so-and-so king. This would mean that Genesis 1:1 would be translated something like,
In the beginning of God creating the heavens and the earth,
or more smoothly,
when God began to create the heavens and the earth.
When we continue the passage in Genesis 1, if understood in this way, the text is explaining,
When God began to create the heavens and the earth was...
In other words, this was the state of the world when God began to create. When we compare this to other Mesopotamian creation stories, and Enuma Elish in particular, we see something similar. Professor Joseph Blenkinsopp writes,
Genesis 1 belongs to the genre of cosmogony, narratives about world origins, and ancient cosmogonic myths in that culture area begin by describing the way it was at the time of the first creation, only then proceeding to the creation itself.
This is not only true of other ancient Near Eastern cosmogonic myths, but also in at least one other place in the Hebrew Bible. In Genesis 2, the second creation story begins by describing the state of the earth before God begins his creative act. Carr writes,
The creation account that follows Genesis 1 in the Bible and likely predated it Genesis 2:5-3:24, likewise begins with a description of the uncreated prologue to God's creation. Genesis 1 similarly begins with a statement of what creation was like before God created.
It seems as though this narrative pattern of describing the pre-creation state of affairs is common not only to ancient Near Eastern compositions, but also to the Old Testament. It appears that Genesis 1 is also following this pattern, perhaps modeled after the opening line of Enuma Elish. This possibility is strengthened by the presence of the Hebrew word tehom, the deep, that is found in Genesis 1:2. Professor Ludwig Kohler and Walter Baumgartner explained that the word tehom likely is derived from the general Semitic tiham, sea. So as such, it is not a loanword from Akkadian. Both Akkadian, the language of the Enuma Elish, and Hebrew, the language of the Old Testament, are Semitic languages. And the word tehom, Hebrew, and Tiamat, the name of the Akkadian sea goddess in Enuma Elish, go back to the Semitic word teham. In other words, this appears to be a case in which both the Hebrew and Akkadian are drawing on a similar source, but one may not be directly drawing from the other. This is an important point as we want to be precise when attempting to see connections and dependence between texts. As we noted in a previous section, one of the ways that we determine borrowing is the presence of shared language between the two texts. The more unique the language that is shared, the greater the possibility of borrowing. In this instance, one might be tempted to see a direct borrowing of Tiamat, the Akkadian sea goddess, in the word tehom. But this is not necessarily the case. Both words are clearly cognates, but we may not be able to say more than that from a strictly lexical standpoint. Blenkinsop agrees.
The tehom may be related to the same Semitic root as the proto-goddess Tiamat, representing the chaotic salt waters of the ocean from whose body the earth was formed.
What is noteworthy, however, is its place in the text. To reiterate the opening lines in Enuma Elish are,
When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and Demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all.
Notice that following dependent temporal clauses, we see the figure Tiamat appearing in the first few lines right at the beginning of the text. In Genesis 1, we read,
When God began to create the heavens and the earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the deep. Tehom.
As in Enuma Elish, the cognate word for sea shows up in the opening lines following a dependent temporal clause. There is more to suggest that the tehom is meant to be connected to one degree or another to the sea goddess Tiamat of Enuma Elish. The word shows up in many other passages in the Hebrew Bible, many of which use the term to describe a mighty, awe-inspiring, and completely out of reach place. However, it does appear to have a more nuanced meaning in certain texts, particularly in some of the Psalms. In Psalm 77, it appears that Yahweh is doing some sort of battle with a personified form of the deep. In Psalm 77:17, we read,
The waters saw you, O God, the waters saw you and trembled. Indeed, the depths, Tehomot, quaked.
This psalm zeroes in on the Exodus event, but the description of the waters here has a clearly primordial nuance. Professor Frank Lothar Hosfeld explains.
The cosmological insertion holds a unique place within the whole of the psalm. It is true that the emphasis on the element of water has an obvious association with the passage through the sea, the Exodus. But here it is a matter of the mythical cosmic confrontation between the superior God King and the waters of chaos.
Concerning verse 17 specifically, he writes,
In verse 17, the subterranean primeval waters are in terror before the God manifested in theophany. Here, the primeval waters are the direct opponents.
It would seem that the Tehom is personified in the text as an enemy of God that needs to be conquered. Similar, but not identical language can be seen in Psalm 104, a hymn that praises Yahweh for his power in and over his creation. In verses 6 through 7, we read,
You covered it, the earth, with the deep, Tehom, like a garment. The waters stood over the mountains. They fled from your threat. From the sound of your thunder they hurried away.
There is clear poetic imagery here that personifies the deep. It flees and hurries away from the power expressed by Yahweh. However, there is a move away from depicting Tehom directly as an enemy combatant, as seen in other passages. This, in fact, appears to be the same nuance that appears in Genesis 1 verse 2. Notice what Professor Daniel Estes says about this.
In A&E thought, the waters represented the forces of chaos, but throughout the Old Testament, they are under the control of the Lord.
Let's sum up and tie this back to Genesis 1:2 and Tehom. First, passages like Psalm 77 and 104 clearly describe Yahweh working against the primordial cosmic forces to bring about creation or show forth his unmatched power. Professor Othmar Kill and Sylvia Schroer discuss various passages featuring the chaotic waters in these creative contexts and conclude,
Traces of the motif of the battle against chaos can be found in many Old Testament passages.
The use of traces here is at times more appropriate than others. There are certainly passages that depict the battles with the forces of chaos against Yahweh in clear, straightforward language. However, in Psalm 104 and Genesis 1, I think we are seeing only traces of the divine battle with the sea. In other words, instead of an overt description, the author of Genesis 1 seems to have gone to some lengths to downplay the significance of the power of the primordial sea. Blenkinsop says it this way.
The author of Genesis 1, a learned priest and scribe familiar with Mesopotamian and Levantine myths of origins, has so thoroughly demythologized the different narrative elements of the creation story. For example, by substituting the Tehom for Tiamat, and by eliminating the use of physical material in creation, mud, blood, etc., that we have to work hard to detect the mythological arrière-fond background of his account.
Although the priestly writer has constructed the creation story to downplay the mythological aspects of the battle with chaos, and therefore rendering the primary opponent powerless before Yahweh, we can still see remnants of the narrative components still present in the texts. There are obviously more points of contact between the Enuma Elish and the story in Genesis 1. Carr notes several, including the connection between Tiamat's carcass being used to create the dome over the world in Enuma Elish, and the formation of the vault of heaven in Genesis 1 from the waters. He also draws attention to heavenly signs from both Enuma Elish and Genesis 1, as well as the great sea monsters. These two may function as blind motifs. What is more important here, however, is the fact that Genesis 1 is dependent upon the Enuma Elish and potentially other ancient Near Eastern myths that incorporate the battle with primordial chaos. These myths clearly predate the biblical text, and the parallels between them and Genesis 1 are arguably too numerous and contextually effective to be mere coincidence. If someone begins to read the Old Testament for the first time, it probably won't take them long to realize that Genesis 1 through 2, 4 sounds quite different from Genesis 2, 4 to 25. If they are paying close attention to the story, chapter 2 seems to tell the story of creation for a second time. John J. Collins writes,
"Whatever the origin of the Adam and Eve story, it stands in sharp contrast to the priestly account of creation that now forms the opening chapter of the Bible."
Not only does the sequence of events differ from the first account to the second, but the writing style is quite distinct. In this section, however, we will only focus on the order of events and how they are distinct from and contradictory to one another. Let's begin with Genesis 1. If we go through the chapter, we see the following order of creative events. Day 1, light.
And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw that the light was good, and God divided between the light and the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Genesis 1, 3-5.
Day 2, the vault, sky.
And God made the vault, and he divided between the waters that are under the vault and the waters that are above the vault. And it was so. Genesis 1, 7.
Day 3, dry land, seas, and vegetation.
And God said, "Let the waters be gathered together under the heavens to one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the accumulation of waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth sprout vegetation, plants producing seed, fruit trees producing fruit according to its species, whose seed is in it upon the earth." And it was so. Genesis 1, 9-11.
Day 4, sun, moon, and stars.
And God made the two great lights, the great light to rule the day, and the small light to rule the night, and the stars. Genesis 1, 16.
Day 5, sea creatures and birds.
And God said, "Let the waters teem with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly over the earth, over the surface of the vault of the heavens." Genesis 1, 20.
Day 6, land creatures and mankind.
And God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their species, beasts and creeping animals, and animals of the earth according to their kind." And it was so. And God said, "Let us make mankind in our image according to our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the heavens, and the beasts and all the earth, and all the creeping things that creep upon the earth." And God created humanity in his image. In the likeness of God he created them. Male and female he created them. Genesis 1, 24, 26-27.
The narrative in Genesis 2 is not as literarily structured as Genesis 1. Nevertheless, we can determine the sequence in which God created and organized. Event 1, man created.
Then the Lord God formed the man with dust from the ground, and he blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. Genesis 2:7.
Event 2. God plants a garden.
And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and he set the man there whom he had formed. Genesis 2:8.
Event 3. God causes vegetation to grow.
And the Lord God caused every tree that is pleasing to the eye and good for food to sprout from the ground, along with the tree of life in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Genesis 2:9.
Event 4. God puts man in the garden to work.
And the Lord God took the man and settled him in the Garden of Eden to work and to tend it. Genesis 2:15.
Event 5. God creates the animals.
And the Lord God formed from the ground every animal of the field and every bird of the heavens, and he brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And everything that the man named each living animal, that was its name. Genesis 2:19.
Event 6. God creates woman.
And the Lord God made a woman from the rib which he took from the man, and he brought her to the man. Genesis 2:22.
When you view both sets of creative and organizing events, you quickly see that they appear rather contradictory with respect to their order. If we set them side by side, we can compare the order. While we will not point out every discrepancy between these two accounts in their canonical forms, let's highlight a few. For example, when was man created? In Genesis 1:26-27, God creates humanity on the 6th day, the end of the creation period. Furthermore, he creates man and woman at the same time.
And God created humanity in his image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them.
But what do we see in Genesis 2? Man is God's first creation in Genesis 2:7.
And the Lord God formed the man with dust from the ground, and he blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature.
In contrast, woman is his final creation after the garden, vegetation, and animals. And where was humanity supposed to live? In Genesis 1:28-29, we see God's command.
And God blessed them, and God said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and rule over every fish of the sea, and over every bird of the heavens, and over every living thing that creeps upon the ground. And God said, Look, I have given you every plant-bearing seed that is upon the surface of the earth, and every tree that has seed-bearing fruit in it is yours for food.
So God commands humanity to fill the earth and to rule over all the animals that were created. In contrast, we read in Genesis 2:15-17,
And the Lord God took the man and settled him in the Garden of Eden to tend and guard it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, From every tree of the garden you may certainly eat, but from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you must not eat.
We see that the man, and later the woman, do remain in the garden until they are driven out as a result of their disobedience. Genesis 3:23. It seems as though the story in Genesis 1 commands them to go into all the world, while they are expected to remain in the garden in Genesis 2. With regards to animals and birds, in Genesis 1 we see that birds were created before the land animals, which were created before mankind. In Genesis 1:20 we read,
And God said, Let the waters teem with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly over the earth, over the surface of the vault of the heavens.
We then see,
And God said, Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their species, beasts and creeping things, and animals of the earth after their species. And it was so. And God made the animals of the earth according to their species, and the beasts according to their species, and every creeping thing of the ground according to their kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1, 24-25.
this all took place on day 6 before humanity had been created. However, in Genesis 2:19, we read,
And the Lord God formed from the ground every animal of the field and every bird of the heavens, and he brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And everything that the man called each living creature, that was its name.
Clearly, in Genesis 1, the birds and land animals are created before mankind, while in Genesis 2, they are created specifically to try and fill a specific role for the man. Again, there are many other problems that can be discussed between these two accounts, but these will suffice. It is interesting to see how some other scholars have attempted to reconcile these contradictory accounts. For example, Victor Hamilton argues that the creation of animals in Genesis 2 is not the first creation of animals, but the creation of a specific group for Adam to name that occurs after the creation of animals in Genesis 1, 24-25. Of course, this seems to fly in the face of the natural reading of the verse.
And the Lord God formed from the ground every animal of the field and every bird of the heavens, and he brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And everything that the man named each living animal, that was its name. Genesis 2:19.
In short, there appear to be contradictions between the account of creation given in Genesis 1:1-2-4a and what we see in Genesis 2:4b-25. We have focused on the contradictions and inconsistencies in the sequence of events that are given in the creation accounts. Although this is but the tip of the iceberg, however, our goal here is only to provide a specific contradiction that can be supported well by the data. The story of the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, and the snake has had a wide-reaching influence on Western culture throughout the last 2 millennia. But where does this story come from? Is the Eden narrative simply lifted from an ancient Mesopotamian myth? A completely independent work? Or perhaps something in between? In this section, we will provide a brief glimpse into some of the more common parts of the story that can be connected to earlier ancient Near Eastern myths and traditions to see how the story of Adam and Eve relates to earlier texts. While there are a number of aspects in the story that we could investigate at great length, I will try to focus on those portions that find greater overall agreement among scholars in the field concerning their intertextual relationships with older mythology. We will begin with the creation of man, particularly with respect to how he was created, his initial state, and his initial purpose in the garden. We will turn then to Eve, considering the order and method of her creation. Finally, our attention will turn to the theme of the lost chance at immortality that can be seen in the tree of life. I need to make something clear from the outset. The Garden of Eden story does not appear to recreate any one mythological text from the ancient Near East. In other words, there does not appear to be another Adam and Eve story, where a Mesopotamian man and woman are created by the gods and they live in and are expelled from a garden because of disobedience to the gods or the like. We can contrast this to the story of the flood in Genesis 6, through 9, which finds another clear parallel in the story of Atrahasis and Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh. What appears in Genesis 2 through 3 is most likely a newly formed myth not directly patterned on a previous story. However, that does not mean that it does not also draw on common themes and motifs, and perhaps even particular myths from the ancient Near East. Notice what Carr writes.
Though Genesis 2 to 3 does not represent a reformulation of any one of these texts, it features a similar combination of anthropogonic and mortality themes, as that was seen in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Moreover, the Mesopotamian cosmogonic tradition drawn upon in Gilgamesh seems to be part of a broader literary world, in light of which certain features of Genesis 2 to 3 have particular significance, including the formation of the first human from clay earth, his destiny to work the ground, the focus on divine wisdom, human sexuality and the lost chance at immortality for humans, the human distinction from animals by virtue of wearing clothing, and human multiplication.
I will argue that the author of Genesis 2 through 3 borrowed directly or indirectly from earlier ancient Near Eastern mythologies, as evidenced by the close similarities and the textual and/or cultural availability of these themes and motifs to the writer. A final opening word before we look at the specifics. As we argued in the previous section, both Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 through 3 appear to open their creation accounts by describing the state of affairs before the creative process began. Genesis 2, 4b through 7 reads,
When Yahweh God made the earth and the heavens, before any plant of the field existed in the earth, and before any herb of the field had sprouted, because Yahweh God had not sent rain upon the earth, nor was there a man to work the ground, but a stream went up from the earth and watered the entire face of the ground, Yahweh God formed the man out of the soil of the ground, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Genesis 2:4b to 7.
This type of pre-creation introduction is incredibly common in Mesopotamian literature, both in Sumerian and Akkadian texts. For example, in the Sumerian composition Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the Netherworld,
In those days, in those distant days, in those nights, in those remote nights, in those years, in those distant years, in days of yore, when the necessary things have been brought into manifest existence, in days of yore, when the necessary things have been for the first time properly cared for, when bread had been tasted for the first time in the shrines of the land, when the ovens of the land had been made to work, when the heavens had been separated from the earth, when the earth had been delimited from the heavens, when the fame of mankind had been established, when On had taken the heavens for himself, when Enlil had taken earth for himself, when the netherworld had been given to Ereshkigal as a gift.
Another example of this can be seen in a bilingual Sumerian-Akkadian incantation from the mid-1st millennium BCE. The text opens,
A pure house, a house of the gods, had not yet been built in a pure place. A reed had not yet come out. A tree had not yet been created. A brick not yet laid. A brick not yet made. A house not built. A city not built. A city not built. Animals not existing. Nippur not yet built. The Achor not built. Uruk not built. The Aana not yet built. The Apsu not built. Eridu not built. The pure house, the house of the gods, their residence, had not yet been built. All the countries were still a sea.
As you can see, these texts, and many others, contain creation themes in which the pre-existing state of reality is described, setting the stage for the creative act. This can be seen in Genesis 2, through 3. Following a similar description of the state of the preformed world, Yahweh creates the man from the soil of the ground, animating him with divine breath. This process of forming humans from earthen materials is well known from Mesopotamian sources. For example, in the story of Enki and Ninmah, the story opens in the now all too familiar way.
In those days, in the days when heaven and earth were created, in those nights, in the nights when heaven and earth were created.
A few lines later, we see that the burden of providing for the senior gods is laid on the lesser deities.
The senior gods oversaw the work, while the minor gods were bearing the toil. The gods were digging the canals and piling up the silt in Harali. The gods, crushing the clay, began complaining about this life.
Enki is then encouraged to create beings that can shoulder the work for the minor deities. Enki says to his mother,
"My mother, the creature you planned will really come into existence. Impose on him the work of carrying baskets. You should knead clay from the top of the Abzu. The birth goddesses will nip off the clay, and you shall bring the form into existence."
Another Sumerian text that speaks of both heaven and earth and the creation of mankind from the earth is the Song of the Hoe, the farming instrument, to be clear. The text begins,
"Enlil, who will make the human seed of the land come forth from the earth." And not only did he hasten to separate heaven from earth, and hasten to separate earth from heaven, but in order to make it possible for humans to grow in where flesh came forth, he first suspended the axis of the world at Doranki.
Concerning these lines, Gertrude Farber writes,
It begins with the separation of sky from earth. After a loving description of the magnificent hoe of the god Enlil, the creation of man is described, by which the hoe strokes clay into a human-like form, and then digs up the earth, from which men sprout like plants.
This is quite similar to the more popular Akkadian story of Atrahasis, which opens in this way.
When gods were man, they did forced labor, they bore drudgery.
The lesser gods eventually took up arms and rebelled against their divine overlords, and Enki is again commissioned to create a human to bear the burden of manual labor. The text reads as follows.
Enki made ready to speak, and said to the great gods, On the 1st, 7th, and 15th days of the month, I will establish a purification, a bath. Let one god be slaughtered, then let the gods be purified in it. Let Nintu mix clay with his flesh and blood. Let that same god and man be thoroughly mixed in the clay. Let us hear the drumbeat for the rest of time. From the flesh of the god, let a spirit remain.
Both the theme of the creation of mankind from some earthen substance and his purpose to serve the gods are present at least two of these texts. In Atrahasis, a divine substance is introduced into the clay in order to bring about the final human form, as we see in Genesis 2-3. Notice, however, that the burdensome aspect of the work the human is to perform is not present in the Eden narrative. Yahweh creates the man and places him in the garden to care for and protect it, Genesis 2:15. But this work is not cast in a negative light. Conversely, in both Enki and Ninmah and Atrahasis, The gods are being relieved of their incredibly burdensome duties as this work is foisted upon the shoulders of newly formed humanity. As Dr. John J. Collins notes,
in the Atrahasis story, humanity was created to do agricultural work for the gods. In Genesis, the first human being is also charged with keeping the garden of God, but the task does not appear to be onerous.
This may suggest a type of inversion of the Mesopotamian tradition on the part of the writer of Genesis 2 through 3. One of the aspects of the Eden narrative that scholars focus on is the similarities between life before Eve and the purpose and method of her creation and themes and myths from the ancient Near East. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu, the companion of Gilgamesh, was created and lived in the wild among the animals. However, Shamhat, a prostitute from the city of Uruk, came and copulated with Enkidu, which resulted in him losing his kinship with the animals and becoming a civilized human. He is clothed, eats bread, drinks beer, and goes to live in the city of Uruk. As you recall from earlier in this video series, this progression from innocence to becoming civilized is a positive movement. People who live in the mountains, eat raw meat, and do not know what it is like to dwell in cities are backward and displeasing to the gods in general Mesopotamian thought. A good example of this can be seen in the Sumerian debate poem, The Debate Between Sheep and Grain. The opening of the composition, surprise, surprise, contains a dependent clause and speaks of conditions prior to the creative act.
When upon the hill of heaven and earth, On spawned the Anuna gods.
The story continues.
The people of those days did not know about eating bread. They did not know about wearing clothes. They went about with naked limbs in the land. Like sheep, they ate grass with their mouths and drank water from the ditches.
When we view the Eden narrative, we see a similar movement, ultimately from innocence to civilized. Adam is created and initially interacts with the animal kingdom, specifically to find a partner that is good fit for him. However, finding no such match, Yahweh resorts to creating his partner from one of the man's own ribs. Eventually, following their disobedience in the garden, they are clothed, gain wisdom and understanding, and are brought out of their state of innocence and into a type of maturity. The difference, however, is that this movement is not positive. It is only through disobedience that they become civilized. The text paints this progression towards civilization in a negative light. Although the man is not to be associated with the animal kingdom, he retains his status as innocent and childlike, which appears to be a perhaps subtle inversion of Mesopotamian thought. The method of Eve's creation is another potential point of contact between the biblical text and the ancient Near Eastern mythology. The word used to describe how Yahweh created with the rib, the text reads,
And Yahweh God created a woman with the rib he had taken from the man, and he brought her to the man.
The word translated created in this verse is the Hebrew verb banah, which usually means to build. Normally the verbs for creating used in Genesis 1 and 2 through 3 are yatsar, to form, asa, to make, or bara, to create. Is the use of banah, to build, of any significance here? The verb banu in Akkadian, the cognate of banach in Hebrew, is used in context of creation. For example, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, when the gods decide to create a companion for Gilgamesh, we see the following scene.
They summoned Aruru, the Great One. You, Aruru, created, literally built, the human race. Now create what Anu commanded, to his, Gilgamesh's, stormy heart. Let that one be equal. Let them contend with each other, that Uruk may have peace. When Aruru heard this, she conceived within her what Anu commanded. Aruru wet her hands, she pinched off clay, she cast it down upon the step. She created, built, valiant Enkidu in the step.
We see something quite similar in Enuma Elish.
When Marduk heard the god's speech, he conceived a desire to accomplish clever things. He opened his mouth, addressing Ea. He counsels that which he had pondered in his heart. I will bring together blood and form bone. I will bring into being Lulu, whose name shall be man. I will create, build, Lulu man, on whom the toil of the gods will be laid, that they may rest.
Even Atrahasis contains this verb in a similar context.
Let the mother goddess create, build, a human being. Let man assume the drudgery of God.
It would seem that this use of to build in the context of Mesopotamian creation accounts is rather common, but carries a somewhat nuanced meaning. Conversely, it is anything but common in the Hebrew Bible. Even evangelical professor Gordon Wenham observes,
Only here and in Amos 9:6 is this verb used of God's creative activity, though in Akkadian and Ugaritic, it is the regular term for creation.
Thus, the combination of the common use of the verb to build in other ancient Near Eastern creation stories, coupled with its rare usage in the Old Testament, suggests that this is an echo of the Mesopotamian tradition. As you can see, although there are no known mythological traditions to which the Garden of Eden story directly corresponds, there are many connections that can be seen between the Eden narrative and ancient Near Eastern mythologies. Let's look at one last connection in the story of the garden. There is another point of connection between the Mesopotamian traditions and the Eden narrative, the theme of loss at the chance of immortality. As in the previous sections, we will not be able to cover all known occurrences of this theme in ancient Near Eastern literature, but there are some well-known myths that are often compared to the biblical story. The two stories that show up most frequently are the Epic of Gilgamesh, along with the less well-known Adapa and the South Wind. In each story, the protagonist is within arm's reach of a form of immortality, only to lose it, either through deception or theft. Beginning with the Epic of Gilgamesh in Tablet 11, Gilgamesh finally makes his way to Utnapishtim, the survivor of the worldwide flood. As Utnapishtim has become immortal, Gilgamesh hopes to learn the secret to eternal life. Utnapishtim then recounts in full his dramatic story of the flood and how the gods granted him and his wife eternal life, but placed them far away, separated from humanity.
At the mouth of the rivers.
Then comes the kicker, at least for Gilgamesh.
Now then, who will convene the gods for your sake, that you may find eternal life you seek?
A perfect storm of events, forgive the pun, had led to Utnapishtim being granted eternal life. How would Gilgamesh convene the gods to have them agree to do the same for him? He couldn't. However, as a type of consolation prize, Utnapishtim agrees to tell him about a secret plant that grows under the water. which will rejuvenate the one that consumes it. Hooray! Off goes Gilgamesh, tying rocks to his feet that drag him down under the water, where he finds the plant. Now you might expect to see him consuming the plant the moment his head clears the water. But no. Gilgamesh said to him, to Shanabi, the boatman,
Shanabi, this plant is a cure for heartache, whereby a man can regain his vitality. I will take it to ramparted Uruk. I will have an old man eat some, and so test the plant.
You can probably guess what happens on his journey back to his home city, Uruk.
At 20 double leagues they took a bite to eat. At 30 double leagues they made their camp. Gilgamesh saw a pond whose water was cool. He went down into it to bathe in the water. A snake caught the scent of the plant. Stealthily it came up and carried the plant away. On its way back, it shed its skin.
Oh my. In short, Gilgamesh literally has in his hand the plant that would give him youth, as evidenced by the snake shedding its skin, but loses it. In this case, to a snake. This screams Garden of Eden loud and clear. The Mesopotamian story, known as the Adapa and the South Wind, also contains a story in which the main character has a shot at immortality but misses the opportunity. The myth has both Sumerian and Akkadian versions. Its composition goes back at least to the early 2nd millennium BCE, but was copied well into the 1st millennium BCE. The story tells of Adapa, a wise man who serves the god of Ea, who has bestowed upon him this wisdom. Adapa takes it upon himself to prepare the offerings for Ea each day, which includes fish. While on the water one day fishing for these offerings, the south wind blows hard and capsizes Adapa's boat. After struggling in the water all that day, Adapa angrily curses the south wind because Ea has granted Adapa magical powers. The wing of the south wind is broken, and the wind does not blow for 7 days. This eventually comes to the attention of Anu in heaven, who learns of Adapa's actions and summons him to heaven. Ea advises Adapa to be wary of what Anu might do.
When you come before Anu, if they proffer you food of death, do not eat. If they proffer you water of death, do not drink. If they proffer you a garment, put it on. If they proffer you oil, anoint yourself.
Ea warns that if Anu gives him food and drink, it will be the food and drink of death. As it turns out, this is not true. The food and drink would have bestowed upon Adapa eternal life. Notice Anu's words.
Why did Ea disclose to a human being something bad of heaven and earth, the ability to do this kind of magic, and give him such a stout heart? Since he, Ea, has so treated him, Adapa, what, for our part, shall we do for him? Bring him food of life, let him eat. They brought him food of life. He did not eat. They brought him water of life. He did not drink. Anu stared and burst out laughing at him. Come now, Adapa, why did you not eat and drink? Won't you live? Alas for the wretched peoples.
Leaving aside why Ea might have tricked Adapa into passing up the chance at immortality, the salient point for our purposes is that Adapa had a shot at eternal life but was tricked into passing it up. If you're interested in a critical examination on why Enki, Ea, and Yahweh would lie to Adapa in the Mesopotamian story and Adam in the biblical one, the description will have the video just for you. With these stories in our minds, let's turn back to the Eden narrative, Yahweh commands the man and the woman not to partake of the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. When they eat, they gain a certain level of knowledge and understanding, becoming more civilized, and this leads to a new circumstance for Yahweh to deal with.
And Yahweh God said, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now lest he stretch out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever." So Yahweh God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. And he drove out the man, and he stationed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword that rotates to guard the path of the tree of life. Genesis 3:22-24.
Another missed opportunity. Here, the man and the woman have gained wisdom and understanding, but this has resulted in them being cut off from the tree of life, which had been within reach, if only for a brief period of time. What we see in the tree of life is likely quite similar in function to the plant that Gilgamesh found in the sea. It rejuvenated the individual to their youth. By cutting off access to the tree, Yahweh was ensuring that they would not be able to partake of the tree of youth and would not be able to extend their lives through rejuvenation. Professor Joseph Blenkinsop writes,
Analogy between this plant of Gilgamesh and the tree of life, the fruit of which grants immunity from death, suggests that the proto-parents had not eaten its fruit because, being still young, they did not yet need rejuvenation.
When taken together, the theme of the loss at the chance of immortality is clear in each of these stories. Given the presence of other points of comparison between these earlier myths and the story of Adam and Eve, the fact that there was a snake that was instrumental in the loss of access to the life-giving plant in the Epic of Gilgamesh, as well as in the Eden narrative, the biblical story here is quite likely dependent on the Mesopotamian traditions. Again, I owe a huge thanks to Dr. Joshua Bowen, who is an expert in Assyriology and Hebrew Bible studies, for his invaluable insights into the intricate details you watched in this video. The man is a linguistic genius, again, fluent in Sumerian, Akkadian, Aramaic, Hebrew. He has a book on how to read Sumerian and more. And he's up to date with the latest scholarship in the field. His book, The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, is an absolute goldmine of information on this subject and much more. If you're serious about diving deeper, you can find it on Audible or grab a hardback copy. The link is also in the description. We trust you found the examination of how the biblical authors skillfully repurposed earlier mythologies to craft their own unique narratives of creation and the Great Flood to be a fascinating endeavor. Has this revelation piqued your curiosity about delving further into the earlier Mesopotamian stories that influenced these biblical authors? We could probably do a series just discussing the ancient Mesopotamian myths and their stories for everyone to learn, because I'm an honest believer that if you do not know those stories that way predate the Bible, you really don't get the background and the tradition that eventually birthed what we see and call the Bible. We eagerly wait your comments, sharing your favorite aspects of this video. Tell me what you liked the most. And if you appreciate our efforts in shedding light on these ancient connections, we kindly invite you to show your support by liking this video. Together, let's embark on a journey of exploration and research, akin to the creation of a whole new world of knowledge inspired by the ancient myths, much like the transformative act of creating from the carcass of Tiamat. The biblical creation story, featuring Adam and Eve as the first humans to ever have existed. Several people believe this story to be literally historically true, as if it actually happened. But I want to take us into the mythological background and let you decide at the end whether you think that it makes more sense. This is literal history or mythological symbolism. The story of Adam and Eve from the book of Genesis in the Hebrew Bible has several parallels and similarities with earlier Sumerian stories. Sumer was an ancient civilization in Mesopotamia, modern-day southern Iraq, that thrived around 4000 to 2000 BCE. Here are a couple of Sumerian stories that are often cited as influences on the Adam and Eve narrative. We've all heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's an ancient Mesopotamian epic that predates the biblical account of Adam and Eve. It tells the story of Gilgamesh, a legendary king, and his search for immortality. In the epic, there's a character named Enkidu, who's created by the gods to be a wild man living in harmony with animals. Sound familiar? Enkidu is seduced by a temple prostitute and gains knowledge and civilization, similar to the way Adam and Eve acquire knowledge in the Garden of Eden. The other one is the Atrahasis epic. It's an ancient Mesopotamian myth that predates the biblical account of Adam and Eve. It describes the creation of humans by the gods and their subsequent disobedience, leading to a flood intended to wipe out humanity. In this myth, the gods create humans to be their servants and provide them with all their needs. However, the humans multiply and become too noisy. Disturbing the gods. This prompts the gods to send a flood of water to destroy humanity. But one man named Atrahasis is warned in a dream and builds an ark to save himself, his family, and animals. Little too much like Noah. The position that Adam and Eve are considered mythological figures rather than historical individuals is a consensus among scholarship. But there are several reasons it's a consensus, and why scholars lean interpreting Adam and Eve as mythological rather than literal historical figures. Here are some key points. Scientific understanding. Many scientific discoveries, such as evolutionary biology and paleontology, have provided evidence that conflicts with a literal interpretation of the biblical story of Adam and Eve. The theory of evolution suggests that humans evolved over a long period of time through natural selection, rather than being descended from a single pair of ancestors. There's also cultural context. Scholars often examine religious texts within their cultural and historical contexts. The story of Adam and Eve should be understood as a creation myth that emerged from ancient Near Eastern cultures, where similar myths and archetypes were prevalent. This suggestion that the story may have been shaped by the cultural and literary conventions of its time makes the most sense. Symbolic and allegorical interpretation. Several scholars argue that the story of Adam and Eve should be interpreted symbolically or allegorically rather than literally. They see it as a narrative meant to convey deeper truths, moral lessons, or theological concepts, rather than a historical account. In this view, Adam and Eve represent archetypal figures that symbolize universal human experiences, such as the fallibility of humanity or the relationship between humans and God. And then there's textual analysis. Critical analysis of the biblical text, such as examining its literary style and inconsistencies, can also lead scholars to question the historicity of Adam and Eve. They may find elements of symbolism, repetition, or variations in different accounts of creation within the Bible, which suggests that the story is more complex than a straightforward historical record. The Sumerian myths involving Ninhursag, Enki, and also known as Ea, and Ninti have been suggested as influences on the biblical story of Adam and Eve. While it may be difficult to establish direct causal relationships between all of these myths and the Bible, there are some very vivid parallels and shared motifs that scholars have identified. Here are a few points of comparison. Ninhursag and the creation of humans. In Sumerian mythology, Ninhursag is a prominent goddess associated with fertility, childbirth, and the creation of humanity. She's even sometimes depicted as the mother of all gods and humans. In some Sumerian texts, Ninhursag is involved in the creation of the first human beings from clay. This theme of humans being created from the earth or clay is also present in the biblical story of Adam, whose name is derived from the Hebrew word for earth or red earth. Enki, Ea, and the forbidden fruit. Enki, a god associated with wisdom, magic, and fresh water, plays a significant role in Sumerian mythology. In some versions of the myth, Enki is involved in providing knowledge and nourishment to humanity, including the gift of agriculture and the cultivation of fruits. The biblical story of Adam and Eve features a tree of knowledge from which they eat forbidden fruit that grants them knowledge of good and evil. This connection has led many scholars to propose a possible influence of Enki myth on the biblical narrative. Ninti and healing. Ninti is a Sumerian goddess associated with healing and life-giving. Her name literally means Lady of Life in Sumerian mythology. Ninti is depicted as healing various ailments and relieving suffering. There is a linguistic connection between the name Ninti and the Hebrew word for woman, Isha, which is derived from the Hebrew root word meaning life. Some scholars have speculated that this linguistic connection might suggest an influence on the naming of Eve, who is described as the mother of all living in the Bible. Here's some interesting similarities that have led some scholars to propose the influence of the Sumerian goddess Ninti on the character of Eve. Ninti, a prominent figure in Sumerian mythology, is associated with life-giving and maternal qualities, making her a potential source of inspiration for the biblical concept of Eve as the mother of all living. Ninti, whose name translates to Lady of Life, is often depicted as a goddess of healing and fertility. Her role as life-giver and nurturer aligns with the biblical portrayal of Eve as the mother of humanity. The association of Ninti with life and her title as the Lady of Life suggests her role in sustaining and propagating existence, reflecting an underlying motif that resonates with the concept of Eve's significance as the progenitor of all humankind. Furthermore, an intriguing linguistic connection between Ninti and the Hebrew word for rib adds an interesting layer of interpretation. You see, in the Sumerian language, the word ti has been suggested to mean rib, and Ninti's epithet, Lady of the Rib, could be seen as a playful pun. This linguistic link may have influenced the later biblical narrative of Eve being created from Adam's rib. The association between the rib and the creation of a female figure may have been influenced by the symbolic significance of Ninti's title, possibly serving as a basis for the biblical depiction of Eve's origins. These parallels between Ninti and Eve are intriguing, and the potential influence of Ninti on the portrayal of Eve offers an intriguing avenue for exploring the cross-cultural connections and shared themes in ancient Near Eastern mythology. Adam and Eve, the iconic duo of biblical lore, bear names, their names that pack a punch of thematic significance, making it abundantly clear they are more than just quote-unquote historical figures. Adam, derived from the Hebrew word for earth or ground, immediately grounds us in the metaphorical realm. His name serves as a gentle reminder that he represents the quintessential human, intimately connected to the earthly realm from which he supposedly emerged. On the other hand, we have Eve, whose name derives from the Hebrew word for life. Talk about a self-explanatory moniker. By being named Life, she epitomizes the vibrant force that animates existence. It's as if the authors of the tale cheekily wink at us, letting us know that these characters are larger-than-life archetypes, personifications of profound ideas rather than flesh-and-blood individuals plucked from history's tapestry. With names so laden with thematic significance, it becomes crystal clear that Adam and Eve belong to the realm of mythology and symbol rather than the realm of historical record. When explaining the potential Sumerian influences, such as the goddess Ninti, the Lady of Life, and the nuanced connections between rib and creation, it becomes clear that the story of Adam and Eve draws upon pre-existing mythological motifs. These intertextual connections further support the view that the biblical narrative is not meant to be read as a literal historical account. While some individuals may desperately cling to a literal interpretation of the Adam and Eve story, it is important to approach religious text with a nuanced understanding that incorporates cultural, historical, and literary contexts, recognizing the symbolic and mythological dimensions of the Adam and Eve narrative, allowing for a richer and more nuanced interpretation, highlighting its enduring relevance as a timeless exploration of human existence, morality, and our relationship with the natural world. I want to highlight, along with the mythological, this mischievous serpent in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. It's a character that has puzzled scholars and theologians for ages. While there may not be a direct one-to-one correspondence, the influence of the Mesopotamian figure Ningishzida on this cunning creature is worth exploring. Ningishzida, with this divine serpentine, attributes and association with knowledge and fertility, saunters into the spotlight as a potential muse for the biblical serpent. Just as Ningishzida guards the sacred tree of life, the serpent in Genesis becomes the sly custodian of the forbidden tree, tantalizing Adam and Eve with the allure of divine wisdom. Perhaps the biblical authors, with a touch of poetic license and a nod to Mesopotamian mythology, wove Ningish Zeta's symbolic role as a bringer of knowledge and temptation into their own story of human fallibility. So let us tip our hats to the influence of Ningish Zeta, the slithering inspiration behind the serpent's cunning charm in the Garden of Eden, reminding us that even in the realm of myth and theology, serpents hold a special place in the tapestry of human imagination. The Adam and Eve story in the Bible has intriguing connections to several mythological motifs and ancient Near Eastern narratives, suggesting that mythological origins and influences are there. While the precise origins and influences are subject to scholarly debate and interpretation, several mythological elements can be identified. Another potential mythological influence is the Mesopotamian creation myths, as we highlighted at the beginning. The Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis epic, for example. They share common themes with the Adam and Eve story, such as the creation of humanity, the forming of humans from clay or earth, and the existence of a sacred garden or paradise. These motifs suggest a shared cultural and mythological background in the ancient Near East. The Sumerian myth of Enki and Ninhursag, as well as the sacred marriage narrative, involves themes of divine creation, the birth of humanity, and the conferral of knowledge and wisdom. The parallels between these Sumerian myths and aspects of the Adam and Eve story, such as the creation of humans and the presence of forbidden knowledge, indicate a strong presence of mythological connection. We also have Canaanite and Phoenician mythologies, which may provide additional mythological context for understanding the Adam and Eve story. The relationship between the chief god El and his consort Asherah in the Canaanite mythology has been compared to the biblical portrayal of Adam and Eve as the first couple. The presence of divine beings, creation accounts, and moral lessons in these mythologies further highlight the mythological origins and influences that may have shaped the biblical narrative. It is important to approach these mythological connections with care, recognizing that the Adam and Eve story is a distinct narrative within the Hebrew Bible. The biblical authors likely drew upon and reinterpreted existing mythological motifs within their own religious and theological framework, adapting them to convey their unique message about the nature of humanity, morality, and our relationship with the divine. By exploring these mythological origins and influences, we gain insights into the broader cultural and religious context in which the Adam and Eve story emerge. It underscores the rich tapestry of ancient Near Eastern mythologies and the ways in which they shaped and influenced biblical narratives. Many online apologists spend a great deal of time trying to separate the books of Genesis and older myths from the ancient Near East. The suggestion that the stories of creation, Adam and Eve, flood, and the Tower of Babel are later than and dependent upon older mythologies from the surrounding cultures will often spark a fight. Why would they be so threatened by the idea that the Old Testament got many of its literary traditions from earlier ancient Near Eastern myths? I leave that for you to answer. In my experience, certain views of the inspiration of the Bible require that it be a type of standalone text handed down from God on high, taking nothing and relying in no way on the cultures and traditions surrounding the ancient authors. It is thought under this interpretive model that the biblical authors are being accused of stealing or plagiarizing these stories from the surrounding nations, thereby invalidating their divine source and authority. Whatever theological conclusion one may come to, however, there can be little doubt that many of the stories, traditions, themes, and motifs find their way into the origins and other earlier and ancient Near Eastern mythologies. But how do we know that the Old Testament writers used and depended on older myths from the surrounding regions? In this series, based on the work of Dr. Joshua Bowen, in the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, Volume 2, we will address several ways in which scholars have made this determination. The structure of this series will be formed in the following way. First, we will walk the reader through an example of literary borrowing that comes not from the Old Testament, but from the Akkadian literary text, from Mesopotamia in the 2nd and 1st millennia BCE. It is from this period, long before the time of the biblical writers, that we see an earlier story called the Anzu myth being used by a later myth known as the Enuma Elish. In the later composition, parts of the earlier myth are reused and reworked for the author's new purposes, all within the context of Akkadian literature. With this process clear in mind, in the second video, we will turn our attention to the Old Testament itself, beginning with Genesis 1 through 11. We will look at how the passages like Genesis 1 use and respond to Mesopotamian stories like Enuma Elish. More broadly, we will see how the whole narrative can be found in Genesis 1 through 11 was structured in such a way so as to respond and polemicize ideas held dear to ancient Mesopotamian civilization. In the final video of this series, we will examine the story of the Garden of Eden as well as the flood story of Genesis 6 through 9, and see how these stories borrowed from and engaged with earlier mythologies and mythological traditions. In doing so, we will see how the biblical authors utilized themes, motifs, and other literary features of the time to make their own theological messages clear to their audiences. In the end, we will review what we have learned in an attempt to rethink how we should approach these ancient texts. Should we view a biblical writer utilizing an earlier foreign story or myth, working it into their own textual production as a form of ancient plagiarism, or is there another way to interpret this practice? Let's find out. Intertextuality, an example from Akkadian mythology. I would like to take a few minutes to present a case of intertextuality that comes from outside of the Hebrew Bible, and that is agreed by the relevant specialist in the field to be an example of one text borrowing from another text. By establishing a firm example of this type of borrowing and reworking of an earlier text, particularly for the theological purposes, this will set up to understand more clearly how the biblical authors are constructing many of their stories. The Anzu myth. During the first half of the 2nd millennium BCE, there was a myth written in Akkadian language that we refer to as the Anzu myth. In the story, the god Enlil possesses a magical item known as the Tablet of Destinies, which is described by Benjamin Foster as an object that, quote, gave its possessor the power to give especially powerful commands. In the Anzu story, the tablet gave the power to control divine spheres of responsibility and thus universal authority, end quote. The Anzu bird, a powerful mythological creature, is selected by Enlil to guard his residence. However, as time passes, the Anzu bird begins to desire the power given by the Tablet of Destinies for himself. One day, while Enlil is bathing, Anzu decides to make his move. I myself will take the god's Tablet of Destinies. Then I will gather to myself the responsibility of all the gods. I will have the throne for myself. I will take power over authority. I will be the commander of each and every god. After stealing the tablet, the Anzu bird flies off into the mountains, which results in general chaos falling over the divine world. At this point, something must be done to get the Tablet of Destinies back from Anzu. The god Anu appeals to the god Adad to kill Anzu and retrieve the tablet, promising him that he will be made greatest among the gods. However, Adad replies, "Woe! Who of your children can defeat Anzu? He has taken control of the Tablet of Destinies. He has snatched supremacy from God. He has soared off to his mountain. He has lifted high his head. His command has become like that of divine Duranki Enlil. If he commands, the one who he curses will turn into clay." Adad thus refuses to go fight Anzu, given his control of the Tablet of Destinies and the impossibility, in his view, of defeating someone with such power. Anu then approaches the gods Giru and Shara, who respond in exactly the same way. No one is willing to fight Anzu while he is in control of the Tablet of Destinies. Thus enters our hero on the scene. Ea tells Anu that he will appoint someone and sends Belet to appoint her son, Ninurta, to fight Anzu. Give us the mighty one, your superb beloved, broad of chest, who leads the 7 combats. Ningirsu, the mighty one, your superb beloved, broad chest, who leads the 7 combats. In her speech to Ninurta, she charges him, cut short his life, conquer Anzu. Let the winds bear off his wing feathers as glad tidings to Inker. To your father, let the winds bear off his wing feathers as glad tidings. We will return to these lines later in this section as they appear in the other story in a slightly different form. Ninurta indeed goes out to fight Anzu, but the bird proves to be a formidable foe. Just as everyone expects, with Anzu firmly in control of the Tablet of Destinies, there is little that Ninurta can do. In the midst of the melee, the conflict battle was joined, the deluge onset. Battle array was on the move, bathed in blood. Clouds of death rained down. Arrows flashed as lightning. Battle ran on, thundering between them. From the handhold of the bow, he sent against him an arrow. The shaft did not approach Anzu, but returned. Anzu cried out against it, "Shaft that has come, go back to your thicket, frame of the bow to your forests. Bowstring to the sheep's sinews, feather to the birds go back." Because he held the Tablet of Destinies of the gods in his hand. The bowstring brought forth arrows, but they did not approach his body. We learn several things from this passage. First, Anzu is a serious opponent. He's described in terms that indicate he is ferocious as a warrior, clearly on par with Ninurta. Second, because he controls the Tablet of Destinies. He controls aspects of reality itself. As Ninurta shoots arrows at him, Anzu commands the arrows and the bow to go back away from him. His word brings this to pass, and the arrows cannot reach him. Ninurta, with all his power, cannot defeat Anzu. Realizing that he is outmatched, Ninurta sends word to Ea, known for wisdom and cunning, asking for advice on how to defeat Anzu. Although Ea's response might seem odd to us, it was quite fitting in the story's context. Do not retire in battle, Ea says. Strive for victory. Tire him. Tire Anzu out, that he let his wings fall to the brunt of the storm. Take, O Lord, your darts toward the bottom. Cut off his pinions and hurl them right and left. Once he sees his feathers, they will take away his magic words. My wings. To the wings he will cry. Fear him not. Ready your bow. Let the lightning shafts fly from it, and let pinions and winged feathers dance like butterflies. What are we to make of these odd-sounding instructions? Most interpreters understand Ea's advice as a trick on the Anzu bird. Ninurta is to fight with Anzu again, and when the battle is at its height, the Anzu lowers his wings in exhaustion. Ninurta is to cut off the bird's pinions. When Anzu, ostensibly using the Tablet of Destinies, calls for his pinions to return to him, Ninurta is to shoot an arrow because arrows have feathers on them. The magical words of Anzu will not only bring his pinions back to him, but also the feathers of the arrow and the arrow itself. As you might expect, the ruse succeeds, and Ninurta kills Anzu. While there is obviously much more to this story, these are the salient details for our purposes. However, we should consider again the lines that follow Ninurta's defeat of the Anzu bird. The text reads, quote, "He killed wicked Anzu. The warrior Ninurta took control of the Tablet of the gods' destinies. The wind bore Anzu's wing feathers as a sign of his glad tidings." End quote. This set of repeated lines appear throughout this story and form an important structural component to the overall composition. This leads us to the well-known Akkadian myth, the Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish, one of the most famous stories in all Akkadian literature, perhaps ranking second only to the Epic of Gilgamesh, is a 7-tablet composition known by its first 2 words of the first line, Enuma Elish, when above the heavens did not exist. This masterpiece of ancient literature most likely dates to the middle or second half of the second millennium BCE. Lambert writes, the present writer knows of no evidence contradicting a Middle Babylonian, circa 1600 to 1150 BCE, date, and this for the present is the most likely time of the epic's composition. Without going into all the details of the story, I would like to provide the reader with the most important details pertaining to its relationship with the other mythological text under discussion, as we did for the Anzu myth. The Enuma Elish has been called the Babylonian creation myth, and not without reason. The main focus of the story is the rise of the Babylonian god Marduk to supremacy over the divine pantheon, and tells of his creation of the world, at least in part of the text. After the initial creation of the gods and some internal turmoil that results from the gods making too much noise, the god Apsu plans to destroy the gods. Ea, however, learns of Apsu's plan and kills him, taking over his residence. There, Ea and his wife Damkina give birth to Marduk, who is large and powerful. Anu gives Marduk the four winds, and as Marduk disruptively plays with them, the sea goddess Tiamat, along with several gods, plan to kill Marduk and the other gods. She creates monsters to her aid, along with her spouse, Kingu. The text then reads, she gave him that tablet of destinies and fastened it to his breast, saying, your order may not be changed. Let the utterance of your mouth be firm. Ea learns of Tiamat's plan and tells it to one of the more senior deities, Anshar, who commands Ea to go and appease her. However, on his way, he realizes that the mission is futile. He tells Anshar, my father Tiamat's deeds are too much for me. I perceived her planning, but my incantation was not equal to it. Her strength is mighty. She is full of dread. She is altogether very strong. None can go against her. Anshar then approaches Anu, who responds in exactly the same way. Tiamat is too mighty, and no one can stand against her. Anshar then becomes angry and abandons his efforts to find someone to go and confront Tiamat. At this point, you might be saying to yourself, hey, this sounds an awful like the plot from the Anzu myth. Not only is there an imminent threat to the gods from a divine being on whose side is the tablet of destinies, but there is also the motif of a god sending out other deities to confront the threatening divine figure. We will not delve deeply into this particular comparison, but notice that in the Anzu myth, the deities that are sent out are Adad, Giru, and Shera, more minor deities, while in Enuma Elish, the gods Ea, Anu are sent. They're major deities. In other words, two of the most senior deities in the pantheon are sent out against Tiamat, but neither are a match for her. This difference is employed to emphasize the great power of the god that would eventually go against Tiamat, Marduk. As in the Anzu myth, the hero of the story is approached. However, in this case, Marduk is asked by Ea to go and calm Anshar. Entering in before Anshar, Marduk states, my father, do not hold your peace, but speak forth. I will go and fulfill your desires. My father, begetter, rejoice and be glad. Soon you will tread on the neck of Tiamat. Although this may be a slight difference, it is worth noting, while Ninurta was asked to go and fight Anzu, Marduk appears essentially to volunteer. Marduk is so fierce and mighty that he seeks out the battle where the other major deities have turned back in fear. The gods decree that Marduk will be the most honored among all the gods, and whatever he commands will be carried out. After performing deeds to show his power and authority, they gave him an irresistible weapon that overwhelms the foe, they said. Go cut Tiamat's throat, and let the winds bear up her blood to give the news. Sound familiar? We will come back to it shortly. As Marduk approaches, we see the following. He, Marduk, observed the tricks of Kingu, her spouse. As he looked, he, Kingu, lost his nerve. His determination went and he faltered. His divine aides, who were marching at his side, saw the warrior, the foremost, and their vision became dim. Much to everyone's surprise, the one who held the famous Tablet of Destinies was not only unable to defend himself from Marduk, but both he and his forces were defeated simply at Marduk's approach. Comparing this to the long, hard-fought battles that Ninurta had with Anzu, in which he was not able to defeat Anzu by strength, Marduk is able to topple the one who wields the Tablet of Destinies without even having to raise a finger against him. Marduk then presses forward to fight against Tiamat. Tiamat and Marduk, the sage of the gods, came together, joining in strife, drawing near to the battle. Bel Marduk spread out his net and enmeshed her. He let loose the evil wind, the rear guard in her face. Tiamat opened her mouth to swallow it. He let fly an arrow and pierced her belly. He tore open her entrails and split her inwards. He bound her and extinguished her life. He threw down her corpse and stood on it. As the gods had commissioned him to do, he severed her arteries and let the north wind bear up her blood to give the news. What can we say about these two stories and how they relate to one another? In 1986, Wolford Lambert published an article drawing literary connections between the Anzu myth and Enuma Elish. Other articles followed in a similar vein, including those by Peter Manchinist, Andrea Siri, and more recently Selena Wisnam. The conclusions drawn by these and other scholars agree that the Enuma Elish is borrowing heavily on the earlier Anzu myth, developing the story in such a way that Marduk is shown to be the new and improved Ninurta. Two significant points of comparison are the shared language that appears in both mythological texts, along with the presence and manipulation of the Tablet of Destinies motif. Earlier, we noted the call by the gods in the Anzu myth for Ninurta to have the wind carry the feathers of Anzu back to them to declare his victory over the mythological creature. As we have seen, similar but not identical verbiage is used. In Enuma Elish, with feathers being replaced instead, blood. Lambert pointed out that the language of wind carrying feathers makes sense, while wind carrying away blood is less coherent. He writes, "Wind easily picks up feathers, less easily blood." This is likely an example of a blind motif that we discussed above, which would provide specific evidence for intertextuality between these two compositions. Another point of contact and reworking is the Tablet of Destinies. In the Anzu myth, the Tablet of Destinies is a powerful magical weapon that enables the holder to control nature. Ninurta, the hero of the story, with all his power, is still unable to defeat the one wielding such a weapon. However, in the Enuma Elish, the one who holds the Tablet of Destinies is absolutely no match for the supreme power of Marduk. Not only does it fail to give Kingu the necessary strength to defend himself against Marduk, but it is also completely ineffective as Marduk's power is overwhelming even before any battle has even taken place. These points of contact are clear between the two texts, but the author of the Enuma Elish uses these allusions to make a different theological point. Marduk is even greater than the incredibly powerful warrior god, Ninurta. As you can see, these two Mesopotamian stories were quite closely connected, with the latter story borrowing from the reworking the earlier myth in order to make a clear set of theological points. As you can see, these two Mesopotamian stories were closely connected, with the later story borrowing from and reworking the earlier myth in order to make a clear set of theological points. Now that we have seen how this is done in another part of the ancient world, we can turn our attention to the Old Testament. Did the writers of the Bible do something similar to their Mesopotamian scribal predecessors? Did they borrow from earlier myths to tell stories all their own? Please get you a copy of the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. Volume 1 and Volume 2 are out right now, but thanks to Dr. Joshua Bowen for helping me in learning about these ancient myths and how they may have impacted the Bible. You may want to see the coming series as we unravel the evidence showing that the Bible is borrowing from older mythologies. In a family reunion like no other, the biblical tale of Cain and Abel unfolds with the sibling rivalry that would make even the Kardashians raise an eyebrow. Meet Cain, the eldest son of Adam and Eve, who harbors an inviolable green monster within. And then there's Abel, the charming younger brother, with an impressive knack for offering sacrifices that please the divine bigwig upstairs. Things start innocently enough, with Cain tending to the fields like a diligent farmer, while Abel prefers the company of fluffy sheep. As tradition dictates, they both offer sacrifices to the big man upstairs. But here's where the drama kicks in. Abel, the brown-noser extraordinaire, offers up his finest lambs, hand-picked and primed for divine satisfaction. God, always a sucker for a juicy lamb chop, accepts Abel's offering with enthusiasm and a heavenly thumbs up. Now enter Cain, who's been sweating it out in the fields, probably sporting some serious farmer's tan. He decides to put his best foot forward and offers up some humble fruits and veggies from his harvest. But alas, God takes a pass on this veggie platter, and Cain's ego takes a serious blow. No divine fireworks for him. As resentment festers within Cain's soul, he invites his brother for a friendly stroll in the fields. But friendly turns out to be the last word anyone would use to describe this outing. Seething with jealousy and anger, Cain unleashes his inner Hulk and clubs Abel to death, much to everyone's dismay. Divine justice swoops in, and God confronts Cain with a question that's all too familiar to siblings caught red-handed. Where is your brother? Feeling cornered, Cain unleashes the world's very first epic dodge, replying with the infamous phrase, "Am I my brother's keeper?" Smooth move, Cain, smooth move. God, in no mood for this tomfoolery, curses Cain to be a wanderer, forever bearing the mark of his murderous deed. The guilt-ridden wanderer sets out on a solitary journey, with only his own thoughts and a lifetime of regret for company. In the shadows of ancient manuscripts and the whispers of time, there lies a tale that delves into the depths of human nature. Sibling rivalry and the haunting specter of fratricide. Welcome, dear seekers of knowledge, to the enigmatic realm of the Cain and Abel myth. A story woven into the tapestry of the Bible, shrouded in mystery and bearing the marks of its intricate cultural tapestry. Dating the origins of the Cain and Abel story is an intricate dance, as scholars navigate the labyrinthine corridors of textual analysis and historical context. While the exact date of its composition remains elusive, it is believed to be a relatively late addition to the biblical narrative, emerging amidst the swirling sands of ancient Near Eastern civilizations. The dating game of ancient myths, where scholars don their detective hats and embark on a quest for the elusive truth. In the case of Cain and Abel, our scholarly companions have traced its origins to a rather intriguing period, the Babylonian exile, approximately 600 BCE, a time when the Israelites found themselves in the land of hanging gardens and mythical wonders. Picture this. It's the 6th century BCE, and the Israelites, like involuntary tourists, have been whisked away to the captivating realm of Babylon. surrounded by the exotic allure of foreign gods and cultural exchanges. They found themselves crafting narratives that reflected their collective experiences. But dear wanderers, the story of Cain and Abel was no overnight creation. Scholars propose that it underwent a gradual process of development and refinement, with various sources and traditions weaving together like a patchwork quilt. As the sands of time continued to shift, the final redactions of the Cain and Abel story took place during the Persian or Hellenistic period. Yes, my witty friends, the Hellenistic period is the era when the Greek influence permeated the eastern lands, infusing them with a dash of intellectual intrigue. So imagine scribes perched in their dusty chambers, adding those finishing touches to the biblical narrative. Perhaps they scribbled with quills while pondering the fascinating philosophical ideas of their Hellenistic neighbors, striving to find a delicate balance between ancient traditions and the influences of the wider world. This mingling of Babylonian exile and Hellenistic musings gave birth to the layered tale we now know as the Cain and Abel myth. It became a reflection of the Israelites' complex journey, a concoction of cultural borrowings, and a narrative that resonated with timeless themes of sibling rivalry, divine favorism, and the consequence of unchecked emotions. So as we delve into the enigmatic depths of the Cain and Abel myth, let us raise our scholarly glasses to the Babylonian exile and the Hellenistic period. Those transformative chapters that shaped the final composition of this ancient tale. With wit and intellect, let us navigate the labyrinthine corridors of history, unraveling the layers of its creation and savoring the intellectual delights it offers. Drawing inspiration from a long lineage of fratricide myths that echo through the corridors of time, the story of Cain and Abel stands as a testament to the enduring fascination with the complex dynamics between brothers. As if peering through a distorted mirror, one can glimpse the influences of surrounding ancient Near Eastern myths, where tales of sibling strife and violence existed long before the ink of Genesis dried. The narrative unfolds with Cain and Abel, two sons of Adam and Eve, offering their sacrifices to the divine. However, like the bitter venom of a serpent's bite, jealousy courses through Cain's veins as his own offering is spurned. Fueled by envy, a chilling act transpires, an act that would forever etch Cain's name into the annals of infamy. This haunting tale explores themes of divine favoritism, the consequences of unchecked emotions, and the depths to which human jealousy can descend. Its placement within the biblical narrative serves as a mirror reflecting the complexities of family bonds, highlighting the frailty of human nature and the everlasting shadows cast by fratricidal strife. The origin myths which influence the Cain and Abel story have the deepest roots to human storytelling, which surely cross into the prehistory period before ancient Sumer and Egypt, 6000 BCE, due to sibling rivalry being something all humans have commonly experienced. You can say Cain and Abel represent the first humans' downward spiral after the epic fall of their parents Adam and Eve. In a sense, they represent all humans who hold hate towards their siblings. Many of the ancient mythic antecedents which later influenced the tale of Adam and Eve represent gods and not mere mortals, but in the storytelling of their time, even the gods could die as men. So much of our focus will show the oldest myths in the world which influenced the Cain and Abel story directly or indirectly. These Israelites, under Babylon's captivity in the 6th century BCE, would have heard of the most ancient of myths found in ancient Sumer, retold in the later Atrahasis epic and Epic of Gilgamesh, which rework the oldest gods of their ancestors from 6000 BCE. They would have been aware of the Egyptian tales of old, which place Osiris and Seth as the original brotherly betrayal story around 4300 BCE. One of the oldest Greek myths of Perseus and Acrisius would have spread like wildfire during Alexander the Great's conquest of Hellenism. Around the 4th century BCE, the Romans' tale of Romulus and Remus was probably written. You will find common thematic connections to the Cain and Abel story, and whether these connections are genealogical or culturally impactful, it changes nothing pertaining to the Cain and Abel story being myth. Even in some Canaanite texts and inscriptions, Baal and Yahweh are mentioned together around 1000 BCE. Possibly as brothers or divine allies. These references indicate a complex interplay between different religious systems and the assimilation of deities into the evolving Israelite religious framework. Though the debate is up in the air of exact details, it wouldn't be a shock to me if Baal and Yahweh were brothers in the Canaanite mythology, and one brother killed the other out of anger in a version of their myth similar to the myth of Seth killing Osiris. So let us begin with the mythic antecedents that most scholars think directly influenced the Adam and Eve myth from Mesopotamia. Remember, the Israelites most likely wrote these myths originally during their exile in Babylon, where scholars see a reversal of the rise of civilization in Genesis, while the Mesopotamian myths praise the ziggurat as the highest status of humanity. This was humanity being at the height with the gods. In the epic playground of Mesopotamian mythology, let me regale you with the curious tale of Enki and Ninhursag. Picture it: a divine sibling squabble of cosmic proportions, complete with killer plants and a connection to the biblical Cain and Abel story. It's a mythological soap opera you won't want to miss. First, meet Enki, the mischievous trickster god, like Loki from Norse mythology, who enjoys stirring up trouble with a twinkle in his eye. Then there's Ninhursag, his sister and goddess of fertility, with a penchant for creating life and overseeing all things green and leafy. In a moment of sibling rivalry, Ninhursag plants 8 remarkable seeds, each sprouting into unique and marvelous vegetation. With pride radiating from her leafy creations, she presents them to Enki, expecting a pat on the back and a round of applause. But alas, Enki, the eternal prankster, decides to take sibling rivalry to a whole new level. he cunningly plots against Ninhursag's precious plants and one by one snuffs out their existence. 8 innocent plants mowed down by the hand of a playful deity. The divine version of planticide, if you will. Now, let's make the connection to the biblical Cain and Abel story. In the tale of Cain and Abel, Cain offers a humble harvest of fruits and vegetables to the big guy upstairs, while Abel's sacrificial lambs are showered with divine approval. Just like Enki's nefarious act, God rejects Cain's offering and accepts Abel's, leaving Cain feeling like his organic efforts were simply veggie fodder. The parallel lies in the rejection of the plant-based offerings in both stories, whether it's 8 marvelous plants or a humble basket of fruits. The divine preference seems to lean towards animal sacrifices. In both cases, the protagonists experience a mixture of rejection, jealousy, and simmering resentment. So there you have it, a witty connection between the Enki and Ninhursag myth and the Cain and Abel story. Sibling rivalries, divine favoritism, and rejected plant offerings. These myths serve as reminders that even in the realm of gods, family drama and vegetable vendettas can leave their mark through ancient narratives. Another notable parallel that has been examined is the curse of the earth in the Sumerian myth of Enlil and Ninlil. In this myth, Enlil, the Sumerian god of wind and storms, impregnates Ninlil, a goddess associated with grain and fertility. However, Enlil is subsequently cursed by the other gods and banished to the underworld for his actions. The curse extends to the earth, rendering it barren and infertile. While the parallel may not be exact, as it involves a divine curse rather than a personal one, the theme of the earth being cursed as a consequence of wrongdoing resonates with the biblical account of Cain. In the biblical narrative, Cain commits the grievous act of fratricide, killing his brother Abel out of jealousy. As a consequence, God curses the ground, making it unproductive and causing Cain to become a wanderer. But that's not the only potential influence on the Cain and Abel story. Let us delve into the Adapa myth. In this Mesopotamian tale, Adapa, a mortal endowed with great wisdom and knowledge, finds himself embroiled in a fateful encounter with divine beings. Through a series of trials and encounters, Adapa grapples with the dichotomy of mortal limitations and divine aspirations, ultimately making a choice that seals his destiny. Here we witness themes of human ambition, the yearning for immortality, and the delicate balance between mortals and the divine. Now let's shift your gaze to the biblical account of Cain and Abel, a tale etched into the sacred text of ancient Israel. This narrative explores the tumultuous relationship between two brothers, culminating in a tragic act of fratricide. Jealousy, divine favoritism, and the consequences of unchecked emotions form the core of this story, painting a vivid portrait of the complexities inherent in human interactions. Drawing these threads together, we discern intriguing parallels between the Adapa myth and the Cain and Abel narrative. Both tales delve into the fundamental human experience of grappling with existential dilemmas, the longing for divine recognition, and the disruptive forces of jealousy and rivalry within familial relationships. Moreover, they highlight the eternal quest for understanding the intricate dynamics between mortals and the divine realm. Another ancient 5,000 to 6,000 year old myth that bears similarities to the story of Cain and Abel. One such myth comes from ancient Sumer, predating the biblical account. It involves the story of Damuzid and his sister Geshtinana. In Sumerian mythology, Damuzid was a shepherd, while Geshtinana was associated with vegetation and fertility. The story goes that Damuzid was favored by the gods for his offerings and success as a shepherd, which led to his sister's jealousy. In a tragic turn of events, Geshtinana's envy got the better of her, and she orchestrated her brother's death. In some versions, she conspired with demons or deceived Damuzid into a situation where he was captured and killed. The myth of Damuzid and Geshtinana shares similarities with the story of Cain and Abel, particularly in the terms of sibling rivalry, jealousy, and the act of one sibling causing the death of the other. It explores themes of divine favoritism, the consequences of envy, and the intricate dynamics of familial relationships. It's fascinating to see how these myths, spanning various cultures and time periods, reflect similar motifs and narratives. They highlight the timeless themes of human nature, the complexities of sibling dynamics, and the consequences of destructive emotions resonating across generations and cultures. Gather around, mortals, for a tale straight out of Pharaoh's playbook, where sibling rivalry reaches godly proportions and divine drama reigns supreme. Prepare yourselves for the mythic showdown of Osiris and Seth, a tale that dances in the sands of Egypt and shares uncanny connections with the biblical saga of Cain and Abel. Picture Osiris, the majestic ruler of the Nile, beloved by his subjects and oozing charisma like a fashionable pharaoh. Alongside him is Seth, the wild and unpredictable brother, with a penchant for chaos and a dash of jealousy. In the annals of sibling dynamics, this duo takes the cake. One fateful day, Seth's green-eyed monster gets the better of him, and he cunningly hatches a plot against his illustrious brother. With a mixture of deceit and brute force, Seth slays Osiris, sending shockwaves through the divine realm. It's a divine murder mystery with a twist, where brotherly love gives way to a turbulent tale of power and revenge. Now let's draw the parallels to the biblical story of Cain and Abel. In both narratives, we witness a brotherly clash that leads to the untimely demise of one sibling. Cain, driven by envy, takes Abel's life in a fit of rage, forever branding the tale as a cautionary tale of fratricidal fury. The connection lies not only in the fratricide, but also in the themes of jealousy and divine judgment. In both stories, the perpetrators face consequences for their deeds, be it the divine curse placed upon Cain, or the subsequent divine retribution Seth endures for his heinous act. It's a cosmic game of cause and effect, where divine justice intervenes in the face of family betrayal. So as we venture through the mythical tapestry of Osiris and Seth, we find a profound connection to the Cain and Abel narrative. Sibling rivalries, acts of violence, and divine repercussions serve as universal reminders that the complexities of family dynamics transcend time and culture. Remember, dear mortals, whether in the arid sands of Egypt or the fertile lands of biblical tales, the human condition and its complexities remain a timeless source of intrigue, lessons, and the occasional witty mythological parallel. Okay now, history buffs and myth enthusiasts, for a legendary tale that takes us to the mighty city of Rome and back to the biblical saga of Cain and Abel. Let me regale you with the story of Romulus and Remus, the feisty twins who sprang from divine lineage, fought like gladiators, and left a mark on both Roman and biblical lore. Imagine the ancient landscape of Italy, where the river Tiber whispered secrets to the gods and destiny was written into the stars. Enter Romulus and Remus, born to Rhea Silvia and the mischievous deity Mars. These brothers were as different as gladiatorial combat and a Roman chariot race, and their destinies clashed like swords on the battlefield. In a cruel twist of fate, Romulus and Remus were abandoned as infants, left to the mercy of the wild and ferocious nature surrounding them. Miraculously, they were saved by the nurturing paws of a she-wolf, who became their foster mother. Talk about an unconventional family dynamic. As the brothers matured, the gods whispered in their ears, filling their minds with dreams of grandeur and a yearning for dominion. They set out to establish a city and became co-founders of Rome. But alas, power struggles ensued, and sibling rivalry ignited like a Roman candle. In an explosive moment of heated disagreement, Romulus, ever the alpha twin, dealt the fatal blow to Remus, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a fallen gladiator. It was a fratricidal act that echoed the biblical tale of Cain and Abel, where sibling envy led to bloodshed and forever imprinted upon our collective consciousness. Now let's connect the threads to the Cain and Abel narrative. In both stories, we witness the destructive force of jealousy and the tragic consequences that arise from sibling strife. Whether it's Cain's jealous wrath or Romulus's fatal blow, the blood of brothers strains the pages of ancient myth and biblical legend. But the connection doesn't end there. The themes of founding cities and establishing civilizations also intertwine. Both Cain and Romulus take the reins of destiny, founding cities that bear their names. Cain with the city of Enoch, and Romulus with the eternal city of Rome. The tales carry echoes of ambition that can lead to the glory or the tarnishings of souls. So dear friends, as we tread the ancient roads of Rome and delve into the depths of myth, we discover the intertwined threads of Cain and Abel and Romulus and Remus, sibling rivalries, fatal blows, and the consequences of unchecked emotions transcend time and culture, reminding us of the complexities of human nature again. Remember, whether in the halls of Rome or the pages of sacred texts, these ancient stories continue to captivate and intrigue, offering lessons, laughter, and a touch of mythological wit. Ladies and gentlemen, myth enthusiasts and seekers of ancient wisdom, prepare yourselves for an enthralling journey into the mysterious origins of Enoch, the next captivating chapter in our series unraveling the mythological antecedents of biblical characters. But before we embark on this thrilling quest, let us pause and reflect on the intriguing web of connections we have uncovered thus far. Indeed, the biblical authors, in their quest to convey profound truths through storytelling, wove together threads of ancient mythologies, creating a tapestry of captivating narratives. As we have seen, the story of Cain and Abel, with its echoes of sibling betrayal and divine favoritism, finds intriguing parallels in myths that predate it by centuries. The ancient world abounds with tales of mythical brothers, their destinies entwined with betrayal and tragedy. But hold on to your intellectual hats, dear viewers, for our journey does not end with Cain and Abel. No. We venture further into the enigmatic depths of the biblical narrative, where we encounter the enigmatic figure of Enoch, a mysterious character in the genealogical lineage from Adam and Eve to the heroic Abraham. Here, we tread upon uncertain ground, where dates and timelines defy conventional understanding. What are the origins of this bewildering genealogy? What myths and influence shaped the biblical author's portrayal of Enoch and the extraordinary lifespan attributed to these ancient figures? These questions beckon us to unravel the layers of myth and historical context surrounding Enoch's enigmatic tale. In our upcoming video, we shall embark on an expedition traversing the annals of ancient mythology, venturing through Mesopotamian legends, Egyptian cosmologies, and other tantalizing sources that may hold the keys to unlocking the mysteries of Enoch's origins. We shall navigate the murky waters of symbolism, explore the realm of divine encounters, and seek the hidden connections that bridge myth and scripture. But dear viewers, we cannot undertake this quest without your participation. We implore you to subscribe to our channel, ensuring you do not miss a single episode of this riveting series. Hit that like button to show your enthusiasm for unraveling the ancient tapestry of myths and legends. And above all, we beseech you to leave a comment, sharing your favorite moments from this video and your burning questions as we delve into the cryptic origins of Enoch. So buckle up, myth seekers, and join us on this enthralling expedition as we journey through the ancient world, unearthing the influences, connections, and enigmatic origins that shape the captivating characters of biblical lore. Together we shall unravel the mysteries that lie beneath the surface, illuminating the profound truths and timeless wisdom hidden within these ancient tales. Subscribe now, like this video, and share your thoughts in the comments section, for this is just the beginning of our voyage into the realms of myth and biblical mysteries. Get ready for a mind-bending journey, because this video is about to challenge even the most serious seekers of knowledge who yearn to unravel the creation accounts in Genesis. We are diving deep into Genesis 1 through 3, where you will find the captivating twin creation narratives of the Bible. My last video on Genesis 1 through 3, we showed potential mythical antecedents to the Enuma Elish, Epic of Gilgamesh, Atrahasis epic, Song of the Hoe, and I'm talking about an instrument that is used in agricultural farming, and several other Mesopotamian connections, but there may be better parallels to the Greek world. Now hold on tight, because biblical scholars have long attributed these accounts to two different authors, drawing from the well-known documentary hypothesis. In the first account, Genesis 1, we witness the awe-inspiring creation of the heavens and the earth emerging from a primordial chaos, all meticulously laid out within the span of 7 days. This narrative prominently features the name Elohim, representing God in the P or priestly source. But then the plot thickens as we shift gears to Genesis 2 through 3, transporting us to the enchanting Garden of Eden. Here, we encounter tales of animal and human creation, the fabled tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the origin of sin and death. Notice how everything is initially crafted as very good in Genesis 1, only to watch and witness the entry of sin and death into the world in Genesis 2 through 3, all attributed to a deity with a different name. Isn't that intriguing? It bears a striking resemblance to Plato's creation accounts, and we'll delve into that connection together, so brace yourself. For centuries, these twin creation stories with their distinct divine names, Yahweh Elohim in Genesis 2 through 3, have been regarded as separate accounts written by different authors, possibly centuries apart, eventually intertwined by a clumsy scribe endeavoring to preserve diverse traditions in the opening chapters of our Bibles. These stories, rooted in ancient Mesopotamian myths, form a picture of twin creation narratives combined by the biblical editors of Genesis. But wait, are things really as they seem? In the most recent book by Russell Gamirkan, a fascinating perspective emerges. Gamirkan proposes that Genesis 1 through 3 constitutes a singular, unified creation story divided into two parts, featuring not just one, but two distinct gods. The first is the supreme cosmic creator portrayed in Genesis 1, while the second is Yahweh, a lowly descendant and one of the biblical sons of God who ruled over the land of Eden. Intriguing, isn't it? This two-part creation story astonishingly finds its origins in a single Greek source, the renowned work of Plato called Timaeus, exploring the origins of the cosmos. So in this video, we will embark on a riveting exploration of Genesis 1 through 3, peeling back the layers of these ancient texts and uncovering the astonishing connections to Plato's ideas. Get ready to have your mind expanded as we challenge long-held assumptions and embark on a scholarly and intellectually stimulating journey through the Genesis creation accounts. Russell Gamirkan's revolutionary approach to the origins of the biblical text is anything but conventional. While most biblical scholars focus solely on ancient Mesopotamian sources, Gamirkan takes a bold leap and looks at the Greek sources as well. Yes, you heard that right. Greek sources. Why limit ourselves, right? Here's the thing. The earliest textual evidence for the Old Testament, or Hebrew Bible, emerges quite late, in the 3rd century BC, after Alexander the Great's conquest during the Hellenistic era. And during this time, the Jews had access to a treasure trove of Greek literature in the illustrious library of Alexandria. So why not entertain the notion that the Bible might have been written as late as the Hellenistic era, drawing from Greek sources? Why should we turn a blind eye to the vast realm of Greek literature? It's time to expand our horizons. Over the years, I've had the privilege of interviewing some of the world's foremost experts in biblical studies, and an intriguing trend has emerged on the horizon. Archaeologist Jonathan Adler, renowned for his work on the origins of Judaism, has unearthed concrete physical evidence suggesting that this religion didn't truly flourish until well after the Hellenistic period, specifically during the Hasmonean dynasty and beyond. Adler makes a compelling point. There is a lack of archaeological evidence supporting the practice of the religion described in the biblical corpus by Jews or Israelites during the periods written about in this literature. In fact, he has said something like, there is zero evidence to suggest Jews were practicing this religion before the 2nd century BCE. He's open to being challenged, but the strong evidence points in his favor, as we do find ample evidence emerging during the 2nd century BCE, after the Hasmonean dynasty. Mark my words, more scholars will increasingly embrace the idea of Hellenistic composition for the Bible in the coming years. This is my prediction. I can see the writing on the wall. So while Gamirkan examines both ancient Mesopotamian sources and relatively recent Greek sources, it's the Greek parallels that often prove to be more captivating and persuasive. And what better example to illustrate this than the biblical creation stories themselves? Consider the creation account of Genesis 1. Gamirkan notes that creation myths from ancient Mesopotamia, and even many from the Greeks, are of 3 major types. So let's go over them. One of those types are theogonies. In the world of theogonies, we encounter texts that explore the origin of gods, depicting their genealogy, birth, and divine lineage. These mythic accounts portray a multitude of divine beings interlinked by family ties, with younger gods emerging as offspring of their elder counterparts. The primary aim of a theogony is to organize and trace the intricate family relations among these gods, revealing the mosaic of divine generations. One of the earliest, most renowned and authoritative theogonies preserved in written form is Hesiod's Theogony, which dates back to around 700 BCE in ancient Greece. However, the concept of anthropomorphic family groups of gods extends far beyond Greece, spanning across various civilizations in the ancient Near East. In Egypt, we witness the portrayal of gods in anthropomorphic family structures, as exemplified in Plutarch's work on Isis and Osiris. Babylonia represents its own version of divine lineage in the Enuma Elish, while Assyria depicts these dynamics through the Assyrian redaction of the Enuma Elish, featuring Ashur as the replacement for Marduk. The Hurrians and Hittites contribute to this rich tradition with their epic of Kumarbi, and the Phoenicians, as evidenced by Philo of Byblos, add their unique perspective. The Canaanite Ugaritic texts of Ras Shamra, particularly in the Baal cycle, explicitly reveal similar themes of divine family connections. Notably, the Canaanite tradition of El and his 70 sons directly influences the biblical text. Here, the God of the children of Israel is often associated with either El, the ruler of the divine council, or one of El's sons. These echoes of divine familial relationships resonate throughout biblical narratives. For further exploration and detailed sources on the topics discussed in this video, I recommend referring to Gomirkin's book. It serves as a valuable resource shedding light on the origins and interconnectedness of these ancient texts. Now let us journey into Hesiod's theogony itself. Within its pages, we encounter gods that are not mere rulers of the heavens and the earth, but rather embody the very essence of nature. Chaos, the first god, is followed by Gaia, the earth, and Uranos, the sky. These gods are not just associated with their domains, they are believed to be inseparable from the divine manifestations of sky and earth themselves. As Hesiod's theogony unfolds, we discover a pantheon of gods descending from chaos and Gaia, including deities such as Hemera, day, Erebos, darkness or night, Helios, the sun, Selene, the moon, Oceanos, the world stream or ocean, Pontus, the sea, and many others. In this mythical account, theogony and cosmogony intertwine, as the generation of the world becomes intertwined with the activities of the gods, their companionship, and their role as parents. Natural phenomena, including the very essence of life, find explanations through the actions of these gods. While not explicitly detailed in the theogony, the life-giving rain is understood as the heavenly spermata that impregnates Gaia, the earth, bringing forth plant life after showers. Yes, you read that right. The imagery evokes the notion of the heavens and the earth engaging in a metaphorical union to bring forth life. Now you know a little bit about the enchanting world of ancient myths and theogonies, where divine generations and cosmic activities intertwine. From the genealogy of gods to the birth of the world itself, these narratives offer profound insights into the origins of existence, intertwining natural phenomena with the divine realms. Category number 2 are theomachies. Imagine a colossal celestial showdown where the gods themselves engage in an epic battle, a theomachy, if you will. These divine clashes often had cataclysmic consequences here on Earth. But here's the twist. When one supreme god is defeated, paving the way for another to take the throne, we enter the realm of succession myths. These are stories about gods that likely sprouted from the historical replacement of one ruling cult by another, much like what happens when conquest or migration reshapes the power dynamics. And let me tell you, succession myths, sometimes manifested as a series of ages, each marked by its own cosmic catastrophe. Take the Greeks, for example. They had the age of Ouranos, where the cosmos itself burst into existence, followed by the age of Kronos, a golden era that birthed the race of humanity, the magnificent golden race. And then, brace yourselves, we have the age of Zeus, which witnessed the rise and fall of not just one, but 4 successive human races. We're talking about the Silver Race, the Bronze Race, the Race of Heroes, whose swan song coincided with the infamous Trojan War, and finally our current Iron Race. Talk about a tumultuous timeline. Now the shift from the age of Ouranos to the age of Kronos didn't involve a full-blown theomachy. No, it was a relatively straightforward case of good old parricide, killing off of the parent. Nothing too dramatic, right? But when it comes to transitioning from the age of Kronos to the age of Zeus, oh boy, buckle up for the Titanomachy. This was a full-blown war of the Titans, a theomachy in all its glory. And guess what? The destruction of the Bronze Age of man orchestrated by Zeus also seemed to come with its fair share of cataclysmic upheaval. However, let's be clear, none of these Greek cosmic shakeups directly involved cosmogony itself, the creation of the universe. They were more about the divine power struggles and the changing of the guard. But hey, who needs cosmogony when you have feuding gods and awe-inspiring catastrophes to keep things interesting, right? In the mystical tapestry of the ancient Near East, we find the captivating Enuma Elish, a tell where gods clash in an awe-inspiring theomachy. Here, Marduk, the valiant deity, squares off against Tiamat, the formidable primordial dragon representing watery chaos. But this battle is no ordinary divine scuffle. It carries within it explicit elements of mythical cosmogony. Picture this: Marduk and his forces vanquish Tiamat and her formidable army. As a triumphant display of cosmic craftsmanship, Marduk skillfully cleaves Tiamat's body into 2 halves, with the upper part becoming the vast expanse of the sky, and the lower part forming the solid earth beneath our feet. But Marduk's creative endeavors do not end there. From the blood of a slain, beheaded god, he breathes life into humanity and establishes Babylon as his glorious abode. Talk about divine multitasking. Moving forward, we encounter Berosus and his Babylonica, where he recounts Marduk's original mythological triumph, but he takes it a step further by presenting an allegorical interpretation that caters to a significantly literate Greek audience. In this version, Tiamat morphs into a symbol of the primordial darkness and water that existed before our present cosmos. This sounds like Genesis 1's demythologizing narrative. Marduk, in turn, is seen as the radiant sun or the embodiment of light. And those winds? Well, they likely represent the ethereal atmosphere bridging the heavens and the earth, a poetic nod to the forces that aid Marduk in his victorious campaign. Berosus adds a touch of symbolic depth by allegorizing the creation of humans from the blood of a fallen god. This act suggests that mankind possesses a spark of divine wisdom, an intimate connection to the gods themselves. A rather profound notion, wouldn't you agree? Now, it's worth mentioning that not all Akkadian theomachies ventured into the realm of cosmogony, but when they did, oh boy, the cosmos became a stage for celestial battles, divine craftsmanship, and allegorical musings on the nature of existence. The ancient Near East truly knew how to infuse their mythologies with intellectual flair. In that realm of ancient cosmogonies, the gods of Canaan have not left behind preserved narratives. However, within the Ugarit Baal cycle, a window opens to an intriguing tradition where theomachy, the divine battle between gods, illuminates the origins of the world. In this cycle, the valiant Baal emerges victorious over Yam, the embodiment of the unruly sea, while also triumphing over Mot and Lotan. These triumphs suggest a rich tradition that perceives the creation of the world through the lens of divine conflict. Moreover, echoes of older Canaanite traditions reverberate through the conquest of Rahab and Leviathan, enigmatic sea dragons within biblical texts. The battles between Yahweh and Rahab in Job 9 verse 13, as well as Yahweh and Leviathan, bear the markings of a bygone mythical cosmogony, a glimpse into a time when the origin of the world was envisioned as a theomachy, a clash between gods. What unites these battles of cosmic significance is a recurring motif: an embattled deity, a conqueror facing off against a sea creature that embodies the forces of watery chaos. The battle between God and Rahab alludes to us in various biblical texts, most notably in Psalms and Job, yet curiously, the cosmic battle motif remains absent from the renowned Genesis 1:1 to 2:3 account. It seems the author consciously chose to strip it of its mythical potential, leaving us to ponder the significance of this omission. Thus, as we delve into these ancient mysteries, we encounter a big mosaic woven with divine conflicts and primordial chaos. The battles between Marduk and Tiamat, Baal and Yam, and the biblical god and Rahab or Leviathan offer us glimpses into the human fascination and imagination with cosmic struggles. In these monumental clashes, the conqueror faces off against the chaotic forces of the sea, shaping the very fabric of existence. While the battle between God and Rahab is alluded to in biblical texts, the cosmic battle motif remains concealed within the Genesis account, leaving us to contemplate its significance, a captivating enigma that invites further exploration. However, the lack of this mythical theomachy in Genesis 1:1 to 2:4 should have us ask whether Berosus and Plato's creation accounts have something to offer us. Palatial world myths. In this type of mythical cosmogony, the world as a whole was envisioned in architectural imagery as a palace or temple laid out and constructed by a god pictured as a king who ruled the cosmos. Such cosmogonies typically featured mythical geography on a world scale that mapped features of the visible and invisible world to architecture features of a royal construction. In the book of Job, the portrait of God as divine designer and architect of the world, plumb line literally in his hand, is explicit. The foundations of the world palace were laid deep in the invisible underworld. The earth itself was the interior of the palace, its roof of sealing the sky above. The heavens might be conceived as a solid surface constructed out of beaten brass or iron, or as a tent-like fabric spread out across the skies, depending on the form of the construction envisioned. The pillars that held up the sky were usually conceived as distant mountains located at the ends of the earth. As ruler of the universe, the king of the gods was usually pictured as dwelling in a throne room in the heavens. Consequently, the heavens were sometimes pictured as the floor of the celestial throne room constructed of jeweled crystals. As was typical of royal palaces, the divine palace or temple contained numerous storerooms for its treasures. In both the Hebrew Bible and in 1 Enoch, these divine treasures were pictured as storehouses containing the elements such as rain, snow, and hell. In this mythical conception of the physical world, various windows were opened in the sky to allow servants of the divine ruler to allow in rain, snow, hell, or winds. Gates in the east were opened to allow the entry of the sun, moon, and stars, which were transported across the heavens by the angels to whom they were entrusted. And other gates in the west allowed their departure from the sky. Other gates or stairways allowed passage between the heavenly realm and earth. In the palatial world myth, the ruler of the universe was often pictured as presiding over a divine bureaucracy of lesser gods or angels who acted as royal servants, scribes, and bureaucrats. Divine royal servants were pictured as having been charged with supervising the natural elements and ensuring the orderly operation of the cosmos according to the king's directions. Such cosmological speculations assumed an earlier mythical cosmogony in which the world palace was constructed and its bureaucracy put in place, even when the antecedent story of the architectural design and building of the cosmos has not been preserved. Yet, Genesis is none of these types of Mesopotamian or Greek creation myths, as we covered all three. Instead, as many biblical scholars note, Genesis 1 is largely demythologized, brief, concise, with a minimum of story and many scientific explanations, like the cosmologies of the Greek natural philosophers from Thales to Plato. Indeed, as Gamirkin notes, Genesis 1 is strikingly reminiscent of Plato's Timaeus, a partly mythical, mostly scientific account of the fashioning of the cosmos by the supreme, eternal, monotheistic God of creation that Plato calls the demiurge or craftsman. This craftsman or creator God, who dwelled outside the material universe, took the original primordial chaos postulated by all Greek philosophers and transformed it into a beautiful, orderly universe, good and perfect in all respects. The craftsman started by separating out the elements of earth, water, air, and fire or light from the primordial chaos, rendering the universe visible. He assigned solid land, water, and air to their proper regions, with the fiery sky up above in the dome of the firmament, setting the sky spinning above the earth in a new sequence of day and night, thereby creating time. He then fashioned the sun and moon and set them in their proper places in the sky. He created the various orders of life, the creeping and four-footed animals of the earth, the birds of the sky, and the fish of the deep, the exact same categories found in Genesis 1. And he rejoiced over his creation, declaring, It's supremely good, like himself. Finally, he rested from the work of creation, happy to oversee the beautiful world he created from his distant, eternal dwelling beyond the heavens. Gamirkan notes the systematic parallels between Timaeus by Plato and the creation account of Genesis 1. Let's take a look. I want you to pay attention to the similarities and comparisons between Plato's Timaeus and Genesis here. Both have beginnings in chaos and darkness, introduction of light, introduction of day and night, separation of earth and skies, dome of firmament, separation of earth and seas, creation of plants, days, months, and years, creation of celestial bodies, creation of sea creatures and birds, creation of land animals, creation of humankind, completion of the cosmos and the creator at rest, creation of mortal life by the gods, which leads into another chapter in Genesis. He makes the case that the God Elohim of Genesis 1 was modeled directly on Plato's supreme, eternal, monotheistic God of creation, the demiurge or craftsman. And indeed, that the later monotheism of the Jews and Christians originated with Plato's Timaeus. But what of the second creation account of Genesis 2 through 3? The story of Yahweh and Adam and Eve. Gamirkan's new book points out that Plato's Timaeus actually had two creation accounts. You see, Plato had a problem, a big problem. His monotheistic philosopher's God was perfect and eternal, and everything he created was also perfect and eternal. But humans are profoundly not perfect, flawed, and tragically mortal. How could a perfect eternal God create mortal man? And wouldn't this make God responsible for human wickedness? Plato's solution was brilliant. First, Plato made the supreme monotheistic God of creation, the ancestor of all the traditional gods and goddesses of Greek myth. In doing so, he endorsed Hesiod's theogony that traced the genealogies of the Greek gods, starting with chaos, heaven and earth, except that now the original ancestor was the demiurge or craftsman of creation. Second, Plato had the eternal God of creation delegate the task of creating life, including humanity, to all his sons and daughters. In a scene that introduces a strong element of the story of myth, Plato had the craftsman gather his sons and daughters around him and instructed them on how to make humans out of the material elements and plant a soul in them, making them a mixture of the material and the divine. After creating humans and other living creatures, the gods were then put in charge of the earth and of humankind, while the monotheistic God of creation retired from the scene, leaving the world to be ruled by his sons and daughters. According to Russell Gamirkan, this is exactly what we see in Genesis 2 through 3, where Yahweh, a local terrestrial god, one of many of the sons of God mentioned in early Genesis, ruling his little corner of the world, the land of Eden. Already in Genesis 1:26, we see the gods plural, making humans in their image, male and female. The gods of Genesis, it seems, also included goddesses among their distinguished ranks. Why would it say made in their image, male and female, if both were not creating on the scene? We later also see multiple gods mentioned in Genesis 2 and 3 in the sons of God who married the daughters of men in Genesis 6 and in the story of the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11. We thus see an endorsement of benevolent polytheism in Genesis 1 through 11, where multiple sons of God are living across the entire face of the earth, all of them good, but none of them the equal of the supreme eternal God of creation. Under this new model for understanding Genesis, Yahweh is not to be identified with the creator God Elohim of Genesis 1, but is one of the many minor terrestrial gods dwelling on earth, something also seen in the Exodus story, which acknowledges other gods ruling Egypt, Moab, and other nations, but claims Yahweh as the special God appointed over the Israelites. But there are no Israelites in the pre-flood world, and Yahweh is instead portrayed as the God of Eden, the ruler of the descendants of Adam and Eve. Yahweh was the Son of the Most High appointed over Jacob. Later, in my Genesis 10 through 11 video, we will mention the 70 nations of Genesis 10 and the 70 angels over the nations in the book of Enoch, one angel or God per nation.
When Elyon gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated humanity, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples, according to the number of the sons of God. For Yahweh's portion is his people, Jacob his allotted heritage. Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9.
Fun fact, the Greek god Prometheus reminds us in many ways of Yahweh in Genesis 2 through 3, and that both are pictured creating mankind out of clay. Prometheus was the Titan god of forethought and crafty counsel, who was given the task of molding mankind out of clay. Some accounts have Prometheus and Athena molding images out of clay and ordered the winds to breathe into them and to quicken them. Sounds like the breathing into the clay in Genesis 2 through 3. The attempts by Prometheus to better the lives of his creation brought him into conflict with Zeus. Firstly, he tricked the gods out of the best portion of the sacrificial feast, acquiring the meat for the feasting of man. Then, when Zeus withheld fire, he stole it from heaven and delivered it to mortal kind hidden inside a fennel stalk. As punishment for these rebellious acts, Zeus ordered the creation of Pandora, the first woman, as a means to deliver misfortune into the house of man, or as a way to cheat mankind of the company of the good spirits. Sounds kind of like Adam blaming Yahweh for making woman once they ate the fruit. Prometheus, meanwhile, was arrested and bound to a stake on Mount Caucasus, where an eagle was set to feed upon his ever-regenerating liver, or some say heart. Generations later, the hero, that great one, Heracles, came along and released the old Titan from his torture. Prometheus was loosely identified in cult and myth with the fire god Hephaestus and the giant Tityus. The Book of the Generations of Heaven and Earth. Yahweh, one of the many sons of the Creator Elohim, but not Elohim himself. This picture is totally in line with Greek mythology, with Hesiod tracing the theogony or genealogy of the gods, starting with the primordial god Chaos and his offspring, the heavens and earth, Uranos and Gaia, and their various descendants. Plato endorsed this same traditional Greek family tree, starting with Uranos and Gaia, except that he made them the offspring of the creator of craftsmen.
Therefore, let the generation of these gods be stated by us, following their account. In this wise, of Ge and Uranos were born the children Oceanos and Tityus, and of these Phorcus and Kronos, Rhea and all that go with them. And of Kronos and Rhea were born Zeus and Hera, and all those who are, as we know, called their brethren. And of these again other descendants, Timaeus 40e through 41a. In truth, at first chaos came to be, but next wide-bosomed earth, the ever-sure foundation of all the deathless ones who hold the peaks of snowy Olympus and dim Tartarus in the depth of the wide-pathed earth. And earth first bore starry heaven, equal to herself, to cover her on every side, and to be an ever-sure abiding place for the blessed gods. Hesiod, Theogony, 116 to 128.
And as Gamirkin points out, Genesis 2:4 also has its own theogony, or genealogy of the gods. Genesis 2:4, Masoretic text.
These are the generations of heaven and the earth when they were created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens.
Genesis 2:4, Septuagint.
This is the book of the origin of heaven and earth, literally the book of the Genesis of Uranos and Gaia, when it originated in the day God made the heaven and the earth.
Here we have the title of a new section in Genesis, the generations of the heavens and the earth, Masoretic text, or the book of the Genesis of Uranos and Ge, Septuagint. Similar to later sections in Genesis with titles such as the generations of Adam or Noah or Shem or Isaac, but in this case, we have the generations of the heavens and earth, just like in Hesiod and Plato's Timaeus, a family history of the gods. It may be significant that in various ancient extra-biblical traditions, El Elyon, the Canaanite Most High God, was also the ancestor of the heavens and earth.
The interpretation of heaven and earth as gods may be supported by the Sapphire Treaty, which lists as witnesses El and Elyon, heaven and earth, abyss and sources, day and night. In fragment of the Phoenician history of Philo of Byblos was quoted at Eusebius' Preparation for the Gospels, 1:10-15. Elyon, that is Elyon, was said to have been the father of Uranos and Ge, who in turn had many other offspring. Gamirkin, Plato's Timaeus, in the Biblical Creation Accounts, 164.
Yahweh then is not the creator, but one of the many lesser sons of God. Gamirkin points out that in the story of Genesis 2-3, Yahweh appears in a very limited role, not as cosmic creator, but as a terrestrial God who fashions animals, plants, and humans like the sons and daughters of God in Timaeus. And exactly like Plato's Timaeus, Genesis 2-3 is profoundly concerned with the questions of human wickedness and mortality. According to Gamirkin, it seems evident that the Yahweh in the story of the Garden of Eden is a lesser order of God. Yahweh lives not in the eternal realm beyond the heavens, but in the earthly land of Eden. He dwells in this earthly paradise among the humans he created, much like the Greek gods dwelled on earth in various Greek mythical accounts. He strolls in the garden planted for his enjoyment, smelling the fragrant breezes in the cool of the day, an almost human picture of pleasure and contentment. And far from omnipotent, he is surprised to find that Adam and Eve are hiding from him. He calls to them,
Where are you?"
and finds they were suddenly embarrassed at their nakedness.
"Who told you that you were naked?"
he asks. And after a lengthy interrogation, Yahweh learns about the serpent and that Adam and Eve have eaten from the forbidden tree of knowledge of good and evil. One sees virtually the same scene repeated later on when Cain has murdered Abel. Yahweh grills Cain, peppering him with questions.
"Where is Abel? What have you done to him?"
Yahweh is neither an all-knowing nor all-powerful cosmic God. In fact, Yahweh is only one step above being a poor, fallible human himself, different in only one respect: his immortality. Thus, Yahweh tells his fellow gods they must evict Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden.
"For behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever."
Yahweh decides the man must be driven from the garden and guards posted to keep him forever outside. This same theme, the jealousy of the gods, is found in Timaeus 41c, where the Creator says he cannot create humans himself.
"For if by my doing these creatures came into existence and partook of life, they would be made equal unto gods, in order therefore that they may be mortal."
His sons and daughters were charged with fashioning these living creatures. Gamirkan points out many other parallels between Genesis 2 through 3 and Plato's various writings. According to Plato's statesmen, the first humans had no need of clothes and were able to converse with animals. In this same Platonic text, the earth spontaneously produced food for the first humans, allowing them to lead idyllic lives free from toil, pain, or disease until God later became displeased with them. In Timaeus, Plato likened sex to the fruit of a tree, which humans have an insatiable appetite for. And in Protagoras, Plato said that humans, even though they possessed a full knowledge of good and evil, Plato's exact words, could still be tempted to bad deeds by their appetites, passions, and the enticement of the senses, just like in Genesis. These and other Platonic themes appear throughout Genesis 2 through 3. For Gamirkan, this points to the late date and long ignored Greek influence on the biblical text. Plato's Timaeus, his famous dialogue on the origins of the universe and human life, provides the key to finally unlocking the mysteries of the biblical stories of creation. Sons of God and mortal women. Get ready, my intrepid explorers, for the next exhilarating chapter in our grand odyssey through the captivating convergence of Plato's ideas and the enigmatic tales of Genesis. As we continue our journey, we shall adventure deeper into the mystical realm of gods entwined with mortals, where desire and consequence intertwine like the threads of fate. Prepare to be enthralled as we unravel the enigmatic narratives of Genesis 6, where gods surrender to temptation and mortal women, ultimately setting the stage for the cataclysmic flood of Noah. Oh, but the connections do not end there. Brace yourselves for a mind-bending exploration of how these profound events resonate with the legends of Atlantis and other Greek myths. For a deeper dive into the topics discussed, don't forget to secure a copy of Russell Gamirkan's illuminating book, a treasure trove of knowledge. Subscribe to MythVision to ensure you never miss a moment of this extraordinary series. Show your appreciation by liking the video and sharing your favorite part in the comments below. Let's ignite a symphony of noise to please the YouTube gods. And if you're truly captivated by the profound revelations we uncover, consider joining our family. You can join MythVision's Patreon by becoming a patron or become a YouTube member. Together we shall support and nurture this sacred quest for knowledge. Remember, my friends, we are MythVision, bound by a shared passion for uncovering the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of ancient legends and philosophies. Onward we march in search of enlightenment and truth. Enoch, a biblical enigma, drifts through ancient scrolls like a shadowy figure. His story, shrouded in mystery, piques our curiosity and invites speculation. Who was this elusive character descending from Cain? Legends suggest he journeyed beyond earthly bounds, traversing celestial realms without fear. Was he a celestial messenger, or simply an ancient explorer with an overactive imagination? The enigmatic aura surrounding Enoch beckons us to uncover the truth hidden within the whispers of time, leaving us to wonder and ponder the secrets he carried to his celestial resting place. It's time we delve into the origins of Enoch and the intriguing Enochian tradition. Building upon our previous exploration of Adam and Eve and Cain's origins and various other myths, we now take a dive into the rich picture of Enoch's story, filled with a plethora of mystical elements such as magical knowledge, demons, giants, fallen angels, and celestial visitations. But before we try to unravel the mysterious Enoch, we need to recap where we are in the mythical beginnings of mankind told from the biblical narrative. We started with the obvious primordial myth of Adam and Eve, who have clear narrative connections to ancient Mesopotamia in the Adapa Atrahasis epic and Epic of Gilgamesh. We followed Adam's seed to his sons Cain and Abel, who represent the first murder. Cain most likely represents farmers and agriculture, while Abel represents the shepherds, who are nomadic. Hint, hint, that's why he's the good guy. Several Mesopotamian and Egyptian stories have common themes in their agricultural settings, and as we turn the page to Enoch, I need you to understand what we're gazing at. As biblical scholar Ronald Hindle, Assyriologist Joshua Bowen, and several other experts in their respected fields have recognized that the Genesis authors are reversing the theme of the massive Babylonian kingdom's mythology, with the ziggurat as the pinnacle of civilization. Several scholars, including Dr. Joshua Bowen, have written clear as day how Genesis has intertextuality with the much earlier myths of Mesopotamia. You know, the human imagination is amazing, as can be seen in fictional movies and literature, which includes these myths. As far back as written history, humans have written myths trying to explain how we got here, how the world and everything seen exists, and why they are that way. Why snakes crawl on their bellies, or why women have pain in childbirth. Why humans are mortal and die in due time. While these fundamental questions get answered differently by various ancient creation mythologies, the biblical one is late on history's radar in retelling its creation story and great flood. Enoch sits in this strange transition between the first man and woman and the destruction of humans by God and his divine counsel. Yep, you heard that right. There are several other gods with the biblical God. I mean, the biblical narrative expresses this all throughout the Bible. Mesopotamia thinks it's good for humanity to have the knowledge of the gods, which includes divination, magic, agriculture, witchcraft, and other secret knowledge. The biblical authors want to condemn this insight, as it only belongs to God or the gods and not humans. Mesopotamia says the city is good, and the Bible says that the city is bad. One good, one bad. Enoch picks up on this tradition and hammers the hell out of it. Our goal today will be to inform you of the origins of Enoch, which stretch back to the oldest known god in written history from Mesopotamia. It's strange that entire books were dedicated to this guy because he gets the smallest introduction in a long line of others smack dab in a genealogical list, which looks awfully similar to the Sumerian kings list. Just so you know, our goal on MythVision is to bring you the best and legit scholarship from experts in their respected field. And one such fascinating scholar who sees obvious connections between Enoch and these far, far earlier Mesopotamian myths is Dr. or Professor Seth Sanders, who wrote the wonderful book, From Adapa to Enoch, Scribal Culture and Religious Vision in Judea and Babylonia. Let's take a moment to focus on a significant ancient myth that influenced the biblical authors as well as the Enochian tradition, the myth of Adapa. Adapa was one of the most popular literary figures in ancient Mesopotamia. I mean, he was so popular that some scribes would even claim to be him. They claimed to be this semi-human, super-powered sage who went to heaven, met the gods, and have uttered some of the most important works of religious literature. Later, down the road, we see several scribes in the Jewish history of Aramaic and Hebrew literature who claim to identify with these ancient heavenly revealer figures. Enoch is one such heavenly revealer figure. But oftentimes it is also overlooked that Moses is as well. Moses ascends to the top of a mountain. Sometimes it's Sinai and sometimes it's Horeb. But he goes to the throne of God in the heavens where the mountains meet the clouds and meets with God, then comes back down to humanity to reveal the divine revelations to mankind. This is exactly what Enoch is doing. The Dead Sea Scrolls scribes were often claiming to be enthroned in heaven. Reminds me of the Ephesians passage of being seated in heavenly places. Keep in mind, the first evidence of what people were reading as scripture is from the Dead Sea literature. And while our Bibles today exclude Enoch from being scripture apart from the Ethiopic tradition, at the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, as they were being written, it was the most popular kinds of stories, even more popular than several of the books Jews and Christians revere today. I repeat, Enoch was extremely popular and was read far more than most of the biblical books we have in our Bibles today, which Christians and Jews call scripture. In fact, there may be some ancient drama here for your inquisitive minds. Professor Gabriele Boccaccini has postulated that two different Torahs were floating around in various Jewish communities. Our Torah that we have in our Bibles today that centralizes Moses was one, and the other priestly group had a Torah with Enoch as their centralized figure and heavenly revealer. Both groups seem to wrestle over the temple in Jerusalem. Even Dead Sea Scroll scholar expert Kipp Davis agrees with many of Boccaccini's observations. The idea that people can go between heaven and earth to bring back wisdom literally spans back into Sumer, which is the oldest known writing in the world. These sages, which traverse back and forth, are trying to access the larger order of the universe. They seem to be people who play a shamanic role with mystical revelations explaining the divine revealed secrets of the universe. It is often propagandistic for running empires and kings, and I bet you it was helpful to say their knowledge comes from heaven as authoritative. That kind of power and inequality of having this insight would put these sages in a safe place against other humans, as we see the sheep of any religion sees their cultic leaders as over them. Ancient kings would have these people on their payroll, and ancients would make similar criticisms we do today against the religious who use their roles to get money from the devotees, whether it's church or a seer telling you your future. They would say these ancient Mesopotamian sages dressed up in fish costumes and sucked the money from others' pockets. Here's a fun fact about these ancient Sumerian and Mesopotamian stories, is that they are extremely well documented and preserved. The documentation is often preserved on clay tablets, and we have several original copies of many things, unlike the Bible, where parchment, papyri, and other ways of documenting have been lost in the sands of history. So we have to use several other tools to try guessing on reconstructing the data. In ancient Mesopotamia, we have two thorough ascent to heaven myths. Though there are others, one is the myth of Etana and the other of Adapa. Here's a brief summary of the myth of Etana. Once upon a time, in the realm of ancient Sumeria, there lived a king named Etana, a ruler with ambitions as lofty as the heavens themselves. In a bid to secure an heir, he embarked in remarkable quest, soaring through the celestial expanse on the mighty wings of an eagle. His destination? The divine realm, where he sought the fabled plant of birth from the gods, hoping it would grant him the gift of fatherhood, since he is described as infertile. In the detailed form of the legend, there is a tree with the eagle's nest at the top, and a serpent at the base. Both the serpent and eagle have promised Utu, the sun god, to behave well toward one another, and they share food with their children. But one day, the eagle eats the serpent's children. The serpent comes back and cries. Utu tells the serpent to hide inside the stomach of a dead bull. The eagle goes down to eat the bull. The serpent captures the eagle and throws him into a pit to die of hunger and thirst. Utu sends a man, Etana, to help the eagle. Etana saves the eagle, but he also asks the bird to find the plant of birth in order to become father of a son. The eagle takes Etana up to the heaven of the god, Anu, the oldest god in written history. But Etana becomes afraid in the air and goes back to the ground. He makes another attempt and finds the plant of birth, enabling him to have Balai. Etana's royal pedigree was no mere fabrication, or so they would want you to believe, for he held the prestigious title of the first king of Kish, as chronicled in the esteemed Sumerian king list. This king's list was a very early myth genealogical origin story in Mesopotamia. In the annals of history, he was held as he who stabilized the lands, a regel figurehead tasked with bringing order to the chaotic world birthed by the gods. With such a distinguished reputation, it's no wonder he was cast as the leading protagonist in this captivating myth, a paragon of kingly virtue who united the lands of his time. He is most likely a mythological king who gets his own myth in the Old Babylonian period, circa 1894 BC to 1595 BC. His myth claims that he is the first real king, even though several kings of the Sumerian kings list are mentioned as earlier genealogical kings of Etana. However, as many scholars have noted, the names of these earlier kings mentioned on this list have names which indicate chaos or symbolize the disorder of the primordial period, indicating they're probably fabricated metaphors as names. The story's essence is one of unwavering trust in the divine, a message whispered across the ages. And who better to embody this profound wisdom than the renowned ruler himself, Etana, with his regal splendor and resolute character, became the ideal vessel to convey the lesson of putting faith in the gods, handpicked by this mysterious author of the myth. As evidence of its ancient origins, intricate cylinder seals have been discovered, showcasing the brave Etana perched atop his feathered steed during the reign of Sargon of Akkad. These remarkable artifacts serve as portals to the bygone era, testaments to the enduring power of myth and the timeless allure of Etana's soaring exploits. Thus, the myth of Etana weaves a tale that transcends time, whisking us away to a realm where kings commune with eagles and divine plants hold the promise of lineage. It implores us to embrace the celestial unknown and trust in powers beyond our mortal grasp. For even in the realm of myth and legend, the echoes of wisdom still resonate, reminding us to take flight on the wings of faith, as many of the faithful would suggest. My recommendation is to be highly skeptical and consider these stories, cherry-picking the good, throwing out the bad. This myth of Etana is the only Mesopotamian written myth that we have documented before writing, with several sills with a guy going to heaven on an eagle's back. Etana was called a shepherd, similar to what you find with King David and Jesus, because a shepherd looks after his flock and was a metaphor of kingship even before writing. In the sills of Etana, it is literally a shepherd on the sill. By the first millennium, Etana has fallen out of popularity and is considered an underworld ruler or judge of the dead. The myth of Adapa is also written down in a very early period during the Old Babylonian times. However, contrasting Adapa to Etana, Adapa gains steam and grows in popularity over the millennia. Most of the great Neo-Assyrian kings like Sargon II, who destroyed Israel, is equated with Adapa. In the realm of Mesopotamian mythology, a captivating story unfolds, starring none other than the mysterious Adapa. Unbeknownst to him, this legendary figure inadvertently spurned the enticing offer of everlasting life, referred to as Adapa and the South Wind. This mesmerizing account is pieced together from fragmented tablets discovered at Tel El Amarna in ancient Egypt during the 14th century BC, as well as from artifacts unearthed in the illustrious library of Ashurbanipal in Assyria during the 7th century BC. Delving further into antiquity, the oldest records of this intriguing character stem from Tel Hadad tablets inscribed in the sacred language of Sumerian, hailing from the 19th to the 16th century BC. Adapa's prominence within the realm of Mesopotamian faith cannot be understated. Uttering his name became a potent invocation in the mystical realm of exorcism rituals, a conduit to channel supernatural forces. Furthermore, he assumed the role of a powerful ruler, his name invoked to elicit favorable comparisons and emulate his wisdom. Among the scholarly circles, there exists a conflation between Adapa and the Apkallu, renowned as Uana. Here is Adapa's myth. After the flood, although the kingship was in Kish, humanity was without guidance and had no direction, and this led to the rise of Adapa. Adapa was a mortal man, an extremely pious, faithful servant and sage or priest of the temple of Enki. Or, in Babylon, this god was called Ea, who is the lord of magic and secret knowledge in the city of Eridu. Enki, sometimes considered his father, had given Adapa the gift of great wisdom, but not eternal life. While carrying out his duties being a faithful servant, he was fishing at the river Tigris to catch fish to offer as an offering to his god Enki. The sea became rough by the strong south wind and his boat was capsized. He may have drowned from this, but angry, Adapa ascends out of the water and utters a magic spell which broke the wings of the south wind, preventing it from blowing for 7 days. Humans are not supposed to be able to do this, and the south wind was absolutely necessary for farming in this part of the world. So the world has come to a pause because of Adapa. The oldest known writing god in the world, the god Anu, freaks out wondering who messed up the natural order of the world. So he called Adapa to account for his action by coming up to heaven. But Enki warns him by instructing Adapa that they're going to try tricking you in heaven by giving you deadly food and water, probably poisonous. When offered garments and oil, he should put the clothes on and anoint himself, but don't eat. Sounds kind of familiar, right? The Garden of Eden story? So Adapa goes to heaven and is questioned, "Why did you do this?" Adapa said, "The wind attacked me." Anu laughed and said, "You humans are funny with your magic that give you divine powers." Anu instructs him to put on the oil and garments. So Adapa puts on the oil and garments as he recalls his master Enki said this was okay to do. Adapa is then offered the food of life and water of life, but will not eat or drink because he remembers the instructions of his god Enki. Anu, who asks why he will not eat or drink. Adapa replies that Enki told him not to. Anu laughs at Enki's actions and passes judgment on Adapa by asking rhetorically, what ill has Adapa brought on mankind? He adds that men will suffer disease as a consequence, which might explain an origin myth that we ask again in our stories. Why do people get diseases? Adapa is then sent back down to earth. This is the origin story of his supernatural power of being able to do divine things and do mortal things. Incantations is one of the things Adapa brings to mankind from his visitation to heaven. Assyriologist and Hebrew Bible scholar Joshua Bowen has noted that Enki is trying to trick his devoted student and servant Adapa into not eating from the food and water of immortality, because he wants Adapa to bring the knowledge of the gods to mankind. If he would have eaten the food and water of life, he would have remained completely separated from mankind, and the secret knowledge would have remained contained only in heaven with the gods. Enki flat out just lied, but he did so to help humanity out. It reminds me of when Yahweh lied to Adam and Eve to keep them from eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Both deities lie to the humans, but for the opposite reasons. Yahweh wants to keep mankind in a state of innocence and without the understanding of the gods. In the intricate medley of ancient civilizations, scribal wisdom, magical practices, and ritual mythology played a significant role in the service of kings, such as those reigning over the mighty empires of Assyria and Babylon. What captivates the mind when considering the era leading up to Enoch is the remarkable spread of this literature, even in the absence of its original patrons. From the dethroning of the king of Babylon to the rise of Persia and the advent of Alexander the Great's Hellenistic era, the temples stood tall and the priesthoods flourished, their influence expanding in certain regions. In the absence of a central monarch, the scribes themselves sometimes assumed the central role, becoming the custodians of knowledge and authority. As the late Jonathan Z. Smith astutely observed, the emergence of apocalypticism seemed intricately tied to the decline of a native kingship. A noteworthy artifact, the king list from Uruk, catalogs the names of earthly kings alongside their esteemed sages. These sages were not only repositories of secret knowledge, but also wielders of healing arts and the power to exorcise demons. Among these malevolent entities, one finds the infamous Lamashtu, a demon known for abducting and causing harm to newborns in ancient Mesopotamia. Intriguingly, this figure serves as the ancestral precursor to Lilith, a prominent character in Jewish lore, often portrayed as Adam's supposed first wife. In a society steeped in misogyny, the moral of this cautionary tale echoes: refrain from engaging in contentious arguments with your husband, particularly when the dispute revolves around matters of intimacy. I trust you grasp the underlying message. In the midst of this rich jumble, one figure emerges as a hero in the face of Lamashtu's malevolence: Adapa. Revered in their tradition, Adapa possessed the rare ability to ward off the menacing demon, illustrated in a remarkable plaque during the 9th and 7th centuries BC. We witness the sage Adapa adorned in an attire reminiscent of a fish, valiantly protecting patients or expectant mothers from the demon's harm. Delving into the complex depths of ancient Mesopotamian lore unveils a world where scribes rose to prominence, demonic forces loomed, and heroes arose to confront them. It is a testament to the intricacies of historical narratives, where the interplay of power, mythology, and cultural belief shape the collective consciousness of civilizations. But still lurking in the air is the intriguing question at hand. It revolves around the interactions between Judean scribes and Mesopotamian traditions, particularly considering the striking resemblances between the narratives of Adapa and Enoch. Both figures emerge as celestial messengers, hailing from primordial times, and both become personified by scribes. Despite the lack of extensive verbal overlap between the two, scholars have noted profound structural parallels, prompting further exploration into the potential connection between Enoch and the earlier Adapa myth. It is noteworthy that both Mesopotamian and Judean societies underwent similar transformations, including the loss of native kingship and the conquest by the Persians and Alexander the Great. In both contexts, scribal cultures experienced comparable changes. Professor Jonathan Ben Dove has drawn attention to the remarkable similarity between the astronomical knowledge present in Enoch and the astronomical knowledge associated with the Dapa in Mesopotamian literature. These conceptual affinities, though distinct, beg the question of how they can be connected. During the late Persian period, the same individuals held positions of power in both institutions, namely those who controlled the temples and education. In Babylon, education centered around Aramaic parchment writing scribes, who gained prominence due to the native Babylonian families' revolt against the Persian rulers. Consequently, new scribes assumed control of Babylonian temples towards the end of the Persian period. At this juncture, Babylonian scholarship thrived, with scribes trained in standardized Aramaic. Simultaneously, these scribes became the teachers of Hebrew scribes, instructing them in the art of writing. Thus, it becomes evident that Hebrew scribes during the Hellenistic period adopted an Aramaic script, as evident in their written works. The scholarly dominance of Aramaic practitioners extended throughout the Persian and Hellenistic empires, leaving a significant imprint on the intellectual landscape. This is corroborated by the presence of Aramaic Levi documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which employ a base 60 mathematical system rooted in Sumerian tradition, as well as Babylonian-style astronomy. Shared training among scholars naturally engenders shared literary ideas, further blurring the boundaries between distinct cultural and textual traditions. In a nutshell, these scribes would have known the Babylonian myths that root back to ancient Sumer and could easily have conveyed this knowledge to the Hebrew and Aramaic scribes. Interestingly, the Adapa myth from Mesopotamia and the concept of the Apkallu played a significant role in influencing the authors of the Enochian literature. The concept of the Apkallu, known as the Seven Sages, in Mesopotamian mythology played a formative role in shaping the imagery and ideas within the Enochian literature. It's not a coincidence that Enoch is the seventh generation from Adam, especially with the Apkallu being 7 sages. The number 7 holds symbolic importance in ancient cultures, often representing completeness, perfection, and divine order. The association of both the Apkallu and Enoch with the number 7 suggests their elevated status and their connection to divine wisdom. The Apkallu were considered semi-divine beings who were believed to possess extraordinary knowledge and skills that they imparted to humanity. They were depicted as half-human, half-fish or bird, and were revered as ancient sages and benefactors of civilization. In the Enochian literature, we see echoes of the Apkallu in the figure of Enoch himself and the heavenly beings with whom he interacts. Enoch is portrayed as a sage and revealer of divine secrets, much like the Apkallu. The imagery of hybrid beings combining human and celestial features finds parallels in the descriptions of angelic beings encountered by Enoch during his celestial journeys. But to truly grasp the origins and influences behind the Enochian stories, as well as the broader biblical creation and flood accounts, it is essential to delve into a significant historical discovery. The credit for the initial scholarly translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh rests with George Smith, a British Assyriologist who in the late 19th century worked as a self-taught expert at the British Museum. In 1872, Smith unveiled his groundbreaking translation of the Flood Tablet, an excerpt from the Epic of Gilgamesh detailing a cataclysmic deluge and the hero's survival. This momentous revelation reverberated throughout the academic community, triggering a heated discourse on its striking resemblances to the biblical flood narrative. The unearthing of the Epic of Gilgamesh, with its parallels to the account of Noah's Ark in the Bible, sent shockwaves through the intellectual realm, igniting profound contemplation. The shared elements between the two stories, such as a hero constructing an ark to survive a global flood and bringing along animals, raised intriguing inquiries about the genesis and universality of the biblical story. For many scholars of the time, this discovery posed a formidable challenge to long-held beliefs regarding the exceptionalism and divine inspiration of the Bible. The striking correspondences indicated that the biblical flood account was not an isolated occurrence, but rather part of a broader cultural and literary tradition prevalent in the ancient Near East. This realization prompted a reevaluation of the Bible's status as an exclusive and infallible religious text. The impact of unearthing the Epic of Gilgamesh on biblical scholarship cannot be overstated. It catalyzed further investigations into comparative mythology, ancient Near Eastern literature, and the intricate interplay between religious concepts and cultural exchange. This watershed moment ushered in a new era of biblical studies, demanding a more nuanced understanding of its historical and cultural context, and fostering a deeper appreciation for the intricate picture of ancient religious and mythological traditions. This discovery propelled comparative studies to new heights and enriched our comprehension of the interconnectedness and shared human experiences that underlie ancient religious traditions. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the protagonist obtains the plant of life, but loses it to a snake. Similarly, Enoch, in his tradition, attains immortality, never experiencing death, and survives the flood, much like Utnapishtim. While the direct comparison between Gilgamesh and Enoch may not be as explicit as with Adapa, the overarching theme persists. A human figure who endures the deluge, such as Utnapishtim, acquires immortality but is distanced from humanity, while Gilgamesh, a restless wanderer, embarks on a quest following the death of his dear friend Enkidu, driven by his fear of mortality. Alas, Gilgamesh fails to complete his trials and returns home empty-handed. Multiple poems recount Gilgamesh's story, each with its own unique details, yet the underlying essence remains. Interestingly, scholars widely agree that the Epic of Gilgamesh exerted significant influence on the Iliad and the Odyssey, two epic poems composed in ancient Greek during the 8th century BC, a fascinating tidbit of information to ponder. Enter the world of Enochian literature, a treasure trove of texts that expand upon the biblical narrative and offer a tantalizing glimpse into a realm teeming with angels, cosmic journeys, and divine revelations. In this rich jumble of apocryphal writings, Enoch becomes an ambassador between humans and the heavenly realms, rubbing shoulders with angelic beings and attaining the title of Scribe of the Angels. The Enochian literature, comprising works such as 1st Enoch, 2nd Enoch, and 3rd Enoch, presents Enoch as a seer, a prophet, and a revealer of hidden knowledge. In these texts, he is bestowed with the divine visions, uncovering secrets about creation, the workings of the universe, and even the esoteric arts of astrology and magic. Enoch ascends through the heavenly spheres, navigating a celestial landscape that rivals the most elaborate science fiction tales, all while conversing with celestial luminaries and receiving cosmic revelations. In this alternate Enochian universe, our protagonist's significance transcends that of a mere ancestor. Enoch becomes a luminary figure, a conduit for divine wisdom, and a herald of eschatological events. He walks the fine line between the human and the divine, straddling the realms of mortality and immortality. Through his writings and revelations, Enoch becomes a spiritual guide, offering a roadmap to understanding the mysteries of existence and the divine plan. If we're going to attempt solving the Enochian enigma, we should consider evaluating the Genesis 5 genealogy, where we first see Enoch, the son of Cain, appear momentarily like the blink of an eye. Let us look at the Mesopotamian kings list and the genealogy presented in Genesis 5, as they share several similarities which have led scholars to explore possible connections between the two. There's genealogical structure. Both the Mesopotamian kings list and the genealogy in Genesis 5 follow a similar structure of listing multiple generations in a linear fashion. They present a series of individuals, often with long lifespans, who are said to have ruled or lived for extended periods. Longevity. Both the Kings list and Genesis 5 feature individuals with remarkably long lifespans. In the Kings list, the early rulers are recorded as living for hundreds of thousands of years, while the genealogy in Genesis 5 depicts individuals living for several hundred years. These exceptionally long lifespans are not commonly found in other historical or mythological accounts. Their sequential descendants, both lineages in the Kings list and Genesis 5, provide a direct line of descendants. Each individual is listed as the son of the preceding one, creating a clear lineage from one generation to the next. And then there's divine or semi-divine connection. In both accounts, there is a connection to the divine or semi-divine realm. The Kings list includes rulers who are descended as having been in direct communication with gods or even having divine ancestry. Similarly, the genealogy in Genesis 5 emphasizes the descendants' connection to Adam, who is portrayed as having a special relationship with God. These shared characteristics have led scholars to propose that there may be a connection or shared influence between the Mesopotamian Kings list and the genealogy in Genesis 5. Some scholars even suggest that the biblical account may have been influenced by or borrowed elements from the Mesopotamian tradition during the Babylonian captivity, as was noted in the previous Origins of Cain and Abel video. In passing, I want to note that there's an ancient Babylonian priest and historian named Berosus, who played a significant role in providing insights into the ancient Near Eastern context and aiding our understanding of the book of Genesis. He was born in the 4th century BCE. Berosus was a scholar of Babylonian and Chaldean history and culture, and he's written several works. In his work, he discusses the Sumerian Kings list, which exhibit intriguing similarities in their numerical calculations. Both genealogies employ a systematic approach that highlights the lineage and the longevity of their respective figures. The significance, though, of Enoch's 365-year lifespan within this framework is indeed striking. A solar calendar consisting of 365 days per year offers a compelling explanation for this particular duration. The numerical correspondence between Enoch's lifespan and the number of days in a solar year hints at a deliberate choice of a solar calendar system by the biblical authors. This interpretation underscores the need to consider the cultural and astronomical context of the ancient Near East, where solar calendars play a prominent role in timekeeping and agricultural cycles. I just want to highlight it from the Greek world. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is a titan who defies the gods by stilling fire and giving it to humanity. This act of rebellion and the subsequent gift of fire symbolize Prometheus's role as a benefactor of humanity and a bringer of knowledge. Like the Apkallu and Enki, Prometheus is portrayed as an intermediary figure who challenges the authority of the gods and bestows wisdom upon humans. Additionally, the concept of divine beings interacting with mortals can be seen in Greek mythology through figures such as Prometheus. Prometheus was a titan who stole fire from the gods, gave it to the humans, an act that defied divine authority and led to consequences for both Prometheus and humanity. This act of transgression and the sharing of forbidden knowledge parallel the actions of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. The giants in Greek mythology were a race of powerful and monstrous beings who rose up against the Olympian gods. Their conflict with the gods, known as the giants, The giants in Greek mythology were a race of powerful and monstrous beings who rose up against the Olympian gods. Enoch has giants in it as well. And you might as well say that Gilgamesh was a massive, strong, giant-type figure, which we see giants in the Genesis 6 account with the sons of God who come down. There has to be some type of connection. While I have searched far and wide along with other Assyriologists to try and find a direct birth narrative where a god mates with a mortal woman creating giants, we don't find it. But Gilgamesh is 2/3 divine, 1/3 mortal or human. This figure with his strength and power, unlike regular mortals, seems to imply some type of tradition that has seeped its way into all of this literature. Also, let's note the comparison between the Titans' war against the Olympians in Hellenistic mythology and the rebellion of the fallen angels or sons of God against Yahweh in the Book of Enoch highlights certain parallels in their themes and motifs, suggesting possible influences or shared cultural concepts. In Greek mythology, the Titans were a group of primordial beings or deities who ruled before the Olympian gods. According to the myth, the Titans, led by figures such as Kronos and Prometheus, waged war against the Olympian gods in an attempt to overthrow their rule. This conflict symbolizes a cosmic struggle between different generations of gods and the establishment of a new divine order. Similarly, in the Book of Enoch, an apocryphal text associated with Jewish and early Christian traditions, a group of angels known as the Watchers, or fallen angels, rebels against Yahweh. These angels descend to earth, interact with humans, and teach them forbidden knowledge and practices. Their rebellion against divine authority is seen as a violation of the cosmic order and leads to the corruption and downfall of humanity. The parallel between the Titans and the rebellion of the fallen angels reflects a shared theme of divine conflict and the tension between different generations or factions of celestial beings. Both narratives convey the struggle for power, the challenge to establish divine authority, and the consequences that arise from such rebellion. I want to thank you for joining us on this captivating journey through the ancient world of myths. We've explored the fascinating connections between Mesopotamian, Greek, and Enochian traditions, unearthing the echoes of divine rebellion, cosmic battles, and the interplay between gods and mortals. But our exploration has only just begun. As we delve further into the realms of ancient mythology, we can't help but wonder what secrets lie within the deep mythology of Noah, the great-grandson of Enoch. How does his story intertwine with the cosmic flood and survival of humanity? Join us in the next episode as we unravel the mysteries surrounding Noah's mythos and its profound implications. We hope you've enjoyed this enlightening expedition into the rich mosaic of ancient myths. If you found this video thought-provoking and entertaining, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Also, it would help the algorithm gods for you to leave a comment and share your thoughts. Tell me what you liked the most from this video. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube as well to help spread the word about our channel. Welcome, fellow seekers of truth, to our latest intellectual expedition. Today, we are diving deep into the ancient, dusty, and often misunderstood pages of Genesis. But hold on to your hats, because this isn't your Sunday school's Genesis.
Amen.
No, we are about to embark on a journey that will challenge everything you thought you knew about this seminal text. You see, Genesis isn't just a standalone story. It's a melting pot of ideas, a cultural crossroads where the Mesopotamian and Greek worlds collide. And it's in this collision where things get really interesting. Ever heard of Cain and Abel? Of course you have. But what if I told you their story echoes the Greek tales of murderous siblings and those sons of God running around ruling territories and taking beautiful wives to create a race of giants? Sounds suspiciously like the Greek pantheon, doesn't it? And then there's the Garden of Eden, a paradise lost, bearing a striking resemblance to Plato's Atlantis. Let's not forget the flood, a cataclysmic event that's suspiciously universal across ancient cultures. But wait, there's more. Genesis 1:26 throws us a curveball with the gods and possibly goddesses declaring,
"Let us make man in our image, in our likeness."
And again, in Genesis 3:22, Yahweh tells the gods,
"Behold, the man has become like one of us."
So what's going on here? Is Genesis about one god or many gods? And where does Yahweh fit into this divine jigsaw puzzle? Well, buckle up, because we are about to find out. This is just the beginning of our deep dive into the origins of the Bible. So grab your archaeologist hat, your detective's magnifying glass, and your philosopher's curiosity, because we are about to embark on a journey that will change the way you see Genesis forever. Are you ready? I hope so, because the truth is often stranger than fiction, and in the case of Genesis, it's also a whole lot more fascinating. Let's get started. Today we are taking a detour from the well-worn path of Mesopotamian influences and venturing into the sun-drenched landscapes of ancient Greece. And who's our guide for this journey? None other than Russell Gamirkan, the author of a recent book that's been causing quite the stir in biblical circles. Now, Gamirkan isn't your average scholar. He's a bit of a maverick, a trailblazer who isn't afraid to challenge the status quo. And his latest theory? Well, it's a doozy. He argues that Genesis 1 through 11 isn't just a rehash of ancient Mesopotamian traditions like the flood story from the Epic of Gilgamesh. No, he's convinced that Genesis is also heavily influenced by Greek myths and traditions. And when I say Greek traditions, I'm not talking about olives and togas. I'm talking about the big guns, the heavy hitters of Greek philosophy and mythology. I'm talking about Plato. You see, Plato had a lot to say about the creation of the world and humankind. He spun tales of gods living among men, ruling over earthly kingdoms, taking wives and fathering lines of noble kings. That is, until Zeus, the king of the gods, decided to hit the reset button with a few well-placed earthquakes and a flood. Sound familiar? But Gamirkin doesn't stop at the flood. He goes on to argue that the sons of God mentioned in early Genesis are best understood in light of Plato's accounts of mythical times. According to Gamirkin, the twin creation accounts of Genesis 1 and 2 through 3 both draw extensively on the two-part story of creation in Plato's Timaeus. In this text, Plato first described the creation of a perfect world by an eternal, supreme God he called the demiurge or craftsman. This account, Gamirkin argues, closely resembles the creation story of Genesis 1. But here's the kicker. Everything the craftsman created was immortal and perfect, just like himself. So Plato had to come up with a second creation story to explain the existence of mortal, flawed humans. In this second story, the craftsman delegates the task of creating mortal life to his offspring, the traditional gods and goddesses of Greek myth. The earth is then divided up among these divine beings who create humans in various lands they rule over. But how can a god have a son or daughter? How can a new god come into existence? These lesser gods, these sons and daughters of the craftsman, are walking paradoxes. They have a birth or a generation at a specific point in the past, yet they possess eternal life, stretching forever into the future. This paradox, Gamirkin argues, is true not only of the Greek gods of Hesiod and Plato, but also of the biblical sons of God. And where does Yahweh fit into all of this? Well, according to Gamirkin, Yahweh was just one of these earthbound lesser gods, ruling over the land of Eden. He points out in Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9, where Yahweh is but one of the many sons of the Most High God, assigned to rule over the children of Israel.
When Elyon gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated humanity, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of sons of God. For Yahweh's portion is his people, Jacob his allotted heritage. Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9.
Now this might be a bit of a shock to those of us who've grown up with the idea of a single, all-powerful, monotheistic God. But Gamirkin argues that this is much later, almost modern religious idea that we are imposing on the biblical text. In the stories of Genesis, Yahweh is anything but grandiose. He resides not in eternal realms beyond the heavens, but in the earthly land of Eden, presumably in a temple or palace where he takes strolls in the garden in the coolness of the day to take in the pleasant fragrances. When Adam and Eve hide from him, he calls out,
"Where are you?"
And when they explain they were ashamed of their nakedness, Yahweh asks,
"Who told you you were naked?"
When interrogated, they blame it all on the serpent and confess to eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Clearly, Yahweh is anything but omniscient or omnipresent. So there you have it, folks. Genesis, the Greek edition. It's a theory that's sure to ruffle a few feathers, but that's what makes it so fun, right? It challenges us to look at Genesis in a new light, to question our assumptions, and to engage with the text in a deeper and more meaningful way. Let's get started. There's a lot more to explore in this Greek-infused version of Genesis, and I can't wait to see where this journey takes us. Cain and Abel. One sees virtually the same scene is repeated later on, after the expulsion of Adam and Eve from the garden. When Cain murders Abel, Yahweh questions Cain at the crime scene like a primordial policeman interrogating a suspect.
Where is Abel? What have you done to him? His spilled blood cries out to me from the ground.
Cain finally breaks and confesses, but why was an interrogation necessary? And then what happens? Yahweh condemns Cain to wander the earth as a fugitive and vagabond.
And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden.
What? Yahweh's presence only extends as far as the borders of the land of Eden? Later in the Bible, Jonah hopped a freighter and fled to distant Tarshish at the ends of the earth, but was unable to escape the presence of God in Jonah 1 verse 3. But in Genesis, Yahweh was anything but omniscient or omnipresent. He ruled only one tiny land where his subjects could occasionally meet him face to face. But the rest of the world was apparently the domain of other peoples ruled by other gods. Clearly, Adam and Eve and their murderous son Cain were not the only humans on earth at that time. For when Cain learns of his fate, he is desperately afraid of the people he will encounter.
I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond upon the earth, and whoever finds me will slay me.
How is that possible? If Cain was the only human residing beyond the boundaries of Eden, Yahweh calms Cain's fears by placing a sign on him, a mark of divine protection to prevent his murder in the course of his wanderings. And what is Cain's subsequent history in the lands of his exile? He takes a wife, has a son called Enoch, and builds a city that he names after his firstborn. Where did he find a wife? Who lived in the city of Enoch? Why did Cain need to establish a city for himself, his wife, and his only son Enoch? Why not just build a house? Biblical theologians and many scholars, assuming that Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel were the only humans on earth at that time, struggle mightily with these questions. Cain must have married one of Adam and Eve's daughters, his own sister, who hadn't been born yet, according to the biblical narrative? Seriously? Adam and Eve sent their daughter to the murderer Cain so he could commit incest with her? This is ridiculous, and it offends the moral sensibilities, and is certainly not mentioned in the biblical narrative. Yet Cain marrying his own sister is thought to be the only logical possibility. Theologians and scholars also proposed that Cain feared his own family would chase him into exile and murder him, although the biblical text says no such thing. Which family members? Adam murdering his own son? An unborn younger brother or sister tracking him down in exile with vengeance on their mind? And yet the text says Cain feared immediate vengeance would follow wherever he traveled from those dwelling in the lands of his exile. These are some of the links scholars and theologians go to on the assumption that Adam and Eve were the first and only humans. But it is perfectly clear the earth is already well populated in the time of Adam and Eve and Cain and poor Abel, during the 130 years before the birth of Abel's replacement, Seth, and the other sons and daughters of Adam and Eve. Outside Eden was a vast and scary world where cursed Cain would find a new life among strangers. The Greek origins of Cain and Abel. The first hint of Greek influence in the story of Cain and Abel is God's outburst.
The voice of your brother Abel's blood cries out to me from the earth.
In the Greek world, unlike the ancient Near East, spilled blood placed a curse on the land until the homicide was avenged. The murderer was fair game to be slain by anyone who could find him, and so the killer typically fled into voluntary exile to escape the reach of vengeful kinsmen. The spilled blood calling out for vengeance and Cain's flight from the land of Eden were story elements that would have been well understood in the Greek world. So too the presence of people in the lands to which Cain fled. According to Greek myths, the early world was divided up among the gods, each god given his own territory to rule, and typically creating the humans who dwelled there. Hephaestus and Athena created a race of humans at Athens, Poseidon another race in his island realm of Atlantis, the Spartans yet another race of earthborn people, warriors spring up from serpents' teeth, and so forth. The world of early Genesis, especially as seen in the story of Cain and Abel, is very Greek, with different peoples scattered in different lands across the earth. Nor are these the only Greek elements in the story of Cain and Abel. The Bible has a multitude of stories about sibling rivalries, the stories of Cain and Abel, of Jacob and Esau, of sisters Leah and Rachel, of Joseph and his 12 brothers. But this was also a common plot element in Greek stories, in several of which a brother murders a brother, as in the story of Cain and Abel. One such story is that of Romulus and Remus, the twins who founded the city of Rome, sons of Mars, the war god, and a human woman, a princess. The current king considered potential rivals who posed a threat to his rule, so he had them abandoned in the wilderness. But they were found and raised by wild wolves, and on adulthood, determined to found a new city and kingdom. In an argument over the location of their new capital, Romulus slew his brother Remus. The city they founded was none other than Rome, which Romulus populated with exiles from other cities. Sibling rivalry, fratricide, the founding of a city, exiles, all motifs found in the story of Cain and Abel, with which it is frequently compared. But in this story, Romulus, the murderer, was a hero, and Remus, the villain. And Romulus did not go into exile, but harbored exiles from other lands. Another such story is that of Polynices and Eteocles, the sons of Oedipus. When it is revealed that Oedipus has killed his own father and married his own mother, he resigns as the king of Thebes, and his twin sons appointed to jointly rule the kingdom, taking turns in alternate years. Eteocles takes the first turn, while Polynices withdrew to Argos, where he married the daughter of the king. But when it was his turn to rule, Eteocles refused to turn over the rule. In the subsequent fight over the throne, both sons kill each other, putting an end to the cursed line. The most striking parallel, however, is that of Atreus and Thyestes of the cursed line of King Pelops of Mycenae in the days before the Trojan War. Tantalus, the father of Pelops, had tried to serve his son for dinner to the gods, to see if they were as all-knowing as they claimed. The gods detected the ruse, reassembled Pelops, and brought him back to life, and cursed both Tantalus and his descendants for this act of impiety. Pelops later became king of Mycenae. Atreus and Thyestes were his sons by one wife and half-brother to Chrysippus, son to a second wife and the favorite son of Pelops. Hippodamia, the mother of Atreus and Thyestes, conspired with the two to murder Chrysippus. Blamed for his murder, the two were both forced into exile, like Cain. The story had many subsequent twists and turns. Thyestes briefly returned to Mycenae and became king. Atreus went mad in exile, murdered the sons of Thyestes, and served them to him at dinner, like their grandfather Tantalus. Atreus became king, and now Thyestes went into exile. Incest, rape, the murder of Atreus, and Thyestes ruled a third time in Mycenae, yet ultimately he wound up in exile a third time as well, dying on the island of Cythera. Here there are parallels galore. There is sibling rivalry, with brother murdering brother. There is the gods placing a curse of the line of Pelops, much as they had earlier cursed the line of Oedipus, like God cursing Cain and his wicked line of descendants. There is exile, which was a common Greek punishment for murder, wandering from one land to another. There are the hints that Cain is an exiled prince, establishing a city and kingdom in his land of exile, like the characters in virtually all of the Greek stories we have considered as parallels. The primordial world. According to Gamirkan, it is clear that Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, were by no means the only people on earth, not Yahweh the only God. The primordial world in the period before Noah's flood was instead exactly as described in Genesis 6, 1-4, with humans scattered far and wide across the face of the earth, and the sons of God living among them, taking wives from among the beautiful maidens dwelling in their various lands. This picture may offend our modern sensibilities. It certainly offended the authors of the Book of Enoch, who were reluctant to acknowledge the existence of any but the one supreme God. First, Enoch consequently demoted the sons of God to the status of lustful angels fallen from heaven, cohabiting with wicked and adulterous women, to whom they revealed all the forbidden arts, including those regarding makeup and jewelry.
And Azazel showed their chosen ones bracelets, decorations, shadowing the eye, with antimony, ornamentation, the beautifying of the eyelids, all kinds of precious stones, and all coloring tinctures and alchemy. And there were many wicked ones, and they committed adultery and erred, and all their conduct became corrupt. 1 Enoch 8, 1-2.
Their offspring likewise were condemned as an evil race of giants. But Genesis 6 clearly states that these were the sons of God, not angels, fallen or otherwise. They are not condemned for taking human wives. The wives are described as beautiful or good, the same word in both Hebrew and Greek, as used repeatedly throughout Genesis 1 to describe the beautiful, good creation. Nor are the Nephilim, or giants, condemned in Genesis 6:4. Instead, they are called mighty, men of name, or men of renown, a race of heroes, the same sort of half-human, half-divine beings the Greeks called demigods. Far from being condemned, Genesis 6 appears to view favorably the sons of God, their beautiful, goodly wives, and their heroic offspring. According to Gamirkan, we must see Genesis through new eyes, not conditioned by traditional interpretations. Whence the sons of God? Where did these stories of the sons of God, of beautiful women, of heroic races of demigods come from? Not from the ancient Near East, according to Gamirkan, but from Plato, and specifically from Plato's story of Atlantis, which contains many striking thematic parallels to the stories in early Genesis. Plato told his story of Atlantis in two dialogues, in Timaeus, which the biblical author appeared to have directly drawn on in the twin creation accounts of Genesis 1-3, and in Critias, a companion piece that described the wonderful realm of Atlantis in fantastic detail. It is thus natural that the biblical authors would have been familiar with both of these Platonic texts. The Garden of Eden and Mesopotamian parallels. According to Gamirkan, one already sees echoes of Plato's Atlantis in the biblical description of the Garden of Eden. Biblical scholars have long struggled to find a convincing prototype for the Garden of Eden in the ancient Near East, but to no avail. Gamirkan discusses the four major theories on the Mesopotamian origins of the Garden of Eden and the reasons why scholars reject them all. Number one, temple gardens of the ancient Near East existed primarily for economic purposes to support the temple, its offerings, and its personnel. Temple gardens were not known for their variety of plants, nor for their animals. Such gardens did not possess a cosmic or mythic dimension and were not associated with primordial times. 2. Royal parks attached to palaces such as those created by Ashurbanipal, Esarhaddon, Merodach-Baladan II, Nebuchadnezzar, and various Persian kings are an attractive possibility in terms of their profusion of exotic plants. Ancient Near Eastern kings such as Tiglath-Pileser III, Ashurbanipal, and Sennacherib were also known for their collecting exotic wild animals placed in hunting parks where kings most famously hunted and slew lions. But such royal parks have properly been discounted as convincing parallels due to their strictly historical character without any mythical dimension. And why would a king's hunting park become the model or paradigm of the garden of the gods in the primordial world? 3. The search for Mesopotamian mythical stories featuring gardens in primordial times often centers on the Gilgamesh epic, which is set after the flood of Utnapishtim. Gilgamesh and Enkidu had one adventure in the cedar forest located according to various traditions either in the Zagros Mountains or Mount Lebanon, where they slew the monster Huwawa and felled 7 sacred cedar trees. But rivers do not feature in this story, nor did the cedar forest contain a profusion of plants or animals, nor was it a divine abode. Gilgamesh, in his quest for immortality, later traveled through a jeweled garden, a mythical location at the edge of the world, approaching the dwelling of the flood hero Utnapishtim, but there are no hints of a divine presence in the jeweled garden, nor indeed earthly plants or animals. The story of Utnapishtim itself, though part of a quest for immortality, featured no plants or garden. Number 4. Another myth, the Sumerian story of Enki and Ninhursag, has been compared to the story of the Garden of Eden, but the setting better corresponds to Genesis 2:4-5, at the creation of the heavens and the earth, when the land was arid and before the appearance of the first humans. The tale is populated exclusively by the gods and centers on Enki bringing up subterranean waters, sexually fructifying the land so it produces the first plants, and the origin of sex among the gods. The parallels with Genesis are slight, if any. In summary, the various attempts to find Mesopotamian parallels to the Garden of Eden itself have all proved highly problematic on close inspection. The search for comparative examples from ancient Mesopotamia, to the exclusion of Greek comparative materials, was largely premised on the assumed antiquity of the Garden of Eden story. The recognition that this story may have dated as late as the early Hellenistic era, along with the rest of the Pentateuch, opens up new possibilities for comparative study. The pervasive Platonic influences in Genesis 1-3 suggest Plato's writings might provide the literary background of the description of the Garden of Eden. Gamirkan suggests that instead of the ancient Near East, Greek literature might provide a more convincing literary prototype for the Garden of Eden. In specific, He points out the extensive parallels between the Garden of Eden and Plato's utopian imaginary continent of Atlantis. The Garden of Eden and Greek parallels to Plato's Timaeus and Critias. Let's peek into Plato's Critias to see how it compares with Genesis, and keep in mind everything we discuss about Atlantis is sourced in Critias. However, I recommend you get Russell Gamirkin's book, which spells out everything with extensive footnotes to argue his case. One may first point to a similar temporal and mythological setting, with the terrestrial deity Poseidon, one of the generated gods who were offspring of the demiurge, Crafter, dwelling in his allotted land with the first generation of earthborn humans. Poseidon's allotment was the island of Atlantis, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, that is, the Straits of Gibraltar, together with the Libyan or African coast as far as Egypt and the European lands as far as Tuscany. But within this vast western realm, Poseidon chose Atlantis as the fairest locale. It was there that he situated his palace and temple. Plato, in the person of Critias, gave an extensive detailed geographical description of the region, of the island of Atlantis, and of the dwelling place of Poseidon. Poseidon dwelled with his mortal wife Cleito in a temple constructed on a low mountain that gave rise to two springs, one hot, one cold. Streams came down from the mountains and circled the plains.
And the outflowing water they conducted to the sacred grove of Poseidon, which contained trees of all kinds that were of marvelous beauty and height because of the richness of the soil. Critias 117b.
This description directly compares with Genesis 2:10.
And a river goes forth from out of Eden to water the paradise.
The exotic realm of Atlantis was a fair and fertile land for a god to dwell at ease. It was filled with gardens and plantations of trees,
producing out of the earth all kinds of food in plenty. Critias 113.
Atlantis had forest full of timber and animals, both tame and wild. The ground held all sorts of metals to be mined, including
orichalcum, which sparked life like fire,
the most precious metal other than gold. Critias 114e. The fertile land of Atlantis had 2 harvest seasons a year, receiving rains from heaven. From the mention of cultivated plants and orchards and domesticated animals, it is apparent that the inhabitants of the land included agriculturalists and herders. Prominent in Atlantis were the gardens, with every type of fragrant tree, good for food and beautiful in appearance, as Plato eloquently described at Critias 115a to 117b.
In addition to all of this, it produced and brought to perfection all those sweet-scented stuffs which the earth produces now, whether made of roots or herbs or trees, or of liquid gums derived from flowers or fruits, the cultivated fruit also, and the dry which serves us for nutriment, and all the other kinds that we use for our meals, the various species of which are comprehended under the name vegetables, and all the produce of the trees which affords liquid and solid food, and unguents, and the fruit of the orchard trees, so hard to store, which is grown for the sake of amusement and pleasure, and all the after-dinner fruits that we serve up as welcome remedies for the sufferer for repletion. All these that hallowed island, as it lay then beneath the sun, produced in marvelous beauty and endless abundance, and the outflowing water they conducted to the sacred grove of Poseidon, which contained trees of all kinds that were of marvelous beauty and height, because of the richness of the soil.
In this settlement of Poseidon, the Atlanteans also constructed over time magnificent temples for sacrifices at periodic gatherings of the divine kings descended from the god, and a city laid out with royal palaces, docks, and quarters for soldiers, built up over time until Atlantean arrogance brought on cataclysmic destruction by rain and flood and earthquake. Plato's extensive description of the primordial flood when the terrestrial gods dwelled among humans set the stage for his main story, the war between Athens and Atlantis, and the destruction of the world by flood. From the above survey, it should now be apparent that the beautiful Garden of Eden in Genesis 2 drew extensively on Plato's description of Atlantis and Critias, the sequel to Plato's Timaeus. The general mythological setting in a garden of the terrestrial gods in primordial times resonates with Plato's extensive description of Poseidon's earthly realm. Atlantis and Genesis. The parallels become even more striking when we come to the story of the sons of God in Genesis 6. In Critias, Plato claims that when the earth was divided up among the gods, the land of Atlantis fell to Poseidon, the god of seas and storms and earthquakes. Poseidon dwelt in a magnificent temple on a low mountain in Atlantis, surrounded by streams and gardens. Also living in Atlantis was a fair maiden of marriageable age named Cleito, whom Poseidon took to wife, fathering 10 sons, 5 pairs of twins, the first human rulers of Atlantis. The eldest was Atlas, portrayed as a giant in Greek myth, who gave his name to Atlantis, as well as the Atlantic Ocean and Atlas Mountains in northwest Africa. Hercules was also another well-known Greek hero of gigantic stature, owing to having a human for a mother and a god for a father, Zeus. The 10 kings of Atlantis at first ruled peaceably over their respective territories in divine wisdom and justice, as befitted their nature. But generation by generation, as they took on human wives, the divine element was diluted over time, and the human element began to dominate with all its unruly passions, ambitions, and violence. The kings of Atlantis finally conceived a thoroughly greedy and wicked scheme to assemble their fleets in an unprovoked naval assault on the countries inside the Gibraltar Straits, putting the entire Mediterranean world under their unjust rule. The noble Athenians themselves, descendants of the gods, heroically led the battle against them. Finally, Zeus himself intervened, sending earthquakes, rain, and flood, just like in the biblical flood story, that sank Atlantis beneath the waves and incidentally destroyed Athens and many other lands as well, so that civilization could have a new start. Some of these themes were seen in earlier Greek literature, notably Hesiod's Catalogue of Women, around 700 BCE, that spoke of marriages between the Greek gods and human women, as several prominent biblical scholars have noted. But Catalogue of the Women didn't speak of the offspring of these marriages as giants, nor did the world end in a cataclysmic flood, as in Plato's story of Atlantis. Plato's story of Atlantis contains much better parallels. Like the story in Genesis, Plato's described a noble line of demigods, the descendants of Poseidon, who became corrupt through time, ending in such violence and injustice that the gods sent a world flood as punishment. Throughout the many flood stories of the ancient Near East and Greek worlds, not a single tale claimed the deluge was sent to punish human wickedness other than Noah's flood in Genesis 6 through 9 and Plato's story of Atlantis. Over 300 years later, A flood story by the Roman poet Ovid's Metamorphoses had similar ethical elements, but this was centuries too late to have influenced the biblical text. According to Gmirkin, the only viable candidate for a moralizing flood story featuring gods and beautiful women, demigods that descend into violence, and judgment in an earthquake, rain, and flood is Plato's Atlantis. Berosus and Gilgamesh. That is not to say that Gmirkin says the sources behind the Genesis flood story are 100% Greek. In an earlier book, Berosus and Genesis, he argued that a large part of the story came from Mesopotamian sources, in line with scholars of the past. For instance, it has long been recognized that the 10 long-lived generations before the flood in Genesis 4 through 5 appears to be based on the Sumerian king list, which had 10 kings lasting 430,000 years before the flood of Atrahasis. Similarly, many details of Noah's flood correspond with the flood of Atrahasis as described in the Gilgamesh epic, Tablet 11. But where did the biblical authors read about these ancient Mesopotamian traditions? Did they learn to read cuneiform, the curious script in which these tales were written in ancient Akkadian and Sumerian? Did they have access to the great library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, where Gilgamesh epic was to be found in the Akkadian language? Did the authors of Genesis learn ancient Sumerian, a dead language known in later centuries only to a few scribes in Assyria and Babylonia, so that they could read and copy the Sumerian king list? Did they have access to the temples and palace libraries of ancient Mesopotamia where these texts were housed? Highly unlikely, says Gmirkin. Improbable, bordering on the ridiculous. Instead, they found all the relevant Mesopotamian sources conveniently collected together in one single literary text, written in Greek, and easily available to the Jews of the early Hellenistic era. The Babylonica of Berosus, written around 280 BCE, of which at least one copy was certainly found in the Great Library of Alexandria, which historical tradition says was frequented by Jewish scholars not long afterwards. Berosus, a priest of the temple of Marduk in Babylon, had access to vast collections of ancient cuneiform texts, including creation accounts, flood accounts, and kings lists, from the dawn of time down to his own day, which he personally translated into Greek for the convenience of readers around the world who were curious about the glories of ancient Babylonia and its literature. What's more, his translations of these ancient texts are often closer to the biblical text than any surviving cuneiform text uncovered by archaeologists. For instance, various ancient copies of the Sumerian king list have either 7, 8, or 9 kings before the flood, but the version found in Berosus has 10 kings, exactly like the biblical account. The flood story in Berosus also has all the main features found in the Gilgamesh epic and in the biblical account, including the release of birds after the flood landed in the mountains of Armenia.
Kronos appeared to Kisithros in a dream and revealed that on the 15th of the month, Decius, humankind would be destroyed by a great flood. He was to build a boat and board it with his family and best friends. He was to provision it with food and also to take on board wild animals and birds and all four-footed animals. Then, when all was prepared, he was to make ready to sail. He did not stop working until the ship was built. Its length was 5 stades, and its breadth 2 stades. He boarded the finished ship, equipped for everything as he had been commanded, with his wife, children, and closest friends. after the waters of the great flood had come and quickly left. Kisithros freed several birds. They found neither food nor a place to rest, and they returned to the ship. After a few days, he set free some of the other birds, and they too came back to the ship, but they returned with claws covered with mud. Then later, for a third time, he set free some other birds, but they did not return to the ship. Berosus Babylonica, fragment F4b.
And then there's Gilgamesh himself. Ancient Mesopotamian sources described Gilgamesh as a giant, 2/3 god and 1/3 human. In that way, he is reminiscent of the gigantic offspring of the gods in Genesis 6, 1-4. Berosus is also known to have talked about Gilgamesh in the 3rd generation after the flood, describing him as an early post-flood king of Babylon. Scholars have connected the fabled adventures of Gilgamesh with those of his Greek counterpart, Hercules, who was the gigantic offspring of Zeus and a mortal wife, and whose world travels were recounted in the legendary 12 labors of Hercules. It is thought Hercules was influenced in part by the Gilgamesh epic. So there are various points of connections between early Genesis and Mesopotamian traditions, all by way of Berosus, writing in the convenient Greek in a single book that the biblical authors appear to have read. First and foremost are the 10 long-lived generations before the flood, from the version of the Sumerian king list known only from Berosus. Second, there's the flood story from the Gilgamesh epic, which Berosus conveniently translates into Greek. And then there is the gigantic half-divine Gilgamesh. The Bible locates heroic races of giants on both sides of the flood, and singles out Nimrod of Babylon in the 3rd generation after the flood as one such hero. Berosus situated Gilgamesh at Babylon in the 3rd after the flood, so an influence of the Gilgamesh legend on Nimrod appears possible. So much for the parallels, but Gamirkan also noted differences. And none of the Mesopotamian tales have entire races of gigantic heroes arising through the intermarriages between gods and humans before the flood, or their corruption and descent into violence and wickedness, causing the gods to punish them with a flood. In none of the Mesopotamian flood stories is there an ethical reason for extinguishing humankind in a flood. In fact, most versions say that the gods simply became irritated with humans because they were too noisy and kept the gods awake. These two motifs of the rise of a race of demigods before the flood and their corruption and punishment by the gods in earthquake and flood are exclusively Greek. Indeed, they are found in a single source, Plato's story of Atlantis. Yahweh and Genesis. The result of all this new research is that the earliest traditions in Genesis was steeped in polytheism. A supreme eternal monotheistic God only appears in the creation story of Genesis 1. Much as Plato's eternal philosopher's God creates the heavens and earth and then disappears from history, letting his sons and daughters create mortal life and rule the earth on his behalf. Starting with Genesis 2, the Creator disappears from Genesis, replaced by the terrestrial sons of God, each in their own allotted land. Yahweh is thus a minor god, one of the many sons of God, dwelling in his land of Eden, and much later given a temple in Jerusalem. Starting in the book of Exodus, the biblical text tries to promote Yahweh to a more cosmic stature, but in Genesis, Yahweh is almost human, apparently being immortal only by the virtue of access to the tree of life. As Gamirkan points out, similar picture of Yahweh as an earthbound deity is seen throughout Genesis. This is especially well illustrated in the story in Genesis 18, when Yahweh and 3 angels walking through the wilderness of Mamre. In the heat of the day, stop by Abraham's tent for lunch and conversation. Water is fetched to wash Yahweh's feet, and he is encouraged to rest under a nearby shady tree. Sarah fixes bread, a calf is slaughtered and cooked, butter and milk is fetched, and Yahweh and Abraham amicably discuss how many righteous citizens would save nearby Sodom and Gomorrah from divine destruction. Yahweh was not the supreme God of creation, but just another weary desert hiker with sore feet and a growling stomach. Such was the original biblical conception of the sons of God. Well, my fellow truth seekers, we've come to the end of our journey through the fascinating connections between Genesis and the ancient Greek mythology on Atlantis, the Garden of Eden, Cain and Abel, the biblical flood. But before you go, let me leave you with a few parting thoughts. As we've seen, the influence of Greek myths and traditions on the Bible is a topic that deserves further exploration. From the sons of God to the flood, there are countless parallels between these two ancient traditions that are just waiting to be uncovered. For a deeper dive into the topics discussed, don't forget to secure a copy of Russell Gamirkan's illuminating book, a treasure trove of knowledge. So if you've enjoyed this deep dive into the origins of the Bible, I encourage you to subscribe to our channel, smash the bell. Like I said, it will make sure you're notified every time. Like and comment on these videos telling us exactly what was your favorite part. And consider joining our Patreon community. Your support will help us continue our research and video production and bring you even more fascinating insights into the world of ancient history and mythology. Stay tuned as we will uncover even more surprising connections between the Bible and other ancient traditions. Until then, keep searching for the truth, my friends, and never stop exploring the mysteries of the past with a skeptical mind. Prepare to have your mind blown. The tale of Noah's cataclysmic global flood is undeniably iconic, etching itself into the record of history and captivating readers across the globe. But here's the real kicker. It turns out that Noah's heroic adventure is not as original as we might think. Brace yourself for a jaw-dropping revelation as this video unfurls the shocking truth. The biblical flood, starring our beloved hero Noah, is essentially a cunning makeover of ancient Mesopotamian mythology. Yes, you heard it right. Genesis chapters 1 through 11, and even more tantalizing details scattered throughout the book, draw heavily from pre-existing myths and legends. This begs the question, what does it mean if Noah's story is merely a Johnny-come-lately shamelessly borrowing from older sources to spin the Genesis narrative? Shouldn't we pause and reflect on the historical accuracy of what we are reading? Could it be that Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, Enoch and Noah are nothing more than fictional figures molded from the much earlier myths they so craftily repurposed? Now hold on to your seats, because this mind-blowing video not only provides undeniable evidence of Genesis' dependence on Mesopotamian tales, but it also delves into the intricate web of literary intertextuality and narrative motifs that tie these stories together. It's time to embrace the truth. These accounts are not factual records, but rather captivating stories, woven with the fabric of mythology and legend. So the next time someone tries to convince you that the Bible predates these Mesopotamian myths, or that it stands independently without borrowing their narrative threads, unleash this video upon them. It's a compelling expose that will leave even the staunchest defenders of biblical historicity in awe. The origins of Noah's flood. Picture this: a God who just a few chapters earlier created everything, including man fashioned in his divine image, resembling him and his celestial council. All was splendidly good until those pesky humans went and messed it all up by nibbling on forbidden godly fruit. Let's not forget that it was the same God who planted a talking snake in the garden to tempt these unsuspecting mortals into unlocking their eyes and gaining godlike knowledge of good and evil. Instead of taking responsibility for placing the temptation in their path, God, like any loving parent, promptly evicted his own creation from the primordial paradise that suspiciously resembles a Babylonian utopia. Now Adam and Eve are left to toil and struggle, scraping out a living and experiencing excruciating pain during childbirth. But hold on tight, because it gets even worse. The first children of these first parents end up on an ancient version of unsolved mysteries, with Cain committing fratricide and bumping off his only brother, Abel. And you won't believe the reason behind this murder spree. Apparently, Cain offered God a humble basket of fruits, while Abel dazzled the divine taste buds with a mouth-watering filet mignon. And just like a doting parent, God rejected the fruit salad and devoured Abel's juicy barbecue. It's almost reminiscent of the time Prometheus pulled a fast one on Zeus, who demanded that humans sacrifice a portion of each animal to the gods. Prometheus decided to wrap bones in succulent fat, cleverly hiding the filet mignon inside the animal's hide. When Zeus made his choice, he unwittingly selected the fatty deception, resulting in his wrath and the subsequent punishment of mankind and Prometheus. Ah, the good times. Back to our twisted family saga. Cain is cursed and banished from the land, eventually settling down, finding a wife, and naming his child Enoch, a child with multiple parentage, as it turns out. You see, the genealogies in Genesis 4 and Genesis 5 are nothing more than fabricated traditions cleverly inserted into the Bible. It's like having two contradictory creation accounts in Genesis 1 and 2, where a priestly scribe tried his best to merge them into one cohesive tale. The same game is at play with these genealogies leading up to Noah's flood, the cataclysmic event that wiped out this once very good creation. Thanks to this priestly scribe or scribes, many later traditions try to explain the lineage of Cain versus Seth. Now, if you're as curious as I am about why this seemingly good God would obliterate mankind and still be regarded as benevolent by the biblical authors, then stay tuned. This video will not only reveal the true origins of Noah's flood story, but also debunk the flood-related conspiracy theories and misinformation that run rampant on the internet. So forget tuning into Joe Rogan for ill-informed flood discussions, and join us as we present the facts straight from the mouths of experts specializing in ancient Sumer, Old Babylon, Assyria, New Babylon, the ancient Near East, and of course, the Bible. Mesopotamian precursors. It should come as no surprise to us that the story of a God destroying the world with a flood was not new to the book of Genesis. More than 1,000 years before the story found its way into the Bible, it was etched into clay tablets in ancient Mesopotamia, in the Sumerian and Akkadian languages. The earliest cuneiform texts that contain the Mesopotamian flood story date to the early 2nd millennium BCE, a time known as the Old Babylonian period, roughly 2000 to 1600 BCE. We will begin with the Sumerian version of the story, excavated from the ancient Sumerian city of Nippur. The story begins with creation, where the gods An, Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag created humanity and the animals in order that they might do work to provide for the gods.
Let them build many cities so that I can refresh myself in their shade. Let them lay the bricks of many cities in pure places. Let them establish places of divination in pure places. And when the fire quenching is arranged, the divine rights and exalted powers are perfected, and the earth is irrigated, I will establish well-being there.
After a fragmentary section, the story continues, describing how kingship descended from heaven to earth, and the cities were built in Sumer. These sacred cities were assigned to individual gods. Enki was to lead Eridu, Sud was over Shuruppak, and the sun god Utu was placed in charge of Sippar. The land had been established, the right to rule had been granted by the gods, and the sacred temples had been built in the cities for the benefit of their gods. All was right with the world, but it was not to last. The text again becomes fragmentary, but we can see that something eventually went wrong. The gods convened and determined that they would send a flood over all the earth in order to destroy their creation. An, Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag made all the gods of heaven and earth take an oath by invoking An and Enlil, but Enki quietly dissented, having taken the oath not to reveal these plans to humanity. He could not simply warn the people. Instead, through his cunning, he descended to earth and found Ziud-Sudra, the one of long life, who would ultimately survive the flood. Enki could not simply warn Ziud-Sudra. Instead, he spoke to a wall that Ziud-Sudra was standing near.
Side wall standing at my left side. Side wall, I will speak words to you. Take heed of my words. Pay attention to my instructions. A flood will sweep over. A decision that the seed of mankind is to be destroyed has been made. The verdict, the word of the divine assembly, cannot be revoked. The order announced by An and Enlil cannot be overturned.
Enki then explains to Ziud-Sudra what he is to do to survive. Although the text is broken in the section that describes the instructions and the building of the boat, when the story picks back up, we see the flood had finally happened.
All the windstorms and gales arose together, and the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over the land, and waves and windstorms had rocked the huge boat for 7 days and 7 nights, Utu, the sun god, came out, illuminating heaven and earth. Ze-ud-Sudra could drill an opening in the huge boat, and the hero Utu entered the huge boat with his rays. Ze-ud-Sudra, the king, prostrated himself before Utu. The king sacrificed oxen and offered innumerable sheep.
In the final section of the story, the gods determine what to do with Ze-ud-Sudra, as they had not expected anyone to survive the flood.
More and more animals disembarked onto the earth. Ze-ud-Sudra, the king, prostrated himself before An and Enlil. An and Enlil treated Ze-ud-Sudra kindly. They granted him life like a god. They brought down to him eternal life. At the same time, because of preserving the animals and the seed of humankind, they settled Ze-ud-Sudra, the king, in an overseas country, in the land of Bilmun, where the sun rises.
We now turn our attention to the famous Akkadian story of Atrahasis, part of the old Babylonian flood tradition from Mesopotamia. The story opens with the lesser gods doing the work of forced labor, work that would later be placed upon mankind.
When gods were men, they did forced labor. They bore drudgery. Great indeed was the drudgery of the gods. They forced labor was heavy. The misery too much.
The great gods Anu, Enlil, and Enki divided up the world, An taking the sky as his home, Enlil taking the earth, and Enki dwelling in the Apsu, the freshwater sphere under the earth. The lesser gods toiled and labored, eventually rebelling against the great gods. Eventually, the great gods decided to create humanity by killing the lesser god who started the rebellion and mixing him with clay to create humans, who would then bear the load of serving the gods. Humanity begins to reproduce.
1,200 years had not gone by. The land had grown numerous. The peoples had increased. The land was bellowing like a bull. The god was disturbed with their uproar. Enlil heard their clamor. He said to the great gods, "The clamor of humankind has become burdensome to me. I am losing sleep to their uproar."
Enlil devises a plan to get some sleep, decimate humanity. He first attempts to send a plague, but Enki, just as in the Sumerian flood story, tells a human by the name of Atrahasis, exceedingly wise, how to save everyone from the plague, and humanity continues to make noise. After another 1,200 years, the noise continues to increase, and Enlil devises another plan.
Cut off provisions for the peoples. Let plant life be too scantly for their hunger. Let Adad, the storm god, withdraw his rain. Below let the flood not come up from the depths.
Again, Enki advises Atrahasis, who rescues humanity. Finally, Enlil decides to send a flood, but not before Enki swears an oath that he will not make known the plan of the gods to humanity. As in the Sumerian story, Enki uses his cunning to circumvent his oath.
Wall, listen to me. Read, Wall. Pay attention to my words. Flee house, build boat, forsake possessions, and save life. The boat that you build, cover her with tarpaulins. Roof her over like the depths, so that the sun will not see inside her. Let her be roofed over fore and aft. The gear should be very firm. The pitch should be very firm. Make her strong.
Atrahasis goes to people in his city and gets them to help him construct the boat, and he gathers animals and other provisions. When the time for the flood actually came, he was ready.
The outlook of the weather changed. Adad began to roar in the clouds. The god they heard his clamor. He brought pitch to fill his door. By the time he had bolted his door, Adad was roaring in the clouds. The winds were furious as he set forth. He cut the mooring rope. He released the boat.
The storm that brought the flood was so terrible, so violent, that even the gods themselves were afraid.
The gods became afraid of the clamor of the deluge. They took refuge in heaven. They crouched outside. Anu became afraid of the clamor of the deluge. It was terrifying the gods.
Furthermore, they realized that without humanity to serve them, they were unable to eat and drink, for humans provided their daily provisions. They immediately regretted their decision to annihilate humanity. There is a break in the text, but when it picks back up, it appears that the flood has subsided and Atrahasis has offered sacrifices to the gods.
The gods sniffed the savor. They were gathered like flies around the offering. After they had eaten the offering, Nintu arose to rail against all of them. Where has Anu come to, the chief decision maker? Has Enlil drawn nigh the incense? They who irrationally brought about the flood and relegated the peoples to catastrophe.
The end of the story is again fragmentary, but Enlil finds out that Atrahasis has survived.
The warrior Enlil saw the vessel and was filled with anger at the Igigi gods. All we great Anuna gods resolved together on an oath. Where did life escape? How did a man survive the catastrophe? Anu made ready to speak and said to the warrior Enlil, who could do this but Enki?
The final Mesopotamian story that we will cover that preserves the flood story is the Epic of Gilgamesh, another text that goes back to the Old Babylonian period. Although the flood story is contained in Tablet 11 of the Epic, we should briefly explain the events leading up to the telling of the story. Gilgamesh, who was 2/3 divine, was an unruly king of the city of Uruk. The people of Uruk ask the gods to help, and they create Enkidu, who has commonality with the animal kingdom and lives in the steppe outside the city. He is eventually made human and brought to meet Gilgamesh, and together they go on grand adventures in order to make a name for themselves. Ultimately, however, Enlil becomes displeased with some of their actions, and Enkidu is condemned to die. After mourning the loss of his friend, Gilgamesh feels his own mortality and sets off to find eternal life. This ultimately leads him to the end of the world, across the Sea of Death, where he finds Utnapishtim, meaning I found life, a man who had gained immortality. When Gilgamesh asked Utnapishtim how he was able to find eternal life, he told him the story of how he survived the flood. Utnapishtim described how the gods determined to send a flood to destroy humanity.
Their father Anu swore an oath and their counselor the hero Enlil, their chamberlain, the god Ninurta, and their sheriff, the god Ennugi. Princely Ea swore with them also, repeating their words to a fence made of reed. O fence of reed, O wall of brick, hear this, O fence. Pay heed, O wall, O man of Sherupak, son of Ubartutu. Demolish the house and build a boat. Abandon wealth and seek survival. Spurn property, save life. Take on board the boat all living things, seed.
Utinapishtim builds the boat and gathers the animals and all his provisions. The flood came, and the gods became terrified at the storm and regretted sending the flood.
Even the gods took fright at the deluge. They fret and went up to the heaven of Anu, lying like dogs curled up in the open. The goddess cried out like a woman in childbirth. Belet Eli wailed, whose voice is so sweet.
The olden times have turned to clay, because I spoke evil in the gods' assembly and declare a war to destroy my people. It is I who give birth. These people are mine. And now, like fish, they fill the ocean.
The storm eventually relented, and the boat ran aground on Mount Nimush.
The seventh day when it came, I brought out a dove. I let it loose. Off went the dove, but then it returned. There was no place to land. So back it came to me. I brought out a swallow. I let it loose. Off went the swallow, but then it returned. There was no place to land, so back it came to me. I brought out a raven. I let it loose. Off it went the raven. It saw the waters receding, finding food, bowing and bobbing. It did not come back to me.
Utnapishtim disembarks, offers sacrifices, and the gods gather around the sacrifice. Enlil discovers that humans have sacrificed. Then at once Enlil arrived. He saw the boat. He was seized with anger, filled with rage at the divine Igigi.
From where escaped this living being? No man was meant to survive the destruction.
After it is revealed how they survived, Enlil grants Utnapishtim and his wife a special gift.
In the past, Utnapishti was a mortal man, but now he and his wife shall become like us, gods. Utnapishti shall dwell far away, where the rivers flow forth. So far away they took me, and settled me where the rivers flow forth.
The flood story in the Bible. The biblical flood story follows the same pattern as what we have seen thus far in the Mesopotamian traditions, with a few important distinctions that we will cover later. Genesis 6 opens with human beings greatly multiplying, just as we have seen in other stories. However, divine beings come down and procreate with human women. In this context, the story describes humanity as being incredibly wicked, leading to Yahweh regretting that he had even created them. He then resolves to destroy all humans save for Noah and his family. He instructs Noah on how to build a boat and to gather animals to bring aboard. Yahweh sends the flood and destroys all life on earth, save for those on the boat. After the flood waters recede, Noah sends out his birds to see if the waters had gone down far enough for land to come back into view.
After 40 days, Noah opened a window he had made in the ark and sent out a raven. And it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find nowhere to perch, because there was water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth.
Noah and his family ultimately disembark and offer sacrifices to Yahweh, who smells the sacrifice and is pleased. The flood narrative in Enoch. The book of Enoch also describes the flood in an expanded form of what we see in the book of Genesis.
When the sons of men had multiplied, in those days beautiful and comely daughters were born to them, and the watchers, the sons of heaven, saw them and desired them. And they said to one another, "Come, let us choose for ourselves wives from the daughters of men, and let us beget children for ourselves."
When these angelic beings begun to mate with the human women, they taught them sorcery, charms, cutting of roots and plants, along with a host of divination practices. When we come to the flood story, Noah realizes that destruction is on the horizon. He travels to the ends of the earth and finds his great-grandfather Enoch to find out what is happening. Enoch replies,
"A command has gone forth from the presence of the Lord against the inhabitants of the earth, that their end is accomplished, for they have learned all the secrets of the angels and all the violence of the Satans, and all their powers, the hidden secrets and all the powers of those who practice sorcery, and the powers of brightly colored garments, and the powers of those who cast molten images for all the earth."
Leaving no question as to the reason for the flood, the text reads,
"Because of their iniquity, their judgment has been accomplished, and will not be withheld in my presence. Because of the sorceries that they have searched out and learned, the earth will be destroyed and those who dwell on it, and these will never have a place of refuge forever. For they have shown them what is hidden, and they are judged. But as for you, my son, the Lord of spirits knows that you are pure and blameless of this reproach concerning the mysteries."
God eventually tells Noah,
"Your lot has come up to me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden vessel, and when the angels have completed that task, I will put my hand upon it and protect it. And from it will come the seed of life, and a change will take place, so that the earth will not remain desolate."
The story is not told in the same detail, but the destruction of the world by the flood with Noah being saved in a boat remains the same. Points of contact. Let's look at some of the specific lexical connections that can be seen in the Genesis flood story, starting with Genesis 6:14.
"Make for yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make the ark into compartments and cover it inside and out with pitch."
The Hebrew word kopher, pitch, that appears in this verse is highly suggestive of dependence of the biblical flood story on the Mesopotamian accounts. This word appears only here in Genesis 6:14. It shows up nowhere else in the Bible. Conversely, its Akkadian cognate, kupru, is very common, and it shows up in a wide variety of contexts, including, you guessed it, the flood stories in both Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Atrahasis, Ea gives these instructions for building the ark.
Roof it over like the depths, so that the sun will not see inside her. Let her be roofed over fore and aft. The gear should be very firm. The pitch, kupru, should be firm. Make her strong.
Similarly, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, we see the building of the ark in progress.
At the first glimmer of dawn, the land was assembling at the gate of Atrahasis. The carpenter carried his adze. The reed cutter carried his stone. The shipwright carried his broad axe. The young men, the old men brought the coiled palm fiber. The wealthy carried pitch, kupru.
In short, in both Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the sections describing the building of the ark, this very common word, kupru, pitch, bitumen, is used to describe how the ark is supposed to be sealed. In Genesis 6:14, we see the same Semitic word, kofar, in the exact same context. But moreover, this is the only place where the word appears in the Old Testament. Furthermore, there is another word for pitch, hemar, that appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible 3 times, Genesis 11:3, 14:10, and Exodus 2:3. This means that Hebrew already had a perfectly suitable word that referred to a substance that was used to seal the outside of something to make it watertight, and yet the author of this story opted for an entirely foreign cognate in its place. Another interesting word is used in Genesis 8:2.
The headwaters of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped up, sakar, and the rain from heaven was held back.
This word sakar is another of these rare words appearing in the Hebrew Bible only twice, here and in Psalm 63:12. However, its Akkadian cognate, sekeru, is very common, and as you might expect, it occurs in contexts that speak of the stopping up of the waters in one version of Atrahasis.
Adad, the storm god, above made his rain scarce. Below the river was blocked up, sekeru, and did not raise the flood from the abyss. The fields diminished their yields.
The immediate contexts in these two flood narratives are not the same. Atrahasis is speaking of stopping up the waters to keep the crops from growing, while Genesis 8 speaks of stopping up the waters to end the flood itself. Nevertheless, the fact that this very rare word is used in common between both texts to describe the same scenario seems more than a simple coincidence. Before we conclude this section, let's look at one final point of contact in the flood account, the story of Noah sending out the dove. As you recall, from the introduction to this chapter, there is a clear parallel to this portion of the story in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
I brought out a dove and set it free. The dove soared off in search of food. No landing place appeared to it, so it came back. I brought out a swallow and set it free. The swallow soared off in search of food. No landing place appeared to it, so it came back to me. I brought out a raven and set it free. The raven soared off and saw the ebbing of the waters. It ate, scratched, and bobbed its head, so it did not come back.
While there are clear parallels between imagery here and in Genesis 8, there appears to be a more precise connection with verse 9a and tablet 11, line 150. These lines read,
"But the dove did not find a perch for the sole of its foot, and it returned to him to the ark."
Genesis 8, verse 9.
"No perch was available for it, and it came back to me."
Gilgamesh, tablet 11, verse 150. If there is a direct textual dependence of the biblical text on the Epic of Gilgamesh, then the later author would have translated the Akkadian line into Hebrew. Lo and behold, here, there is a strong conceptual similarity between these two lines. What's the point? There is an overall point to the story of the flood in Genesis. If you recall from Genesis 1, following their creation, humanity was charged to multiply and spread out through the earth. This command shows up again at the end of the flood account, and is ultimately resolved by force in Genesis 11. As we discussed above, this is part of a long literary movement throughout the primeval history, used to make a series of theological points. In this case, the priority of Yahweh's commission for humanity to multiply and fill the earth is in view. However, beginning in Genesis chapters 2 and 3, humanity crosses the boundary established between humans and deities by partaking of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, becoming wise and godlike. Yahweh sends them out of the garden, and over time, humanity becomes numerous on the earth, and they again cross the boundary between deities and humans, Genesis 6, 1 through 4. In the flood, Yahweh essentially hits the reset button, returning the world to its pre-creation watery, chaotic state. For example, in Genesis 7, verses 11 through 23, we read of the water above the sky returning and the water under the earth coming back up. When compared to Genesis 1, verses 1 through 2, you see that the text is telling of an uncreation and a return to the pre-creation state. The result of the flood is a new beginning with Noah and his family, culminating with the reiteration of God's command in Genesis 1:28,
to go and fill the earth.
As we noted above, humanity fails to obey this directive, but instead joins together to again attempt to cross the boundary between human and divine, by Cain building a city, and after the flood, Noah's descendants build a tower to reach heaven. This arc within the narrative strongly suggests that the primeval history is acting as an intentional inversion to Mesopotamian thought and traditions, particularly with respect to civilization. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that scholars see the flood story, with all its points of apparent intertextuality, as a counter-narrative to the Mesopotamian flood stories. It has been argued by scholars that one of the ways that the Genesis flood story responds to the Mesopotamian flood narratives is by contrasting the actions of the deities involved. Consider the story of Atrahasis. The flood is brought upon humanity, and the text reads,
"The goddess saw it, weeping, the midwife of the gods, the wise Mami. Let the day grow dark, let it turn back to gloom. In the assembly of the gods, how did I agree with them on annihilation?"
She continues,
"Where has Anu gone to? The chief decision maker, whose sons the gods heeded his command. He who irrationally brought about the flood and relegated the peoples to catastrophe.
We even see
The gods commanded annihilation. Enlil committed the evil deeds against the peoples.
Similarly, the Epic of Gilgamesh reads,
The gods should come to the incense offering. But Enlil should not come to the incense offering because he brought on the flood without thinking and marked my people for destruction.
When you view the story of Atrahasis as a whole, you see that one of the main points of the narrative is to explain why so many humans die in birth, or why some women cannot conceive. This contrasts sharply with what we have argued the Genesis narrative is emphasizing, as the focus is on the command,
Be fruitful and multiply.
more than this counter to the population reduction theme in the Mesopotamian tradition. It is likely that the Genesis flood account contrasts Yahweh's justification for sending the flood over against that which is seen in Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh. If Enlil and the other gods were considered lacking in judgment and even evil in bringing the flood, what about Yahweh? The text does not leave us to wonder.
And Yahweh saw the wickedness of humanity in the land was great, and every intention of the thoughts of their hearts was only evil all the time. And Yahweh was sorry that he had made humanity on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart.
Genesis 6, 5-6. Was Yahweh capricious and hasty in his destruction of the earth? Absolutely not. Far from the evil action of Enlil, Yahweh was morally bound to bring about the flood. At least that is how the authors who penned this myth tried to paint their God in this myth. It doesn't seem as bad, especially if one sees this God as just another ancient Near Eastern deity with limitations on what the humans were going to do from the start. How's that for a mind-blowing revelation? It seems that those clever biblical authors took the earlier flood traditions, which had been cherished stories in the ancient Near East for countless generations, and flipped the script to create their own flood myth. I owe a huge thanks to Dr. Joshua Bowen, an expert in Assyriology and Hebrew Bible studies, for his invaluable insights into the intricate details of this video. The man is a linguistic genius, practically fluent in Sumerian, Akkadian, Aramaic, Hebrew, and more, and he's up to date with the latest scholarship in the field. His book, The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, is an absolute goldmine of information on these topics and beyond. If you're serious about diving deeper, you can find it on Audible or grab a hardback copy. The link is in the description. Now let's dig a little deeper in the future videos and explore the Babylonian ziggurat built by the mythical ancestors of Noah, one of whom hilariously goes by the name Nimrod. We might as well unearth the figurative bones of these characters to expose the world to their inventive storytelling and perhaps help some folks break free from the delusion of taking it all literally. If you're enjoying our discussion, consider subscribing to this channel so you'll be in the loop whenever we release a new video. The mysterious mighty hunter named Nimrod gets a brief mention after the flood in Genesis 6-9 as a great-grandson of Noah, grandson of Ham, and whose uncles' names look coincidentally like nations rather than literal individuals, seen in Genesis 10 verse 6.
The sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan.
His mention as the first builder of the major centers in the known world from 2 millennia BC all the way down into the Hellenistic period. Genesis 10:10-12
The first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh in Shinar. From that land he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Calah, and Rezin, which is between Nineveh and Calah, which is the great city.
This section in Israel's prehistory looks awfully similar to something reminiscent of the Sumerian kings list that was written around the Old Babylonian period, 2000 to 1600 BCE. As both are lists of post-flood rulers of cities, and as we've seen in this series, Mesopotamia played an enormous role in the development of the Genesis creation stories. Adam and Eve, the flood, and now the post-flood Table of Nations, which includes the Tower of Babel, resembling a Babylonian ziggurat. Our purpose, as usual, is to hunt down mythical, legendary, or historical antecedents to biblical characters. In this case, with Nimrod, we have leading experts in the world wrestling over what his sources really are. If leading experts can't pin this guy down with certainty, we should take a humble pill and be cautious to do the same. When one thinks of Nimrod, one might think of a foolish or inept person in today's world. This derogatory usage most likely stems from the negative reputation given to this post-flood hero. As Professor David M. Carr notes in his Genesis 1-11 exegetical commentary,
this famed hunter helps him function well as a primeval figure that might originate a Mesopotamian ideal of kingship that prominently featured boasts about kings hunting prowess. To be sure, many have interpreted Nimrod's name as meaning "we will rebel," and seen that as an indicator that Nimrod is viewed negatively here. Nevertheless, the text itself, especially the part building on an audience's prior knowledge of the figure's status as warrior of the hunt before Yahweh, does not seem to presuppose such a negative judgment. Instead, Nimrod stands as a warrior successor in Genesis 10:8 to the warriors of old mentioned in Genesis 6:4. While his famed status as a warrior of hunt before Yahweh makes him contrast with Cain, who went from before Yahweh, Genesis 4:16. Here, meant to function as a positive superlative and contrast to Cain.
it appears Nimrod has gone down in the hall of shame, when in fact he may have been understood by the Genesis authors to be a hero figure, contrasting Cain. Cain was the first person to build a city, but was obviously understood to be a murderer. Was he denigrated because he was a giant or titan in this mythical prehistory? This Sumerian king list documents insane lifetimes by ancient kings similar to the genealogies in Genesis 4, 5, and later 10. Adapa gets a shout out in that Sumerian king list, reminding anyone reading of Enoch ascending to heaven or has watched our previous episode on Enoch. Then Dumuzid, or Tammuz, later known as Ishtar, the consort of Inanna, gets a blurb for being a fisherman, which reminds me of the Oannes coming up from the sea, giving divination, etc. This Tammuz literally gets a month in the Hebrew calendar, which is derived from the Akkadian and Babylonian calendar. Continuing in this king's list, we get Gilgamesh soon after Dumuzid, and we shouldn't be shocked if these god kings play a role in influencing much later biblical traditions such as that of Nimrod. Professor Peter McInnes and the Anchor Bible Dictionary. Starting with the famous publication of the Anchor Bible Dictionary under Gilgamesh, we have a rather excellent summary of this biblical character by a Harvard expert, Peter McInnes, Hancock, professor of Hebrew and other Oriental languages emeritus. He states,
Nimrod, the enigmatic figure mentioned briefly in Genesis 10 as a descendant of Noah, holds a compelling place in ancient texts. Described as a mighty hunter before the Lord and considered the original king of Babylon, Nimrod's inclusion in the genealogical list bears a striking resemblance to the Sumerian kings list from the Old Babylonian period. Unraveling the identity of Nimrod has been a topic of much debate. Three main approaches have been explored. The first posits Nimrod as a god, such as the Mesopotamian Ninurta or Marduk. The second suggests Nimrod as a legendary Mesopotamian hero, potentially Gilgamesh or Lugalbanda, or even an eponym parallel to the Greek traditions of Ninos. The third approach seeks to identify Nimrod with the historical figures including Sargon of Akkad, Tukulti-Ninurta I of Assyria, or even Nazim-Muratash, an Egyptian pharaoh or an Aramaean ruler named Ben-Hadad. Deciphering among these various possibilities proves challenging. However, considering the Mesopotamian context of the Genesis text, it's more likely that Nimrod represents a legendary hero, eponym, or historical figure from Mesopotamia rather than a god. The Hebrew rendering of Nimrod may stem from a Hebrew corruption and denigrative reinterpretation of divine names like Ninurta or Marduk. One possible suggestion is that Nimrod is an abbreviation of a name formed with Ninurta or Marduk, similar to Tukulti-Ninurta I. Upon closer examination, it becomes apparent that the biblical portrayal of Nimrod draws upon multiple Mesopotamian traditions. References to Babylon, Erech, Uruk, and Akkad, Agade, suggest ties to Babylonia. Nimrod's rule over Assyria reflects the long-standing cultural superiority of Babylonia over Assyria. This connection likely points to a period before 2000 BC, under the Agade or three dynasties, or around 610 to 539 BC during the Neo-Babylonian Chaldean rule. Moreover, the association of Cush, Nimrod's father, with the Kassites, and the mention of Shinar, possibly reflecting Shanhara, a designation of Kassite Babylonia, indicates the utilization of Babylonian traditions originating in the later 2nd millennium BC. Assyria also plays a role in the biblical depiction of Nimrod, particularly the Neo-Assyrian period from the 9th to 7th centuries BC, when Assyria dominated Babylonia. This connection is evident in Micah's identification of the land of Nimrod with Assyria. The hunting motif associated with Nimrod aligns with well-known royal themes in Mesopotamian literature and art, which gained prominence during the reigns of the Neo-Assyrian kings. The reference to Nineveh, Calah, Rehoboth, and Resen in Genesis 10 can also be explained within a Neo-Assyrian context. While the diverse traditions surrounding Nimrod make it difficult to pinpoint one specific individual that he represents, it is clear that he functions as a legendary and composite eponym of Mesopotamia. Precision in historical references should not be expected. Similar to the Greek tradition's Ninos, Nimrod becomes an eponymous hero founder of Assyria and its empire, drawing from composite backgrounds. Notably, in Antiquity, Ninos was already equated with Nimrod. In post-biblical sources, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim, Nimrod remained a notable figure. His name became attached to various ancient Mesopotamian ruins, particularly Calah, as part of efforts to remember and elaborate on his hunting and military prowess. This depiction, however, often portrayed Nimrod negatively, depicting him as the greatest sinner since the flood, claiming divinity and sponsoring the Tower of Babel. Some sources, however, offer a more positive view, highlighting his opposition to the construction of the tower. The complexities surrounding Nimrod and his depiction in various ancient texts challenge us to explore the multifaceted nature of this legendary figure. Through the lens of history, mythology, and cultural interplay, we gain a deeper understanding of the profound influence and enduring legacy of Nimrod within Mesopotamian and biblical traditions.
Ninurta and Nimrod, a tale of ancient gods. Let's explore the fascinating connection between Ninurta and Nimrod. Ninurta was a revered deity in ancient Mesopotamia, was associated with diverse domains such as farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes, and war. Initially worshipped as an agricultural and healing god, he later took on a warrior persona as Mesopotamia became more militarized, while still retaining his agricultural attributes. As the son of Enlil, the chief god, Ninurta held great significance, and his main temple, Eshemiza in Nippur, was a revered center of worship. King Gudea of Lagash even rebuilt Ninurta's temple in Lagash, demonstrating his devotion. The Assyrians also held Ninurta in high regard, particularly as a formidable warrior. King Ashurnasirpal II built a grand temple for Ninurta in Kalhu, which became the deity's primary cult center. Many scholars believe that Ninurta served as the inspiration for the biblical figure Nimrod, mentioned in Genesis 10:8-12 as a mighty hunter. While the exact transformation of the name Ninurta into Nimrod in Hebrew remains somewhat elusive, the two figures share similar functions and attributes, making Ninurta the most plausible etymology for Nimrod. Interestingly, the ruins of Kalhu eventually came to be known in Arabic as Namrud, due to their association with Ninurta. In later Old Testament accounts, specifically in 2 Kings 19:37 and Isaiah 37:38, King Sennacherib of Assyria is said to have been assassinated by his sons Adremelech and Sharezer in the temple of Nisroch, which is likely a scribal error for Nimrod. This presumed error arose from a spelling mistake during transcription, as the visual similarities between the letters could have led to confusion. As no Assyrian deity by the name of Nisroch has been attested, scholars consider this explanation the most likely. If Nisroch indeed refers to Ninurta, then Sennacherib's murder likely occurred in Ninurta's temple in Kalhu. Although the book of Genesis portrays Nimrod favorably as the first post-flood king and builder of cities, the Greek Septuagint translation of the Hebrew Bible presents him as a giant and mistranslates the Hebrew phrase meaning before Yahweh as in opposition against God. Consequently, Nimrod became associated with idolatry, embodying the archetypal idolater. Could this be the origin of his demise as an infamous enemy of God in history? Early Jewish midrash works, as described by the philosopher Philo in his Questiones, depict Nimrod as the instigator of the Tower of Babel and persecutor of the Jewish patriarch Abraham for his refusal to participate in the project. Saint Augustine of Hippo refers to Nimrod as a deceiver, oppressor, and destroyer of earthborn creatures in his book, The City of God. Imagine having your record tainted by a spelling mistake and simply being associated with Babylon, so forever in the historical record you are cast in a negative light. The parallels between the Mesopotamian god Ninurta and Nimrod in Genesis are somewhat speculative, but several scholars think the connection is strong enough. Both are mighty warriors. Ninurta and Nimrod are associated with warrior-like qualities and prowess in battle. Ninurta is a powerful god of war and hunting in Mesopotamian mythology, while Nimrod is described as a mighty hunter in Genesis. founder of cities. Ninurta is credited with the founding of several cities, including Nippur, while Nimrod is associated with the founding of cities like Babylon and Uruk in the biblical narrative. Divine lineage. Ninurta is often considered the son of Enlil, one of the chief gods in the Mesopotamian pantheon. Similarly, Nimrod is described as a descendant of Ham, one of Noah's sons in Genesis. Post-flood era. Both Ninurta and Nimrod are connected to the post-flood world. Ninurta's presence and worship continue in later periods, even after the destruction caused by the flood in Mesopotamian mythology. Nimrod too is depicted as a prominent figure in the post-flood generation in Genesis. Ninus in history. Ninus, the legendary founder of Nineveh, the ancient capital of Assyria, remains an enigmatic figure. Greek historians of the Hellenistic period and beyond associate him with the city, but his exact identity in Assyrian records remains uncertain. Some propose a link to the revered deity Ninurta. As we explore this historical puzzle, Ninus becomes a symbol of the enduring spirit that built civilizations and fueled our quest for knowledge. In the shadows of time, his story intertwines with myth and history, leaving us captivated by the mysteries of the past. Seems that Greek tradition as well as biblical tradition both have mythical figures who are kings that founded and built the great Mesopotamian cities, temples, towers, etc. Many early accomplishments are attributed to Ninus, such as training the first hunting dogs and taming horses for riding. Could this overlap with the mighty hunter Nimrod? The decipherment of a vast quantity of cuneiform texts has allowed modern Assyriologists to piece together a more accurate history of Sumer, Akkad, Babylonia, Assyria, and Chaldea. Ninus is not attested in any of the extensive king lists compiled by the Mesopotamians themselves, nor mentioned in any Mesopotamian literature, and it is possible that this Hellenic creation was inspired by the deeds of one or more real kings of Assyria or Assyro-Babylonian mythology, just like Nimrod. Similarly, the biblical character of Nimrod is not attested anywhere in Assyrian, Babylonian, Akkadian, or Sumerian literature or kings lists, but is believed by many scholars to have been inspired by one or more real kings. What is the truth? Russell Gamirkan is an independent researcher and scholar who has published books and articles and lectured at academic conferences for 20 years. Currently, he is mostly known for his innovative work on the late date and Greek sources of the Hebrew Bible and on the Dead Sea Scrolls. In what follows, you're going to find Nimrod parallels, but also a case made by Russell suggesting that Genesis authors made use of Berosus, putting its final composition in the Hellenistic period. Ninus and Nimrod, valid parallels. In his thought-provoking book on Berosus and Genesis, Russell Gamirkan delves into the fascinating character of Nimrod and sheds light on the topic of Genesis's composition. Gamirkan's insights are worth considering, and here's a summary of his points, which I find quite enlightening. According to E.A. Spizer's theory, there are indeed noteworthy similarities between Ninus and Nimrod. Despite the flaws in Spizer's argument, it becomes evident that the Nimrod story in Genesis incorporates elements from the Ninus legend, as documented by Ctesias in his Persica. Ctesias, a Greek physician to the Achaemenid king Artaxerxes II, lived in the 5th century BC and wrote extensively, with one of his notable works dating around 400 BCE. In these legends, Ninus and Nimrod were both ancient kings of Mesopotamia, ruling over Assyria and Babylonia, and linked to the establishment of Nineveh. Ctesias's account described them as hunters. While there are significant similarities, important distinctions exist between the two narratives. In Ctesias's version, Ninus is an Assyrian conqueror, and it is Semiramis, an Assyrian queen, who founds Babylon. In contrast, Genesis portrays Nimrod as a Babylonian king who holds authority over both Babylon and Assyria. The Genesis accounts reflect a Babylonian tradition that rejects the Ninus legend and emphasizes Babylon's preeminence. The source of the Nimrod story can be traced to Berosus, who challenged Ctesias's depiction of Mesopotamian history. Berosus criticized the notion that the Assyrians founded Babylon and aimed to rectify misconceptions surrounding Semiramis's reign. Interestingly, the Genesis narrative echoes Berosus's perspective by presenting Nimrod as the founder of Babylon before establishing Nineveh. Berosus's work, the Babylonica, aligns closely with the Nimrod story and its pro-Babylonian standpoint. The accurate depiction of Babylonian and Assyrian cities in the Nimrod accounts aligns with Berosus's expertise in Mesopotamian geography. Consequently, it is plausible that Berosus serves as the source for the Nimrod story in Genesis, which reflects his polemics against the Ninus legend and Ctesias's account. To sum it up, Ninus and Nimrod represent competing traditions, aiming to establish the pedigree of Assyria and Babylon, while Ninus is a legendary figure asserting the primacy of Assyria with Nineveh as its initial stronghold. The Genesis account aligns entirely with Berosus by attributing Babylon as the first established city. Berosus, at that time, stood as the lone author supporting this viewpoint. Gamirkan's argument raises the question of whether Genesis directly used Berosus, or if they drew from a shared tradition. Who was Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh was a legendary hero in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, and the central character of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the epic poem written in Akkadian during the late 2nd millennium BCE, tells the story of his adventures. While Gilgamesh may have been a historical king of Uruk, his status as a deity emerged after his death. He likely ruled in the early dynastic period around 29 to 2350 BCE, but his fame as a legendary figure grew during the 3rd dynasty of Ur. Nimrod and Gilgamesh. Gamirkan continues to tackle Nimrod with another clear connection. Nimrod's reputation as a badass hunter in Genesis can't be explained away by dissing Ninus, whose hunting skills are overshadowed by Semiramis. The real inspiration for Nimrod's godlike hunting prowess seems to come from the one and only Gilgamesh, the rock star of Mesopotamian mythology. Like Nimrod, Gilgamesh was a superhero born out of a divine human hookup, just like those giant guys in Genesis 6:4. Gilgamesh's hunting adventures involved taking down wild beasts like the bull of heaven and lions, proving he was no pushover. What's intriguing is that Nimrod's kingdom kicked off in Babylon and Erech, the very city ruled by Gilgamesh. Another juicy tidbit in the Nimrod story is its close link to the post-flood world. Nimrod, the grandson of Ham in Genesis 10, shares a family tree with Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, in the Gilgamesh epic. According to the Sumerian king list, Gilgamesh takes the throne as the 3rd king of post-flood Uruk. But hold on a minute. There were actually 27 kings of Kish before the kings of Uruk, which makes Gilgamesh the 28th generation after the flood. However, The Uruk Apkallu list suggests a local tradition where Uruk was the first city to rule over Babylonia after the flood, placing Gilgamesh in the third generation. Now, in Berosus' version of the story, Gilgamesh struts his stuff as the third ruler of the post-flood world. But here's the twist. He reigns over Babylon, not Uruk. The flood's over, and the first two rulers according to Berosus were Euxius and Comosbolus, both sitting on the throne in Babylon. A little fragment from Berosus tucked away in Aliens on Animals spills the beans that Gilgamesh's granddaddy was Suchoros, the king of Babylon. So Gilgamesh, the son of Comosbolus, snags the title of the third post-flood king of Babylon. The Berosus tale dances pretty close to the Nimrod story, unlike that earlier Sumerian king list. If we embrace Gilgamesh as the blueprint for Nimrod, it seems that Berosus' take on the Gilgamesh saga in Babylon played a starring role in Genesis. While other versions of the story praise Gilgamesh as the ruler of Uruk, Genesis 10:10 puts Uruk on the back burner, giving Babylon the spotlight. It's only in Berosus' version of the Gilgamesh epic that Gilgamesh grabs the title of Babylon's ruler. This means that the Nimrod character in Genesis found his groove from Berosus' account of Gilgamesh's tale, set in the third generation of post-flood Babylon, giving those older cuneiform sources a run for their money. Several parallels between Gilgamesh and Nimrod. Mighty heroes. Both Gilgamesh and Nimrod are depicted as mighty heroes or warriors. Gilgamesh is described as a powerful and fearless warrior in the Epic of Gilgamesh, while Nimrod is portrayed as a mighty hunter in Genesis. Divine lineage. Gilgamesh and Nimrod share a similar divine lineage. Gilgamesh is said to be the product of a union between gods and mortal woman, just like the giants mentioned in Genesis. Nimrod, too, is associated with the giants and is described as a descendant of Ham, one of Noah's sons. Fun fact, Genesis 10:8, in the Septuagint, Nimrod was a titan. Gilgamesh, too, was of surpassing stature. Hunting abilities. Both figures are known for their hunting prowess. Gilgamesh is depicted as a skilled hunter who can track down and slay dangerous creatures, like the bull of heaven. Similarly, Nimrod is renowned for his hunting skills and is celebrated as a mighty hunter in Genesis. Founder of great cities. Gilgamesh is credited with the foundation of the city of Uruk, which becomes a prominent and influential city in Mesopotamia. Nimrod, on the other hand, is associated with the founding of important cities like Babylon and Erech, Uruk. Post-flood era. Both Gilgamesh and Nimrod are connected to the post-flood world. Gilgamesh is depicted as a king ruling in the aftermath of the flood, and Nimrod is portrayed as a prominent figure in the generation following the deluge. While the answer floats out there somewhere on Nimrod's origins, I personally gravitate towards Gilgamesh as the best antecedent argued by experts in the field. This is not to suggest that parallels between Nimrod and Ninurta or Ninus are not clearly there. It seems obvious that a similar competing narrative in the Greek world with Ninus was floating around, and whether Gamirkan is correct that Genesis is literarily dependent on Berosus is really interesting. One thing is for certain, scholars aren't 100% on the same page about which ancient character best explains Nimrod's origins. They are all unanimous that Nimrod is fictive in the biblical narrative. If Dr. David M. Carr is correct, does this mean that the Genesis authors were trying to use Nimrod as their distant ancestor, giving them pedigree while in exile or post-exile? I mean, if one can point to a narrative where you claim it was your ancestor who was the original creator of the world's famous cities, does this give them self-gratification as a reaction to the Babylonian myths of old they imitated? Why did Nimrod go down in the halls of shame? Was it a misreading from later authors? Keep in mind, not everyone in history read Nimrod as bad. Here are some other plausible antecedents to the Nimrod stories, which have been proposed by scholars throughout history. Enmerkar, a legendary figure from Sumerian mythology, presents intriguing parallels that make him a plausible antecedent to Nimrod in the Nimrod story. Both Enmerkar and Nimrod are depicted as powerful rulers associated with the city of Uruk, known for their ambitious construction projects and their role as builders of cities and temples. Enmerkar, like Nimrod, exemplifies the archetype of a great leader and the founder of civilization, attributed with establishing the foundations of a prosperous society. The similarities in their roles as influential kings and builders, along with their association with the city of Uruk, suggest a potential connection between Enmerkar and Nimrod. Ashur, the eponymous founder of the Assyrian Empire, presents a compelling case as a potential antecedent to Nimrod in the Nimrod story. Both Ashur and Nimrod are associated with the region of Mesopotamia and hold prominent roles in the establishment of powerful kingdoms. Ashur is revered as the progenitor of the Assyrian people and is often depicted as a mighty warrior and conqueror. Similarly, Nimrod is portrayed as a powerful ruler who establishes dominion over Babylon and Assyria. The link between Ashur and Nimrod is further strengthened by their shared association with Nineveh, as both figures are connected to the founding or developing of this significant city. Hercules, the legendary hero of Greek mythology, presents an interesting possibility as an antecedent to the character of Nimrod, especially if you factor in Russell Gamirkan's later dating of the composition of the Pentateuch, the Hebrew Bible. Both Hercules and Nimrod are renowned for their exceptional strength and prowess as mighty warriors and hunters. They are celebrated for their feats of heroism, battling formidable creatures and undertaking perilous quests. Additionally, both figures enjoy a significant degree of divine ancestry, with Hercules being the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Nimrod being associated with the gods as a mighty hunter. The parallel between Hercules and Nimrod extends to their roles as founders of influential cities or civilizations. Hercules is attributed with the establishment of numerous cities, while Nimrod is connected with the founding of Babylon and Nineveh. The presence of these shared characteristics suggests the possibility of cross-cultural influences or archetypal elements being passed down through different mythological traditions. Sargon of Akkad, the legendary ruler of Akkadian Empire in ancient Mesopotamia, presents a compelling case as a potential antecedent to the figure of Nimrod. Both Sargon and Nimrod are depicted as powerful and influential leaders who played significant roles in the foundation and expansion of their respective kingdoms. Sargon is renowned for his military conquest and the establishment of the first empire in history, while Nimrod is associated with the founding of Babylon and Nineveh, two prominent cities in ancient Mesopotamia. Both figures are depicted as powerful warriors and skilled hunters, highlighting their prowess in combat and their close connection to the natural world. Additionally, Sargon and Nimrod both possess narratives that blur the lines between historical and mythical elements, with legends and embellishments surrounding their lives and accomplishments. The parallels between Sargon and Nimrod suggest the possibility of shared cultural influences or archetypal motifs in the ancient Near East, where stories and legends could be adapted and reimagined over time. And let's not leave out the historical rulers of Mesopotamia, such as the Sumerian kings, Assyrian monarchs, and Babylonian leaders, present intriguing possibilities as antecedents to the legendary figure of Nimrod. These rulers, known for their political power and influence, left a significant mark on the region's history and collective memory. Their accomplishments and conquests, as well as their roles in the foundation and expansion of cities and empires, bear resemblances to the legendary attributes associated with Nimrod. The narratives surrounding these historical rulers often include elements of historic feats, divine connections, and the establishment of prominent cities. It is plausible that over time the historical accounts of these rulers became intertwined with mythical and legendary elements, leading to the creation of larger-than-life figures like Nimrod. Other potential connections may lurk in the shadows of the ancient world, and I'm just not aware of those direct antecedents. Please comment if you know any others which make a ton of sense that weren't mentioned in this video. In coming episodes, we want to journey back to the very beginning, addressing the creation of the heavens and earth, with its mythical foundations going all the way back to ancient Mesopotamia. We want to highlight issues between the two Genesis creation myths in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 through 3. We will take a magnifying glass to the creation of Adam and Eve as well. In another segment, we will need to address this Tower of Babel and dive into the patriarch of patriarchs, Abraham. Imagine, if you will, a world that's less Little House on the Prairie and more Keeping Up with the Olympians. It's a divine soap opera where gods are not just living among mortals, but swiping right on them as well. Their offspring, known as Nephilim, giants or heroes of renown, at least the original influencers, are considered demigods, while later Jewish and Christian literature, like Enoch, give these figures a thumbs down. Genesis doesn't bat an eyelid. If we follow Russell Gamirkan's theory that Genesis is not just playing footsie with Plato, but full-on flirting, then we see a plot twist. The divine DNA of these demigods is diluted by human vices, desires, and wickedness, triggering a flood. In other words, the problem wasn't the sons of God, but the mortal humans who couldn't keep their wicked passions in check. This is akin to the pride of the Atlanteans causing Zeus to flood them. Meanwhile, the Mesopotamian gods, in a fit of celestial NIMBYism, flood the world because humans were too noisy. Talk about a divine noise complaint. We've been untangling this peculiar genealogy in Genesis 2:4, where the generations of heaven and earth, or Ouranos and Gaia, mirror the Greek myths where heaven and earth are actual gods of the ultimate demiurge. This theme of divine genealogies is a recurring motif in Genesis, including the Table of Nations in Genesis 10. But how does one trace the lineage of heaven and earth? If we look at Hesiod's Theogony or Plato's works, it's clear these were actual gods who reproduced to create other gods. Genesis presents a curious blend of human lineage and divine beings, or gods, who intermingle their seed with humans. After the flood wipes out all but 8 people, we see a list of Noah's descendants. And who do we find in this list? In the Septuagint, version of Genesis 10, we encounter a character named Nimrod. Now, there's a name that's begging for a backstory.
And Chus begat Nimrod. He began to be a giant upon the earth. He was a giant hunter before the Lord God. Therefore they say, as Nimrod, the giant hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babylon, Borak, and Arkad, and Chalan, and the land of Shinar.
Picture this: Nimrod, a giant, a titan of sorts in the Greek version of Genesis. Quite the spectacle, isn't it? Contrary to the bad rap he gets in Enoch and other biblical texts, Genesis paints him as a pretty decent chap. He's before the Lord, which is a far cry from Cain, who's more of a run from the Lord kind of guy. It seems these semi-divine figures didn't just vanish post-flood. They're right there in Genesis, hanging out with the rest of us mortals. Genesis 10 presents us with a list of 70 nations, a mythological census of sorts, explaining the divisions of peoples, languages, and beliefs. Each nation was under the jurisdiction of a god, and Genesis doesn't seem to have a problem with this divine delegation. It's only in later books like Exodus that Yahweh starts picking fights with the gods of other nations, like the deities of Egypt. But in Genesis, it's all peace and love among the gods. It's as if they're all chilling at a celestial cocktail party. Why didn't Abraham's God pick a fight with the Egyptian deities? Maybe he didn't want to spill his divine martini. Russell Gamirkan suggests a similar scenario in Greek narratives. But what happened to the sons of God from Genesis 6? Did they retire to a divine villa on Mount Olympus? Here's a thought. Genesis 10 mentions 70 nations. Enoch talks about 70 angels ruling 70 nations with 70 different tongues. This brings to mind Paul's letters about speaking in tongues of angels. But let's be clear, an angel is a god. Only those clinging to the cliff of absolute monotheism would argue otherwise. The phrase, "let us make man in our image," should give pause to any apologists. It's polytheism, plain and simple. Some try to rebrand Genesis as henotheism, which is fine, but it doesn't erase the existence of other gods in this narrative. The 70 nations, tongues, angels, or gods, if we're being honest, correlate to the 70 sons of the supreme deity El in Ugaritic Canaanite mythology. Is Genesis painting a picture of a polytheistic world where gods rule over various nations, tribes, tongues, and regions? With the Son of God, Yahweh, also ruling over one land, people, tongue? It seems so. And Deuteronomy 32, 8-9 spills the beans.
When the Most High, Elyon, gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. But the Lord's, Yahweh's, portion is his people, Jacob his allotted heritage.
In the grand pantheon of Genesis, Yahweh is the head honcho, the big cheese, the top dog among the gods. But let's not get carried away here. He's not the ultimate creator god, the demiurge, the divine craftsman. It's a bit like Zeus, who, while being the CEO of terrestrial gods, didn't actually build the place. Now, if you're still with me, let's take a detour to Psalms 82. Here we find the chief deity El not just presiding over a board meeting of gods, but actually passing judgment on them. It's a divine courtroom drama, a celestial Judge Judy episode, if you will. The admission of this polytheistic world is as clear as a supernova in a night sky. So let's dive into the divine counsel of Psalms 82.
God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked, Selah? Give justice to the weak and the fatherless. Maintain the right of the afflicted and the destitute. Rescue the weak and the needy. Deliver them from the hand of the wicked. They have neither knowledge nor understanding. They walk about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are shaken. I say, you are gods, sons of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you shall die like men and fall like any prince. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for to thee belong all the nations.
Without a solid grasp of this celestial soap opera, I fear we'll be left floundering in the cosmic dust when it comes to the Table of Nations and Tower of Babel narrative. So buckle up, dear viewer, as we embark on a journey to the Tower of Babel, potentially a creative spin-off from the ruins of a Babylonian ziggurat and a mythology fan fiction of the highest order. We'll delve into the Table of Nations and the Tower of Babel, which might just be the late bloomers of biblical narratives. And by late, I don't mean they missed the bus by a few minutes. We're talking Hellenistic period late. Some scholars might coyly suggest a post-exile Persian period, but do they have the audacity to venture into the Hellenistic era? Interstage right, Russell Gamirkin, who isn't afraid to push the chronological envelope. Stay tuned to find out why. Ascending to heaven. Picture this: a city named Babel, a name that echoes through the corridors of biblical history. This isn't just any city, though. It's a city that was stopped dead in its tracks by a divine holdup. Now, this story, often dubbed the Tower of Babel saga, isn't just about a tower, which could have been a fortress or more likely a temple. No, it's about an entire city. The plot thickens when humanity, all speaking the same language, decide to huddle up in one place, Shinar. Here they roll up their sleeves and embark on a project of epic proportions, building a city that would etch their names into the annals of time and keep them from scattering. But plot twists. Their grand plans are foiled by Yahweh and his divine squad, who, taken aback by their audacity, throw a linguistic wrench in their plans and scatter them across the globe. This divine mic drop gives birth to the name Babel, which sounds suspiciously like the Hebrew word for confuse. Now, the origins and inspiration of this story have sparked some heated scholarly debates. While there's a general agreement that the story is part of the Yahwist J source, the consensus ends there. Some scholars suggest that the Yahwist inherited a unified tradition, or at least one that had been blended from multiple sources during oral transmission. Others, however, argue that the Yahwist was the master chef who cooked up this narrative stew. Who was this Yahwist, you ask? Well, in Jay's writings, Yahweh is portrayed as an anthropomorphic figure, both physically and mentally. For example, when Abraham haggles with Yahweh over the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah, or when Yahweh, ticked off by the Israelites' lack of faith, threatens to wipe them out and start fresh with Moses' descendants. But when Moses steps in, Yahweh changes his mind. The dating of Jay's writings has been a hot topic among scholars. Julius Wellhausen, a 19th century German scholar, didn't try to date Jay more precisely than the monarchical period of Israel's history. In 1938, Gerhard von Rad placed Jay at the court of Solomon around 950 BCE, arguing that his purpose in writing was to justify the unified state created by Solomon's father, David. This was generally accepted until a crucial 1976 study by H. Schmid, the so-called Yahwist, argued that Jay knew the prophetic books of the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. While the prophets did not know the traditions of the Torah, meaning Jay could not be earlier than the 7th century, a minority of scholars place Jay even later, in the exilic and or post-exilic period, 6th to 5th centuries BCE. Then there are those who really like pushing the boundaries into the Hellenistic period, like Russell Gamirkan. Those who advocate for the amalgamation of discrete traditions point to the separate motifs of dispersion, the construction of a tower to storm the heavens, and the confusion of tongues found in extra-biblical sources. These motifs, in their original form, either underscored a significant etiology, such as why humanity speaks more than one language, or conveyed a profound religious teaching, such as the peril of encroaching upon the divine realm. Some scholars suggest that the inspiration of the Babel story was drawn from actual temple ruins in Mesopotamia. They propose that the tower refers to the ziggurat architectural form, a pyramid-like structure with each successive layer smaller than the one below it, and possibly to the Intimanaki, the grand ziggurat temple of Babylon. Intimanaki in Sumerian is the temple of the foundation of heaven and earth, a ziggurat dedicated to the Mesopotamian god Marduk in the ancient city of Babylon. It now exists only in ruins, located about 56 miles south of Baghdad, Iraq. However, given the story's overtly anti-Babylonian stance, a Mesopotamian origin seems unlikely, unless it was penned by a citizen of a Mesopotamian city rivaling Babylon. Finally, within the Christian canon, the account of Pentecost in Acts 2, 5-13 may be understood as a New Testament version of God's gracious reversal of the Babel condition. At Babel, God transformed a single language into many, creating confusion. At Jerusalem, the Holy Spirit made it possible for many languages to be understood as one, creating unity. At Babel, language was used to promote a human agenda. At Jerusalem, the new language was used to announce the mighty works of God. At Babel, God scattered the people in judgment. At Jerusalem, God scattered the people to spread the news, which would eventually result in worldwide unity. Mythical origins. The Tower of Babel, a scholarly tale unraveled by Russell Gamirkan. Let's hit the pause button on our usual understanding of the Babylonian structures as depicted in Genesis 11, 1-9, and instead let's dive into the complex backstory of the Tower of Babel narrative. Genesis 11, 1-5 paints a picture of the birth of Babylon and the construction of its tower by the survivors of the flood. The narrative suggests that the remnants of humanity journeyed east to Shinar, laying the foundation for the first post-flood city, Babylon. The focus in Genesis 11 is on the city's construction as a whole, not merely the tower. Thus, Genesis 11, 1-4 primarily narrates the birth of Babylon, with the erection of a temple tower as a sanctuary facet. This tradition of Babylon being the first city post-flood could hardly have originated anywhere but Babylon itself. However, the narrative is not purely Babylonian. It's important to first identify which story elements originated from the underlying Babylonian source and which were innovative additions by the author of Genesis 11:1-9. The confusion of languages and the scattering of humanity post-flood from Babylon are themes absent in Mesopotamian sources. The biblical claim that the city was named Babel since Yahweh confused the languages of the earth contains a pun that only works in Hebrew. This pun, with its anti-Babylonian bias, may have been a polemical response to Mesopotamian traditions linking Babel to Babilu, gate of God, or associating Babel with Bel, that is Marduk. Yahweh's objection to the godlike aspirations of Babylon's builders also had anti-Babylonian overtones and continued a non-Mesopotamian theme against hubris found elsewhere in early Genesis. The division of humanity resulting from their scattering from Babylon reflected the interests of the final author, as illustrated by the Table of Nations in Genesis 10, and must also be considered as secondary addition. For these reasons, the theme regarding the confusion of languages and the resulting scattering of humanity must be seen as an innovation of the author of Genesis 11:1-9, not derived from a Mesopotamian source. Subtracting these elements from the account at Genesis 11:5-9, the remaining material recounts the founding of Babylon by the survivors of the flood and the scattering of post-flood Babylonians, which halted the city's construction. The story appears to have originally described a local cataclysm that befell Babylon, its residents, and its buildings after the first catastrophe of the flood. This likely began as a local legend relating to the site of Babylon and may represent an etiology on ruins at Babylon in later times. The precise nature of this second catastrophe cannot be ascertained from Genesis 11 alone. The Mesopotamian source of the Tower of Babel story appears to have been the poem of Erra, which described both the flood and a later destruction of Babylon in a second catastrophe of comparable severity. The poem of Erra was a popular work, enjoying even wider circulation in the first millennium BCE than the Gilgamesh epic. The poem must have been central to Babylonian culture. At least 36 copies have been recovered from 5 first millennium sites: Ashur, Babylon, Nineveh, Sultan Tepe, and more even, as the Assyriologist and historian of religions Luigi Giovanni Cagni points out, than had been recovered of the Epic of Gilgamesh according to this poem. The flood occurred when Marduk, Lord of the gods, was angered at humankind and rose from his royal throne. A cosmic catastrophe ensued, affecting both heaven and earth, and floodwaters destroyed most of humankind as well as the city of Babylon. Marduk himself was drenched and his royal attire darkened and ruined. Marduk rebuilt his house, his temple at Babylon, and returned to his temple throne. But his government was inadequate due to the condition of his royal garments. The Apkallu sages, who alone were competent to create a new splendid idol of Marduk for the temple, had been sent to the underworld. Marduk therefore planned to leave his throne again, to descend to the underworld to have his royal attire restored, despite the second catastrophe that would inevitably ensue. In his absence, the world would be ruled by Erra, the Mesopotamian god of destruction. Waters again would rise, a storm would blot out the sky, and an evil wind would blow. The remnant of humankind, who survived the first flood, would be threatened with extinction. Cities would be destroyed and temples laid waste. Babylon would fall, as well as other Babylonian cities, even Sippar, which alone had been spared from the earlier deluge. The ziggurat of the sanctuary of Babylon, the city walls, and towers would all be destroyed, but finally the wrath of Erra would be placated. Marduk would be allowed to return to his temple, which, however, Era still presided over, the gods would be reconciled and returned to their proper places, and order would be restored. Babylonia would rise again, and Babylon would be rebuilt, although at the direction of a curiously benevolent Era, god of destruction, not Marduk as one would expect. The ruined temples would again raise their heads as high as the flaming sun. The poem of Era provides the closest Mesopotamian parallel to the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. It had Babylon repopulated by the remnant of humankind who survived the flood. It described a second catastrophe that befell the residents of Babylon in the post-flood era. It contained an explicit image of the ziggurat in the city walls and fortifications of Babylon in ruins. The poem of Era indeed contained the first cuneiform reference to the ziggurat in Timanaki at Babylon. Can you see the comparison to what's happening here in this poem and what we see in the Tower of Babel story? Most scholars don't know or can't find a mythical or legendary antecedent to the story, but Russell Gamirkan, I think, has found it. Seeking the source. It may be independently established that Berosus drew on the poem of Era as a source, or a tradition very similar to it. Among cuneiform sources, the poem of Era uniquely alluded to a tradition that the ancient city of Sippar survived the first deluge. In Berosus, Xisuthros buried tablets containing ancient lore, notably astrological records, at Sippar prior to the flood, and the flood survivors retrieved the tablets afterwards. This suggests that Berosus was familiar with the literary traditions related to the poem of Era. Evidence that Berosus recorded the Mesopotamian version of the Tower of Babel story is indirectly provided by Pseudo-Eupolemus, which drew on Berosus. Pseudo-Eupolemus was a Samaritan Jewish author of circa 250 BCE who wrote a history of the world down to the time of Abraham, loosely based on Genesis, but with an emphasis on the transmission of astrological lore. The writings of Pseudo-Eupolemus, like those of Berosus, were preserved in excerpt by Alexander Polyhistor and subsequently passed on by Eusebius. In one fragment, Pseudo-Eupolemus wrote,
"In anonymous works, we find that Abraham traced his ancestry to the giants. These dwelt in the land of Babylonia. Because of their impiety, they were destroyed by the gods. One of them, Belos, escaped death and settled in Babylon. He built a tower and lived in it. The tower was called Belos, after its builder."
A second text recorded a slightly different, or rather complementary, account. Eupolemus, in his work On the Jews, states that the Assyrian city of Babylon was first founded by those who escaped the flood. When the tower was destroyed by God's power, these giants were scattered over the whole earth. These two fragments combine to tell the following story. The giants, including Belus, which is Bel-Marduk, originally lived in Babylonia. Due to their impiety, the gods destroyed them, presumably by the flood. Belos survived the flood and founded Babylon and its tower. The Tower of Babel was named after Belos. After a second act of impiety, the gods destroyed the tower and the giants were scattered across the whole earth. A passage in the Sibylline Oracle, widely recognized as dependent on Pseudo-Eupolemus, adds another detail. The tower was cast down by a great wind sent from heaven. This account has many features in common with Berosus and with Genesis 11, 1-9. All three describe Babylon as founded or refounded by survivors of the flood. Additionally, Pseudo-Eupolemus contained an account of the destruction of the Tower of Babel and the scattering of the giants across the earth, linking up more directly with Genesis. Several aspects of the story in Pseudo-Eupolemus point to a Mesopotamian source, independent of Genesis. The description of Belos as a giant may have been based in part on the enormous representations of Bel-Marduk at Babylon. Enuma Elish, which described Marduk's gigantic stature, provides another parallel. Several Mesopotamian sources portrayed Bel as the founder of Babylon, notably Enuma Elish, Berosus, and the poem of Erra. Bel as the king ruling Babylon from his temple throne was another common Mesopotamian conception. Bel-Marduk was the protagonist in several Mesopotamian literary works. In the Marduk prophecy, the abduction of the statue of Marduk by the Hittites was transformed into a tale in which Marduk, king of Babylon, took a journey to the west and returned. In the Marduk ordeal, the capture of Marduk's statue by Sennacherib was transformed into a tale of Marduk's imprisonment and interrogation for suspicion of rebellion against Assur, Assyrian lord of the gods. The poem of Erra, in close analogy to Pseudo-Eupolemus, recounted misfortunes befalling Bel-Marduk. The mortality of the gods, giants, in Pseudo-Eupolemus has parallels in Mesopotamian literature such as Enuma Elish, in which the gods Apsu and Tiamat and a number of primordial monsters were slain, and in which humans were created from the blood of a beheaded god. These are all indications of an authentic Mesopotamian source behind Pseudo-Eupolemus. Although Pseudo-Eupolemus incorporated a flood story, it was not the familiar deluge of the Atrahasis epic. Gilgamesh and Utnapishtim did not appear in Pseudo-Eupolemus, nor was the survival of a remnant of humankind a matter of significance. The ark did not even merit mention. In Pseudo-Eupolemus, the protagonists were the gods, and the survival of Bel-Marduk, not humanity, was the notable event. The flood was not the exclusive focus of Pseudo-Eupolemus. The story continued through a second cataclysm that destroyed Babylon's tower. These details point to a source other than the standard Mesopotamian flood stories. Parallels between the poem of Erra and the Tower of Babel story in Genesis have already been discussed. Numerous parallels also exist between the poem of Erra and Pseudo-Eupolemus, pointing to a genetic relationship between the two. As in Pseudo-Eupolemus, Babylon was the main setting of the poem of Erra, and the god Bel-Marduk was the main protagonist. Both the poem of Erra and Pseudo-Eupolemus presented Bel-Marduk as building the temple at Babylon. This structure served as the palace from which he ruled the city after the flood. Both associated the departure of Bel-Marduk from Babylon with a catastrophe that struck the city. In the poem of Erra, human impiety was the reason for Bel-Marduk's departure from Babylon and all the cosmic disorder that ensued, and specifically for the flood. Pseudo-Eupolemus also cited impiety of the residents of Babylonia as the cause of the flood. This detail, present in both the poem of Erra and Pseudo-Eupolemus, was absent both in Genesis and in the Gilgamesh epic. Most significantly, in both of the poem of Erra and the Pseudo-Eupolemus, Bel-Marduk was himself a survivor of the flood. In Pseudo-Eupolemus, as in the poem of Erra, Bel-Marduk was pictured as driven from Babylon, his home, by other powerful gods who destroyed the Tower of Babel. In the poem of Era, Bel-Marduk was the similar victim of a conspiracy led by Era, god of destruction, who tricked him into leaving Babylon and in his absence staged a coup, took over the government of the universe and destroyed Babylon, its fortifications, and its ziggurat. Only in the poem of Era do we have a cuneiform example of Bel-Marduk's exile and Babylon's fall resulting from a rivalry of the gods. Another parallel relates to the destruction of the Tower of Babel by a wind from the gods, as attested in Sibylline Oracles 397 through 109, which is widely acknowledged as having drawn on Pseudo-Eupolemus. The poem of Era also listed an evil wind as one of the agents of destruction in the catastrophe that followed Marduk's second departure from the throne. Finally, both Pseudo-Eupolemus and the poem of Era mentioned the fall of Babylon's ziggurat. Genesis omitted any mention of the fall of the Tower of Babel, stating only that the construction in Babylon ceased after its residents were scattered. All these pointed parallels demonstrate that Pseudo-Eupolemus was specifically indebted to the poem of Era. However, it seems incredible that Pseudo-Eupolemus, a Samaritan author of the 3rd or 2nd century BCE, would have had direct knowledge of the poem of Era in cuneiform. Rather, Pseudo-Eupolemus appears to have obtained his knowledge of the poem of Era by means of an intermediate source, presumably writing in Greek, since Pseudo-Eupolemus himself wrote in Greek and utilized the Septuagint and other Greek sources. Berosus is the most obvious and indeed the only known Greek source on Babylonian cuneiform traditions. Berosus. Opinion is divided over whether Pseudo-Eupolemus was dependent on Berosus's Babylonica. Wacholder, Walter, and Schnabel originally held that Pseudo-Eupolemus directly drew on Berosus. Schnabel later modified his views, concluding that Pseudo-Eupolemus drew on an oral tradition of Mesopotamian origin. Wacholder effectively rebutted this view, pointing out that such phrases as "some say," "the Babylonians say," and "called by the Greeks" demonstrated that the author made use of literary sources. Further, Wacholder pointed out the direct literary dependence of Pseudo-Eupolemus's tradition on Abraham as the Babylonian sage in the 10th generation after the flood, with a virtually identical tradition in Berosus as quoted by Josephus. Hence, it appears certain that Pseudo-Eupolemus utilized Berosus, at least in part. Quanvig acknowledged that Pseudo-Eupolemus drew on Berosus. However, Quanvig pointed out that the flood story in Pseudo-Eupolemus had significant differences from the familiar version found in Berosus. In Pseudo-Eupolemus, the flood struck the giants, not humankind. The protagonist was the god Belos, not Kisithros. The reason for the catastrophe was impiety, whereas in Berosus, no reason was given. And Pseudo-Eupolemus connected the flood story with the Tower of Babel. Quanvig commented, "A Babylonian could hardly make Belos the supreme god of Babylon, the hero of the flood." Quanvig concluded that the account in Pseudo-Eupolemus drew on a Mesopotamian tradition distinct from Berosus. Quanvig did not suggest what that Mesopotamian source might be, maybe the poem of Era, or how Pseudo-Eupolemus might have obtained knowledge of it. Quanvig's arguments fail to find their mark insofar as they only demonstrate that the flood tradition in Pseudo-Eupolemus differs from that of the Gilgamesh epic Tablet 11 and the parallel account in Berosus. Quanvig failed to note the possibility that Berosus may have drawn on a different cuneiform tradition for the post-flood period. We have already seen that Berosus was aware of the tradition that Sippar survived the flood, uniquely paralleled among cuneiform sources in the poem of Era. It is possible that just as Berosus combined Enuma Elish, the Sumerian king list, and the Gilgamesh epic tablet 11 to present a connected narrative of the world down to the flood, he likewise drew on the poem of Era to extend his account to the post-flood generations. In Berosus, the ark was of gigantic dimensions, suggesting that the flood survivors were giants. In Berosus, as in Pseudo-Eupolemus. Convig's objections are thus satisfied by the observation that Berosus supplemented the Gilgamesh epic flood story with the poem of Era, in which the focus was Bel Marduk and the rivalry of the gods, not Kisithros and humanity. Important affinities exist between the poem of Era and the story of the Tower of Babel as found in Genesis and Pseudo-Eupolemus. The account of the Tower of Babel in Pseudo-Eupolemus appears to derive from the poem of Era by way of Berosus according to all available evidence. This supports the conclusion that the story of the Tower of Babel in Genesis, which also has strong parallels with the poem of Era, likewise derived from Berosus. That the Tower of Babel story derived from the poem of Era already causes difficulties for the documentary hypothesis, given the poem of Era's late date, 680 to 669 BCE. It is worth noting that the poem of Era displayed no special interest or pride in Babylonian architecture, wonders, and construction techniques. It was only in Berosus that we encounter in a single document allusions to Babylon as the first post-flood city, to the burnt brick and bitumen architecture of Babylon, and to the poem of Era's account of the fall of Babylon. This unique blend of themes points to Berosus as the Mesopotamian source behind the Tower of Babylon story in Genesis. Table of Nations and Hellenistic Roots. Finally, we come to the enigmatic world of Genesis 10, also known as the Table of Nations. This biblical tableau sketches a fascinating family tree, tracing the roots of various nations in the eastern Mediterranean back to Noah's 3 sons. But here's the catch. The table isn't an exhaustive list, and the principles guiding the categorization of descendants remain shrouded in mystery. The temporal placement of the table is another hotbed of scholarly contention. Another detail stretches credibility. Was every nation on earth really descended from a single ancestor? This last odd fact is probably the easiest to explain. As biblical scholars such as John Van Cedars have long known, the biblical authors got this directly from the Greeks, who gave virtually every nation known to them an eponymous ancestor. Herodotus is chock full of examples. For instance, the Hellenes or Greeks were all descended from Hellas, the Lydians from Lydis, the Persians from Persis, and so on. In one very striking parallel to the Table of Nations, the 3 main divisions of the Greeks, namely the Dorians, Aeolians, and Archaeans, were descended from the 3 sons of Hellas named Doris, Aeolus, and Xuthus, the Shem, Ham, and Japhet of the Greek world. Hellas, meanwhile, was the son of the flood hero Deucalion, the Greek version of Noah. But when, how, and why did the biblical authors come up with a Greek-style genealogy for the Table of Nations? According to Russell Gamirkin, clues can be found in the Table of Nations itself, which exactly mirrors the geopolitical contours of the Eastern Mediterranean around 273 to 272 BCE. First, let's take a look at Shem, Noah's oldest son. His sons are Elam, ancestor of the Elamites, and Asher, ancestor of the Assyrians, and Aram, ancestor of Arameans, all well-known peoples of the ancient Mesopotamia, and Lud, the ancestor of the Lydians of Asia Minor? What? When was Lydia ever united with Mesopotamia? Certainly at no time before the conquest of Alexander the Great in 335 to 325 BCE. But afterwards, in the Hellenistic era, when the Jews would have known all about the Greeks and their genealogies of nations? Bingo! As it so happens, after 278 BCE, Lydia was a key territory within the Seleucid Empire, ruled from Babylon. Shem corresponds neatly with the Seleucids, one of the two major regional powers after the time of Alexander the Great. Let's take a look at Ham, Noah's second son. Ham was a common name for Egypt. Ham's sons included Mizraim, another name for Egypt, and Cush, or Ethiopia, and Put, or Libya, and Canaan, which was under Egyptian control during the various periods of history. The descendants of Cush in the Table of Nations included locations along both Arabian and African coasts of the Red Sea. These coasts were explored and charted by the fleets of Ptolemy II Philadelphus in 278 BCE, and Ptolemy officially laid claim to the entire list of nations in 273 to 270 BCE. So Ham corresponds neatly with the Ptolemies, the other major regional power. Finally, we come to Japhet, the third son of Noah, apparently named after the Greek titan Lepidus, one of those pesky giants who survived the flood. The territories assigned to Japhet, bordering Mesopotamia and Lydia to the north, correspond strikingly well with the territories of the former Persian Empire that Alexander failed to conquer. Also included was Javan, a reference to the Ionian Greeks. In other words, all the familiar nations known to the Jews of that time, not found in the warring Seleucid and Ptolemaic empires. Our exploration suggests that the Table of Nations could be a reflection of the geopolitical realities of the Eastern Mediterranean around 273 to 272 BCE. Conclusion. Well, folks, there you have it. We've scaled the Tower of Babel, navigated the polytheistic labyrinth, and dined at the Table of Nations, all while keeping our scholarly hats firmly on our heads. And let's not forget our late-night rendezvous with the biblical author, who, according to the ever-punctual Russell Gamirkan, probably wrote during the times Greeks took over the party. Be sure to secure a copy of his book in the description, and for various scholars mentioned in this video, I will put the sources to their names in the description. But don't you dare hit that unsubscribe button yet. We've only just begun to scratch the surface of this ancient enigma. Next up, we're setting our sights on the patriarch of all patriarchs, Abraham himself. And trust me, there's more to him than just a few begets and begettings. So keep your wits about you, maintain a healthy dose of skepticism, and remember, in the world of biblical scholarship, the late bird gets the worm. Or was it the early bird? Either way, stay tuned for more biblical deep dives where we'll continue to question everything except our sense of humor. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and tap the bell so you get notified every single time we launch an episode. Also, consider joining our family by becoming a MythVision patron or YouTube member. And until next time, keep those scrolls unrolling and never forget, we are MythVision.